I will not tell you a lot about the Mount Kenya University, but I will invite Professor Jesse Gitaka, who is a research scientist here, and he will tell us more about the institution. And Professor Jesse, I also request you to officially invite the DVC to also officially welcome us to the institution. So welcome.
So, good morning, everybody. Yeah, so indeed, being the first Mount Kenya University best speaker, it's really my honor to welcome all of you. Feel at home and at a school. Good. I think on behalf of the organizing committee and all participants, it's my pleasure to invite you, our chief guest, Dr. Marceline Kamande, and who is stepping in for the Vice Chancellor, Professor Deogratius Jaganyi, who could not make it today due to competing interests. And indeed, your presence here today brings with it the significant weight of your office and so perfectly champions the pillars of academia and research, and we are truly delighted to have you. I also extend a warm welcome to our partners from the Africa BioGenome Project, led by Professor Anne Mwigai, who is a big name in Kenya. I mean, in humility, she's sort of telling me to downplay that part, but I'm not, because she actually deserves it. You've done a good job over the years, mentored many students, PhD, masters, and we are really glad to have you here. We've been meeting previously in different thesis defense boards, and I'm really glad that now we are not meeting in other institutions, but on home ground. As you saw yesterday from the match between Kenya and DRC, when you play at home, you can even beat the, you can beat the giants. So it's really nice to have you here. And also our partners, FNS Limited and different other stakeholders who are very ably represented in this meeting. And indeed, we have a big relationship with FNS. Actually, they are like our, members, lab members, because whenever we do a sequencing run, they're here to support us. And basically, we welcome everyone to this third, Africa BioGenome Project, for Genomics and Bioinformatics workshop. So, and I also extend a special welcome to Professor Nguyen from ILRI. We just had a small conversation on our way here. From Vietnam. This is, yeah, your home country. It's a big honor whenever I hear people, coming from far other places. It's not easy. So most welcome, and all our other guests from other countries. And yeah, so the theme that brings us together is safeguarding biodiversity and One Health, genomics and sustainable solutions for East and Central Africa. Madam DVC, this theme resonates deeply with the work you steer at Mount Kenya University. It speaks directly to the heart of how rigorous academic inquiry and cutting-edge research can provide tangible solutions to the most pressing challenges of our time, from climate change to food security and public health. The One Health philosophy, which acknowledges the profound interconnection between human, animal, and environmental health, is the guiding principle of our sessions. So indeed, over this week, we'll have students present, expert domain presenters will also do their thing. And indeed, this is a big problem that we think needs us as academia to think about. So this is more than just a conference. It is a capacity building powerhouse featuring crucial hands-on training in the very latest bioinformatics and sequencing technologies. A personal point of pride and a demonstration of our commitment to mentorship will be the poster presentations from the next generation of scientists, including students from our own labs here at Mount Kenya University. And this is the pipeline of talent that will carry this work into the future. DVC, your presence here inspires us and validates our collective efforts. It sends a powerful message that a future built on science, innovation, and collaboration is not just a dream, but an achievement, achievable reality for our region. So to all participants, I encourage you to immerse yourselves in the proceedings, engage, question, and connect. And the solutions we seek are just within the room, okay? So feel engaged, be engaged, talk to your colleagues, make new friends, make new collaborations. These kinds of meetings that provide for quite intimate connections are good for your career growth as young scientists as well. And even for us as experienced scientists, there's always opportunity for connection and collaboration in doing the next big project, or even providing new mentorship, and even connecting our students to other labs and so on. So with that, I would like to welcome our DVC to make her remarks, and officially, in a bigger capacity, welcome you all to Mount Kenya University.
Thank you so much, Professor Gitaka, for that welcome. And just before I bring the official address to the person whom I am representing, let me say that I am very delighted now in my capacity as the DVC, because what Professor Gitaka and the team does still lies in my division. And so I don't feel misplaced. It's work that we really value as a university and as a division, because what this team does has really brought a lot of energy, even actually in the research landscape. I think one challenge I have is that now I make sure that every other school chases him, because he's too fast for me. So, including where I belong, I am not a scientist myself, I am an economist, so I have to make sure that every other school learns from them. So we are very delighted even for you having chosen to be here. And on my behalf and on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I really want to extend a warm hand of welcome to Mount Kenya University. And we believe that whatever this workshop will be doing is really to help us to create connection. And as Professor Jesse has said, we are all in different levels. The young ones are learning from the experienced ones. And the best that we can do is to learn from those people who have gone ahead of us. So we really hope and believe that both those who are in the room, I am informed that there is quite another host of participants online, that we can use this as a springboard to make more connections. So, karibuni sana, and feel welcome in Mount Kenya University. Yeah, so let me do what I came to do. I am here to represent my boss, the Vice Chancellor, and he brings warm greetings to this meeting. I've just spoken to him before I stepped in, and he knows we are here, and receive a warm welcome from him. With those, allow me to lead the official opening address from him as we proceed. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, researchers, partners, and friends, it is a great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the third East and Central African BioGenome Project Regional Workshop. On behalf of the entire Mount Kenya University community, I extend a warm welcome to each of you, both those joining us here in person and those participating virtually from across the region and beyond. The theme of this year's workshop, Safeguarding Biodiversity and One Health, Genomics and Sustainable Solutions for East and Central Africa, is not only timely, but critically important for the future of our region. Across our region, we are confronting the interconnected challenges of biodiversity loss, climate change, emerging infectious diseases, and environmental degradation. These complex issues cannot be addressed in isolation. They demand integrated cross-sectoral responses, and this is where the One Health approach becomes critical, uniting disciplines and sectors to protect the health of people, animals, and ecosystems alike. At Mount Kenya University, we are proud to be advancing this agenda through the leadership of our Institute of Tropical Medicine and the College of Health Sciences. We continue to champion the multidisciplinary research that addresses pressing regional and global challenges, from antimicrobial resistance and zoonotic infections to genomic surveillance, disease modeling, and community-based health interventions. And I believe that Professor Gitaka, all these people will be able to see your lab. I saw the lab screening when I come in, so I hope as we do what we are doing, it's good for people just to see the facility that we are talking about, because for sure the malaria elimination lab has brought transformation in our science in this university. As I continue, we have also made strategic investments in state-of-the-art genomic tools, including the NextSeq 1000 and Oxford Nanopore sequencing platforms to support advanced genomic research. These technologies are not only powering our institutional work, but are also available to the broader scientific community as shared resources, helping to accelerate research and innovation across East and Central Africa. This workshop takes place within such a dynamic scientific and academic environment is both timely and essential. It offers a platform of knowledge exchange, the strengthening of regional partnerships, and the co-creation of innovative, sustainable solutions. Let us use this moment not just to share findings, but to inspire action, to listen, to challenge assumptions, to collaborate deeply, and to commit to lasting impact. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the Kenya University organizing team, the African BioGenome Project Local Committee, our valued partners, and all participants for your dedication to advancing the genomics, biodiversity, and health agenda. With these remarks, I am delighted to officially declare the third East and Central Africa BioGenome Project Regional Workshop open. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and enriching and inspiring engagement. From Professor Deogratius Jaganyi. Yeah, so I think, as I've said, one of the things, I know at some point I will step out, but we would that, just as we emphasize that issue of sharing resources, that we would be able to have an opportunity to see what facilities we have, and of course enjoy the rest of Mount Kenya hospitality and the environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the welcome. And now that we've been given permission, I can take it over, all right? Sawa sawa. So I'm gonna request you who are here early to move forward so that you can get the top layer of the content. Now, this is the third East and Central Africa BioGenome Project workshop. And before I tell you more about that, I'm going to invite the chair of the Africa BioGenome Project, Professor Anne Muigai, who will invite our other guests to tell us a bit more about what I think ILRI does and our partnership with AfricaBP. And then later I'll tell you more about AfricaBP. I'm sure maybe you visited the website and seen what the initiative is about. But without further ado, let me welcome Professor Anne Muigai.
Thank you, Cecilia, for that. Madam DVC, we are very grateful for your presence here today as a representative of the Vice Chancellor. Professor Rasmus Heller, all the way from Copenhagen. This is your second time to come all the way for this workshop and also to run a practical here, so most welcome. Our distinguished keynote address from Dr. Nguyen, who is a representative of the Director General International Livestock Research Institute, and our dear participants who are present in person, those who are here in diaspora, and a special mention to the Gitaka Lab, the scientists from the Institute of Tropical Medicine, Professor Gitaka, Dr. Bernard Kanoi, I can see you there, and Rachel, and the many others who are here. Good morning. A very, very warm welcome from Mount Kenya University here in Nairobi, Thika town, in the greater suburbs of Nairobi. My name is Professor Anne Mwigai. I'm the chairperson of the African BioGenome Project. I've been entrusted with this big responsibility to take care of this institution in just a governance perspective. The African BioGenome Project was officially launched in 2021, and it is now has its presence in 54 countries around Africa. It is a social movement where we say anybody doing science, anybody doing capacity building, please come and join us, and we will endeavor to not only sequence the 100,000 genomes of African plants, microbes, animals that are present on the continent, but we want to do it on the continent because we know that the history of sequencing in Africa has meant that a lot of samples are sent outside Africa, and through this process we have ended up losing our genomes. You maybe sequence your plant or your animal, your microbe, and you leave it in a lab out there, and you know the scientists who are there have the good fortune of having your sample, and they continue to do your research. You perhaps have to come back, and therefore your research is curtailed. But we're saying, why not sequence on the continent? Let's build the infrastructure that we need. What are we lacking? Are we lacking equipment? The equipment can be purchased, and we have examples from Dr. Jesse, Professor Jesse here, who has invested through resources that the university has provided and through grants. We don't have the hands, we don't have people. You know, that's what this workshop is trying to do, to bring out the message that we have very, very many young, brilliant African scientists who are not only present in the region, in Kenya, but throughout the African continent. And you're doing genomics. Are you not doing genomics? You're doing genomics, you're doing bioinformatics, you're doing science. So why not bring these young hands into this field and provide them with the training that they need, provide them with the information that they need, and also provide them access to these equipments, be able to see. And thank you, Madam DVC, for making Professor Jesse open his lab so that we can just see, you know, maybe we have never seen a MiSeq, maybe we only see it on videos, and we will have a short clip where we are able to see this. So that is what, in a nutshell, I'll go into deeper. That is what the African BioGenome Project is. We have 4 regions are across Africa, and these workshops are replicated because we want to bring science closer to the people. You know that previously, if you wanted to interact in a genomic space, you would have to get on a plane, you have to apply for a visa, and we know that, you know, it's getting tougher and tougher for us to get into these regions that have this high-tech equipment and high-tech scientists. So how will we be able to network? You see, we brought Professor Rasmus all the way from Copenhagen. So it is possible. It is possible if we are able to come together in whichever region that you are, bring in the necessary people, the resources are available from projects, from universities, and we see the investment that Mount Kenya University has made. So the resources are there. So what do we need to do? We just need to pull together. So we have a regional node in North Africa, and they pull together all, it's currently based in Morocco, in Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. and it pulls together all the institutions in North Africa. We have a regional node in West Africa. This is located in University of Port Harcourt. We have Professor Julian Usuji, who's my counterpart in West Africa. We have a regional node in South Africa, which is led by Professor Craig Keener in the South African Medical Research Council. I'm sure you collaborate with them. And they pull all the institutions in South Africa. Nairobi, Kenya is the home for the East and Central. So we are pulling in Central Africa as we begin to connect with the scientists who are in Central Africa, and eventually Central Africa we envisage will grow and break out onto its own. So we're here for the next 5 days. 2 days we will spend here talking science officially in a conference style, and then the next 3 days, from Wednesday to Friday, we will be in the labs actually doing the hands-on experiments, either wet lab where we will mix the reagents and sequence, or we will run some gels, or we will go into bioinformatics workshops. So we want to leave you with some hands-on. So what happens to you afterwards? Once you've been trained by the African BioGenome Project, you're eligible now to apply for a fellowship. The African BioGenome Project has partnered with universities in the US, in Europe, in North Africa, to offer fellowships. These are 1 month long, 3 month long trainings in these high-level labs. And the model is go to the US, spend 1 month there, come back to Africa, go to another lab that is not in your home country. So we can send you to South Africa, we can send you to North Africa, somewhere. If you've been in North Africa, you come to Kenya, you spend another 1 month. And what are you doing there? You're sequencing genomes, you're analyzing the data, and then you're contributing to our goal of sequencing 100,000 genomes in a few days. And by doing that, we hope to share with you the fact that you can actually do high-level, cutting-edge science on the continent. Therefore, you don't need to leave. You don't need Africa to go look for greener pastures out there. The greener pastures are right here with us. We are the ones to enable the environment. I mean, we're able to win big grants. Professor Jesse here has grants with NIH. And the money is coming into MKU. So why go to NIH in the US? You can actually be in NIH here on the continent. So karibuni sana, most welcome, and thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Madam DVC. My job now is to introduce Dr. Han Nguyen. And let me just mention that the International Livestock Research Institute is one of the first partners that African BioGenome Project had. When we started talking about this big project, now there's something tangible, but then there was nothing. It was just an idea in a scientist called Dr. Thangod Ebenezer's head. And the going might have been a little, rough, because you're selling ideas to people who say, wow, that's a great idea. They nod and they're like, okay, and that's it. But ILRI, with the DG, Professor Apollinaire Jiken, were some of the people who gave us room. They hosted our first regional workshop in 2023, and Professor Jiken has served as a very, very important advisor to this project. And through his experience and his networks, the African BioGenome, we've been able to really, really grow. So we really, really would like Dr. Nguyen to express our sincere appreciation to ILRI, and most especially Professor Apollinaire for his support. So Dr. Nguyen is a senior principal scientist at the International Livestock Research Institute, and he heads the One Health area under the Sustainable Animal and Aquatic Foods Science Program of the CGIAR. So he's a One Health specialist whose health approach is a strong advocate for the operationalization and investment in One Health. And you know that our theme this year is actually One Health. How can we be able to sustainably harvest One Health in all the different sectors? So we are really, really humbled to have you here, especially because you have some very, very high-level positions, including a member of the WHO Scientific Advisory Group for the Origins of the Novel Pathogens, that is SAGO, and the One Health High-Level Expert Panel. So, Doctor, we are waiting to hear from you, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Anne, for very nice introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. DVC, I have two DVC in front of me, in addition to Jesse, my new friend, professor here. And I realized that after I came here for the last 1.5 hours, many connections, I realized that ILRI have worked with many people here, including many people in my group. Professor Erasmus from Copenhagen University, dear participant, and also greeting to almost 300 people online. I'm very surprised that the number is raising up from the beginning, and now we have almost 300 people all together online and in the room. So first of all, I would like to thank you very much, Anne, and organizers for inviting ILRI to be at this important meeting, and I'm very happy to represent my boss, Director General Professor Apolline Jikeng, who is actually a very dear friend of Anne, because they did a PhD on sequencing that she has just mentioned in ILRI something like about 30 years ago. And of course, I'm also very much a good friend of Zo, a supervisor, Olivier Hanotte, that was the record, because we talked a lot about networking, partnership, and for me it's very important that we train people, we strengthen the capacity, and after so many years we are still connected and working together. So that is really important for the current context. So thanks very much for inviting us here, Asante Sana. So my job is actually, today is very simple. So I will give a short talk about One Health, and really bringing One Health perspective into the context of African Genome Project. How we can use this approach, and I'm very glad to learn and know that we have a College of Health here, you have a tropical medicine center here, you have malaria research here with many international organizations already. So with that, I'm very happy to share some of the experience that ILRI have developed in this area. Okay, Anne asked me to talk about the intersection between agriculture and health, because we work in agriculture at ILRI, in particular in livestock, and I add up the perspective of One Health approach to address the food system change at the moment that we are having. You want to take a photo? Yes. Okay, great. Yes, so that is basically the title. I realize that many of you know ILRI already, but if you are some new faces, so we are based in Nairobi, not far from here. Exactly 1 hour this morning, I went from Uturu roundabout to the beautiful campus here, Mount Kenya University. So Anne, you know that there are some changes after some time you did your PhD there. But we have also the Kapiti research station in Machakos County, where we have a lot of livestock, but also wildlife. And this is actually a very nice place to do One Health, looking at the interaction between animal, people, wildlife, environment together. And we have also campus in Addis Ababa and many other countries here. We are part of the CGIAR system. CGIAR system is a global partnership for agriculture research for the low and middle income country. We are celebrating 50 years of the whole system. So to have a sense of that, is a network of about 10,000 people working in the global south, working in almost 90 countries with 3,000 partners around the world to ensure, now we have the motto to transform food system in the climate crisis. It's basically our new mission now at the moment. And ILRI is part of that. ILRI is part of that. We have about 700 people based in many countries in the global south. We have office here and there. We just launched a new strategy of ILRI for 2025, 2030. So we want to achieve, as our goal is, in fact, we want to impact 300 million people by our research, working on innovation, but in the same time, impacting the life of people through better livestock by influencing government, investor, international organization, and so on. So it's really, we work toward better life, better planet through livestock for our organization. Now come back to the talk topics that I would like to have it now is actually, of course, today, unfortunately, many things get better, but we are facing many challenges, which are talking about all this war around the world at the moment, coming back at the global level. the agri-food system, we are not talking about production. We are not talking about the processing, consumption, and so on. We put the food together in the perspective of food systems. It means that we consider food from different perspectives. And maybe 3 days ago, in Addis Ababa, not far from here, the UN organized the second UN Food System Summit, where they brought many high-level speakers, including our president of Kenya, and many leaders are there to talk about food system. But we are facing really, the climate change issue. Agriculture represents something like, less than, around 40% of gas emission in this world. So we need to address very important issue of that. 86% of species currently at risk of extinction. So biodiversity, so we talked about whole genome sequencing is very important for that. 80% of the deforestation, water issue linked to agriculture and food system, and in particular, where many people go to bed hunger, about 300 million, 260 million people go to bed hunger. You see, one third of the food are wasted. So that is a very important topic, and some of the global challenge, in addition to health issues that I will talk more about from One Health. So to address these challenges, the CGI system is launching, or we have launched recently, a new portfolio of research. We call Portfolio 2025-2030 Science and Accelerator Program that comprise very comprehensive research. We don't want to do genetics here, animal health here, environment there. We put things together in a very systematic way, and we have different science programs. For example, we work on breeding for tomorrow, very much on breedings, and that many people work on breeding here. We go on sustainable farming, we go for better nutrition and diet, the climate change, and the project I'm working at the moment is the sustainable animal and aquatic foods. Is one of the science program you can see here. So altogether, we address the transformation of food system at CGIA and in the world. And here, the SAF program, sustainable animal and aquatic food, we have different components. The purpose is really to improve the productivity of animals and aquatic food, basically livestock and fish, but not only. We go beyond fish by talking about blue economy, and actually a lot of things on the market, on sustainability, gender, livelihood, and also the economics aspect of this system. And among these components, we have One Health, the One Health components that I'm coordinating at the moment in that new program. Okay. Coming back to the global challenge, I have not talked about health, but actually health is a very important global challenge that we are facing linked to global food system. For example, the slide disappeared, but there are 3 things we are working on global health, basically. The first one is about zoonotic diseases. The DVC you mentioned in the speech of the VC, zoonotic diseases is very important. The frequency of emergence and transmission of the pandemics, we see it increase with time. We count COVID is a very nasty thing, but you have also Ebola, even influenza. These things still around us, and we need to work on that. Very important. Second area is about antimicrobial resistance. You talked about that as well, killing about 1 million people around the world per year. We need to work on that. And something, of course, I see malaria here. But the foodborne diseases, the topic of food safety, causing the similar global burden of disease to the big 3 infectious diseases like malaria, tuberculosis, But the investment in food safety is very limited. Okay, so these 3 things linked to the food systems that we have to address. And one of the approach popping up as a very interesting, sexy, efficient is about One Health. So you said, I'm part of the One Health high-level expert panel. Set by the quadripartite. Quadripartite means 4 international organizations: WHO, FAO, UNEP, with the headquarters in Nairobi, and also VOA is the former OIE, International World Organization for Animal Health. They set this agenda of One Health, and they came up with the revised definition of this One Health approach. So One Health is not very new for everyone, but because of COVID, because of zoonotic diseases, this approach become more important recently, and people accept more and more. It's basically the approach Like you can see here, it's an integrated approach, bringing different disciplines together, unifying approach that aim to sustainability and balance and optimize the health. And the health here, we don't talk about three health, we talk about one health. We need to improve health of people, animal, and the ecosystem in the same time and at the intersection of these three health. And recognize also very strong independence of our health, of people, to animal health and the environment. So to make it happen, different people, different disciplines have to work together. And plant health is also part of the One Health. And if you go further into agriculture perspective, the soil health is also part of One Health. So everything is interconnected. However, the key of the One Health is really the three areas I mentioned before. Zoonotic diseases, AMR, food safety, if I bring the perspective from livestock and animal health for that. Okay, so I talked about the challenges, I talked about how CGR system addresses, and if you go to the institution, because at the end of the day, you have the institution, I have my institution, and we need to develop the strategy to work on this global challenge. And for that reason, ILRI developed our One Health strategy, where we work on the key areas of epidemics, pandemics, foodborne diseases, AMR. And if you can see the areas, our strategy here, of course, we are from research organization. We need to do research, focusing on innovation, developing technical solution. But more and more, we work with the policy makers to influence policy. We work to build up the institutional capacity, because only when the institutions are strong and when you have a very good win from the policy makers, that resource come and you can scale up and scale out the innovation. You work on One Health or anything you are interested in. So it's very important. So research is only one part of the whole landscape of the world, and we need to keep in mind that we do good research, but that research needs to be recognized and taken up by different partners, in particular policy makers and different organizations. We have a quite interesting portfolio of One Health. Here we have different projects. Many of you maybe heard about One Health Center in Africa, capacitating One Health in Eastern and Southern Africa, in addition to some other projects in different regions. I come back a little bit more on that. So if I can summarize in terms of outcome and impact of our One Health work at ILRI for the last 20 years, I would say that, the three main areas, for example, on zoonotic and infectious disease side of things, I would say that the One Health, ILRI have worked with the government to strengthen their capacity in terms of, doing surveillance, but also moving on the control side of zoonotic and infectious disease, supporting several One Health platforms in Kenya, in different African countries, and we are now moving to the local level. We are working to strengthening the One Health platform at the county level. After this talk, I'm on the way to Marsabit, where we work with the county to develop the One Health platform and develop different model of One Health delivery, training people from public health, animal health, but also rangeland management to work together in the specific areas of pastoralist system. So this is very important, that these people work together. That's why I remind people, One Health is not about public health, animal health, or environmental health. You need to be able to bring different sectors, discipline to work together to improve the health at the intersection of animal, people, and the environment. During COVID time, we have the Ministry of Health to use our lab facilities in Lab 1, Lab 2 that and to analyze several thousand of COVID samples, but more importantly, with your colleague Jesse Sam, we sequenced a lot of COVID samples at that time. So it shows that an animal health institution can work also with public health institution to improve health of the people, and that is about One Health, basically. Last week, Sam went to Mombasa to sample wastewater, and we do wastewater surveillance using genomics technology, and that is about environmental health, but deeply interconnected with animal health and people health. So that is about One Health. The second area, we do risk assessment of food safety in informal market. 90% of foods that we are eating in developing countries coming from informal open market, where we have poor hygiene practice, poor infrastructure. So a lot of contamination there. So, but to control it, you need to understand how many people got sick by eating the contaminated food, how much dollar, how much shilling or dollar, whatever the currency we talked about, the government lose every year because of foodborne diseases, and for that we develop simple intervention to improve hygiene practice and so on. So I know that it's not easy, but we try to address this thing. And antimicrobial resistance from livestock is also important. Livestock and aquatic food system use 2/3 of antibiotics in this world. And it's very much important for AMR. We try to understand and also doing intervention on that. And we do that by supporting the One Health platform, but working with many people and organizations for that. I will skip very quickly. This is one flagship One Health program at ILRI, funded by BMZ Germany. This is One Health Center in Africa, led by our Kenyan colleague, Dr. Bernard Bett. He's a vet based at ILRI in Nairobi. And actually, we actually work with 7 countries here to develop the evidence on One Health, but more importantly, develop intervention to control infectious diseases, in particular, zoonotic diseases like Rift Valley fever in Kenya, very endemic disease, but rapidly, emerging and transmitted more, but also, influence policy by training different One Health platform in country and county, for example. This is one of the large projects. We train about 15 PhD students for the information, about 20 master students and 15 students in this type project registered in Kenya and outside. Another project is about capacitating One Health in Eastern and Southern Africa. We call COHESA. And that we are active in 12 countries funded by Europe, by EU. And this one, we very much rapidly moving the One Health capacity into the country level to make One Health operationalized by, promoting the innovation from the country. So this is very much demand-led. And that is also something important to emphasize here. So very much donor and the partner from Global North coming with very, a fixed model. And sometimes that is not working here because we need to have some adaptation and it needs to be socially accepted. And the request and the demand from One Health case study coming from the country, and we accompany these different teams to develop the solution to do that with different local university in different countries. So that is another project. And we have also published many things on the CABI. Now it's CABI. It's also international organizations. They launched the One Health case, and we documented 12 cases of COHESA in that one. Some of the typical zoonotic disease like rabies, we have tools like vaccination or vaccine, but it's been there because, the vaccination is not taken up by the government because sometimes public health people see the dog bite is the problem of the agriculture sector, whereas, it affects people from public health. So for that, we run some of the, vaccination campaign in Machakos for the Oreca project, for example, and we realize that people, they bring dog, but they bring in the same time donkeys, because donkey is very good friend and livelihood and means for people. And actually, we work closely with the county government to make a business plan so that they can invest themselves to vaccinate 75% of their dog population. Because every project come and go. If you want to sustainable, the local government or the country need to invest in that. And that is also the key point of One Health, that we need to invest from our side, not only waiting from the donor for that. Or I mentioned Rift Valley fever. From One Health perspective, is important here for cattle, for ruminants in Kenya and East Africa. So we work in a very integrated approach. Our KPT are running some vaccination trials with different vaccine companies. But from epidemiology, we work a lot on understanding of transmission and coming up with the vaccination strategy to advise the DVS when, where, and how to vaccinate the herd to prevent the disease jumping from animal to people. So that is very One Health integrated approach we are working on. Okay, so a few more slides to share with you. We talked a lot about One Health. Every 2 years we have a global One Health conference. The first one in Africa was last September in Cape Town. Okay, so very nice to go to the conference to talk about One Health. Even we are in the room, it's easier to talk. But to make One Health work on the ground, the so-called how to operationalize One Health is very important. It has to come with money on the table, the willingness of policymakers at different level, and the engagement of university, researcher, also farmers, and so on. So actually, for that, we analyze and we come up with some recommendation that, of course, we need to have investment from the country and different partners to make One Health work. And we need to speak out also. Many of you are researchers. Research is good, publishing paper is good, but we need to communicate also. And when I was young, I have to share with you that we published papers, but we were not confident enough to go out to talk with policymakers. When you get a little bit more seniors, we realize that is important. We need to be able to speak out about our work. That's why we start doing a lot of advocacy and communication and so on. And only to do so you can achieve the objective you are having. And also to make One Health work. For example, here one of the case is we have the project called HEAL. It's funded by Switzerland, SDC, and we implement it in Kenya. That's why the reason I'm going today to Marsabit. And actually we developed the so-called One Health delivery unit in different counties we are working, bringing people from public health, environmental health and livestock together. And it looked like that when you really engage people from the local level, you can make change and you make some outcome leading to some impact. For example, this program, after 4 years, we could develop 18 One Health units in different countries, mostly Kenya, Ethiopia, and Sudan. And actually, here's some of the number. You can see how people benefit from the service provided by this One Health delivery with different partners. So NGO also important to work on the ground. Some international organizations, we good to create the models, but when it goes to the ground, NGO, actually they are more efficient for that type of work. So this project continue now to the phase 2. And for example, if you look at the landscape of Kenya, for example, the pastoralist system is very important. Here you can recognize the mountain here, and actually in this type corner you see deeply interacted between people, animals, and also even wildlife. And to make it work also, I think strengthening the capacity, the so-called One Health lab at the local level is also important, so that you can deal with the system of One Health problem on the ground. And for that we have the county government to develop the One Health lab here, not very far from Kajiado, in Oloitoktok, close to Tanzania, to actually develop a lab where you can bring university people. Here you have people from University of Nairobi. I hope that Mount Kenya University people can do, or we can do something similar. Working with the community, they can sample, they can process sample in a very simple way on the ground and send back for more advanced analysis, like sequencing or whatever, to you or to other university. But the important story here I want to show is, in fact, when you work with the government, local government need also to show the interest to put money on the table. And for this joint lab between University of Nairobi, with ILRI, Liverpool, and Kajiado, they also put money to recruit people from their own pocket to work on this type of lab. So the public-private partnership concept for One Health is also important to address One Health topics here in Kenya. Last development from ILRI, I'm very pleased to announce also that recently we developed the collaborating center of One Health with VOA, World Organization of Animal Health. It was approved. This is the first collaborating center of One Health with VOA, hosted by ILRI. And hopefully with this new development, we work on the disease prevention, biosecurity, epidemiological modeling, and climate smart strategy to support different countries through one of the members of Quadripartite, that is the World Organization of Animal Health. So it means that we do research, but if we can embrace with the UN and international organization, we can spread more the evidence and our example or model for different countries. So that is very much on the policy and capacity things. And the last example I want to say is that of course we do a lot of projects, but you need to analyze the impact of the project as well. So recently we review our 24 projects of One Health implemented of ILRI for the last 2 decades, which is a value over $1 million from 1 to 15 million US dollar, and coming up with some learning exercise. And we realize that the recommendation of own example, I would put on the take-home message from One Health. There's a few things we need to take from this experience. It's actually One Health, we talked a lot, but we need stronger cross-sectoral collaboration between different sectors, and environmental sector is still weak within One Health. We need to work more with that sectors. The plant health, soil health, biodiversity need to be embraced more in One Health approach. Greater engagement with policymakers to translate research finding in actionable strategy. and development of adaptable solution adapted to the local context. One Health operationalization need more investment on the table from different levels. We talked a lot about AI. AI also needed for One Health in one way to another. And I think that at the end of the day, the engagement of everyone to make One Health work, including the network here. And actually, this is a very important message. I thank you for the attention. And that one additional information I didn't put on the main talk. Of course, we have the genomics facilities. You know that we work on that. We can collaborate together. And because you talked about sequencing, ILRI hosts the gene bank in Addis Ababa, where we have a lot of accession, about 20,000, mostly on the forest side. And this is, I don't know how much it has been already sequenced, but you talked about 100,000 sequences for the network, so this is also a good resource. Eventually, one day you can work with them. And I know that Apollinaire was part of the network, ILRI has been part of the network already for some time. Okay, so thank you very much. I hope that you had the sense about our work and the One Health, how One Health can be actually part of the network. And I know that's the theme, the topic of this year is about One Health. And I think that you are in the right place, Mount Kenya University, where we have many One Health work for discussion and for practical work. Thank you very much.
Santi.
I'm open for any questions if you have time and
Sure.
Yeah.
Are there any questions for Dr. William?
Well, maybe just a simple question.
Mike.
I mean, we've been doing a lot of One Health work already. Yes, thank you. And you said it, that One Health has actually, the science around One Health has been with us for very many years. I mean, we have scientists doing malaria, others doing, public health, others are checking wastewater, others are looking at the livestock. Where is the gap? Because now we're talking about the One Health approach, but it's not really new, although it's very, very new. So what is your comment about that?
Yeah, and you are right. The concept of One Health has been around for many years. But I would say that you will come back very much in the history. People talking about one medicine. It was about 1950, 1960. So people talked about that. When you come back a little bit in the history, the first vet school in Lyon, I think that they celebrated how many 100 years. So that was also, the first place where people talked about really how to bring human medicine and animals, anatomy together. So this concept of One Health was there for long. But really the attention, the One Health approach got is really when you have the avian influenza in early 2000. And it's about 20 years, we talk much more about infectious disease and zoonotic diseases. And now we have COVID. Now, I was in Wuhan in the early day of COVID outbreak, after 1 year, to study the origin of COVID. And actually, now most of the evidence showing that, it's zoonotic. It's jumping from animal to people. Of course, a lot of people talked about lab leak and all these things. But actually, we don't have evidence about that. Okay? So what I want to say is, in fact, the One Health had a lot of traction because of the emerging infectious diseases recently, and don't invest in that. However, the gap, like in my take-home message I put, we see the improvement of the partnership across sectors. Animal health people and public health people work much more together in the recent decades. Because of this reason. But we need also other sectors like environmental health, in particular in the country where we have a lot of wildlife, etc. I know that KWS, they are very active as well, but at global level, that is actually the weakness at the moment. We have not embraced enough environment into One Health. And to be very honest, if you look at different importance and the vocal position of different disciplines, vet animal health people have been always very vocal for One Health. I hope that you agree with me. The public health people still have some resistance to that because of nature of the work, because they treat people. One Health need to work to look to cut more as a prevention perspective. And that is actually public health people, global health people should work more with animal health to make One Health happen. And finally, the gap, and to make everything happen, we need resource. And resource is not only money. Money is important, but resource need to be understood from different perspectives, from the human capacity, from the enabling environment, which means policy, and of course also the investment in terms of money. And for that, I think that we need to have a cascading system. It's very good to talk with people from Nairobi, but it's so important to talk with people from Kiambu, from Narok, from Marsabit, whatever, the local level. And on top of that, the academic people like you, I hope that most of you, and I know that Illumina is here, private sector is important, but our researcher, our lecturer also need to be also engaged very much in communicating One Health and One Health for that. It's very complex. It's a very interesting approach, but we need also to have a common understanding about the definition of One Health. One Health cannot be everything. It needs to be specific. We need to go to case study. We talked about AMR, we talked about foodborne diseases, we talked about rabies in Machakos. It needs to be specific. And what would be the role of different stakeholders around the table to contribute to implementing the One Health project or approach or initiative to solve specific problem. And this specific problem of One Health is really the health sitting at the intersection of people, animal, and the environmental health. If you work only on one single discipline, it's not about One Health. One Health needs a very much integrated and the participation of different people to optimize and balance our optimized health of people, animal, and the environment.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Guyen, for a very captivating, very interesting talk. I particularly liked the work you've been doing with the counties. You mentioned Kajiado and Marsabit. And I can imagine, when you talk about health in the counties, mostly you're talking about curative health services for maybe humans. When you talk about, agriculture or even livestock, is about, production systems. Governors want to ensure that their people are fed and they have food. There's, so the issue of preventive health, removing risk is not a big thing in the counties. So how have you been able to convince the counties you've been working in to actually put money on the table to support One Health agenda? Thank you.
Jesse, it's a very, very interesting question, and that is unfortunately the reality. I think that, policymakers, they have their terms. And actually, one term is 3 years, 4 years, etc. So actually, of course, they want to focus on some, particular things. And because of that landscape of policy, sometimes we miss the long term and the global, the bigger pictures. So I would say that, we need to convince policymakers with the evidence and figure on the benefit of doing One Health in certain case or specific case. And that is also one of the recommendations, that we need to work more to generating the cost-benefit analysis of the One Health. And actually, we have some. We don't have many, but we have some. I can tell you that many people refer to the latest publication of the World Bank, where they calculated how to invest in One Health and what would be the return that come back to the community and the government. And $1 invested to prevent the next pandemic, you get back $3 to $4. So the return investment ratio 4 to 1 or 3 to 1 is very big deal. When I look at Cecilia about the private sector, you can agree on that. So more evidence, and with that evidence, we need to talk with the minister, with the county governor, in particular the Minister of Finance, to see if you invest this money, how much from societal benefit you can get for the county or for the commune or for whatever the level we are talking about. So I think that is one of the key things that we need to work more from research and advocacy thing. Thank you. My pleasure to interact with you. Really my first time to visit the university and the community here. And I wish you very great success for the third workshop here. I know that you were at ILRI last year or a few years ago, but you are welcome back to ILRI anytime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Dr. Nguyen has set a very strong foundation for us for this workshop, and he has brought up very many interconnecting points: research, collaboration, the resource mobilization, the different themes around One Health. And thank you so much for setting such a great bar as we start. So I'm looking forward to a very exciting week. Now I'll request our team at the front, maybe. The next session, we are going to be having a photo session downstairs, but I request that we allow the DVCs, Professor Gitaka, Dr. Nguyen, Professor Rasmus, and Dr. Kanoi, maybe to proceed ahead of the rest as I give them some more updates about tea. So we'll be taking the group photo downstairs. And for the people online, we're going to have a short break as we do the group photo here and a short tea break. But we'll leave you with the presentation that we've had to chew on, the One Health concept that we will be talking about next week. The participants in the room, so again, next session will be a photo session downstairs where you had the registration, after which we will have a short tea break of 15 minutes. Then we will come back and get into the meat of the event, where we'll have a bit of an introduction to the Africa BioGenome Project, and now start speaking about what are we doing in Africa in terms of the One Health concept. We have a number of speakers lined up who will talk to us about what they are doing in their different institutions, all right? So I think we can go ahead and follow the rest of the team downstairs. You'll go and you'll be guided by Paul Kagame, who you've seen here. You'll be guided on where to take the photo. So see you in about 20 minutes. So 5 minutes for photo, 15 minutes for your tea break, and then when you come back, you occupy from the first row. Don't sit too much at the back, all right? Okay, thank you so much. See you downstairs.
Breakthrough simplicity, our fastest runtimes yet, everything in one footprint with onboard Dragon analysis and significant sustainability advancements. This is the highest standard in benchtop sequencing, empowering every lab everywhere on a quest for discoveries that can't wait. This is the variations in tumors, project outbreaks through surveillance monitoring, combat drug resistance, discover mutations for disease, analyze genomic variations in tumors, project outbreaks through surveillance monitoring, combat drug resistance, discover mutations for disease, breakthrough simplicity, our fastest runtimes yet, everything in one footprint with onboard Dragon analysis and significant sustainability advancements. Our fastest runtimes yet, standard in benchtop sequencing, empowering every lab everywhere and significant sustainability advancements that can't wait. This is the highest standard in benchtop sequencing, empowering every lab everywhere on a quest for discoveries that can't wait. This is the MySeq I100 series diseases. This is sequencing made simple. Analyze genomic variations in tumors, project outbreaks through surveillance monitoring, combat drug resistance, discover mutations for disease monitoring, identify analyze RNA disease drivers, develop simple. With breakthrough simplicity, our fastest runtimes yet, everything in one footprint with onboard Dragon analysis and significant sustainability advancements. This is the highest standard in benchtop sequencing, empowering every lab everywhere on a quest for discoveries that can't wait.
Welcome to Incaba Biotech East
This is the
Africa
MySeq
Limited.
I100
The company
series.
was started in the year
This is
2010
sequencing
on the
made
23rd of June. Over the years, we've grown into a fully fledged molecular,
Study
your
infectious
one-stop molecular
diseases.
biology shop. And currently, we also run
Analyze
one of the
genomic
best
variations
labs
in tumors,
in the region.
project out.
Join me as I take you through the tour of our laboratory. Welcome. Here we have our engineering department, whereby we service our equipments here, equipments which that we can carry from the client site to our offices Basically, these are small equipments. For the large equipments, we prefer servicing them at the client's place. Here we also do calibration services. For all of you, those who have pipettes that need calibration, we now proceed to our extraction room. This is where we do all our extractions. Once we've received samples, this is where it all starts. Our scientists and qualified personnel will look at your samples, record them the way they are supposed to, and take all the details and also report on what they've received. From there on, they will proceed. This is our PCR room. As you can see, we have scientists who are also very busy doing their work here. We have timelines whereby we try as much as we can to give our clients results in the shortest time possible. As you can see, our lab is fully equipped and work is progressing, as you can see. So we are looking forward to having our clients approve our services and also happy at the same time as we continue to provide solutions, molecular solutions, and also solving research problems in the region. Here we have our post-PCR room. This is where we do our sequencing services. Clients, after they've sent their samples, gone through the extraction, gone through the PCR, this is now where we do our sequencing. As you can see, our machine is fully running throughout because we have a lot of samples and we have a lot of samples coming in each and every moment. Here we have our data analysis room. As you can see, one of our researchers is also seated analyzing data, which has already been gotten from the machine. Hereby, we have our gel documentation room. This is where we do all our gels. As you can see, we have one of our researchers already trying to load the gels and also run them in the machine called the e-box. This is from a company called Wilbur. They have very quality gel documentation systems.
The core service we provide is distributorship and sales services. We sell our products across the extended Eastern Africa region. All the countries in the East African region, ranging from the DRC, we have Rwanda, we have Uganda, we have a branch office, we have Tanzania, we have Burundi, Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia. Our sales are basically for the molecular biology field and the general lab. In the molecular biology field, we provide products and solutions for all the processes, the entire workflow from sample collection, DNA, RNA extraction, PCR, amplification, both reagents and instruments, and sequencing and bioinformatics. In the general lab, we offer equipment. We supply equipment, including but not limited to freezers, to fridges, to biosafety cabinets, and many more. So you can always come to us for any reagent, consumable, or equipment need that you have for your lab. We also have a line of diagnostics, molecular diagnostics, both for plants, animals, and humans.
So we like to welcome all of you to come utilize our services here in 74 Riverside Drive. Our lab is open to students. Our lab is open to researchers who want to do their work here. We provide space, we provide the equipment, and we also provide the reagents and chemicals that you may need for your research work. I welcome you all. Thank you.
study infectious diseases, analyze genomic variations in tumors, project outbreaks through surveillance monitoring, combat drug resistance, discover mutations for disease monitoring, identify analyze RNA disease drivers, develop simple. With breakthrough simplicity, our fastest runtimes yet, everything in one footprint with onboard Dragon analysis and significant sustainability advancements. This is the highest standard in benchtop sequencing, empowering every lab everywhere on a quest for discoveries that can't wait. This is the MiSeq i100 series. This is sequencing made simple.
Welcome to Incaba Biotech East Africa Limited. The company was started in the year 2010 on the 23rd of June. Over the years, we've grown into a fully fledged your one-stop molecular biology shop. And currently, we're also running one of the best labs in the region. Join me as I take you through the tour of our laboratory. Welcome. Here we have our engineering department, whereby we service our equipments here, equipments which that we can carry from the client site to our offices. Basically, these are small equipment. For the large equipments, we prefer servicing them at the client's place. Here we also do calibration services. For all of you, those who have pipettes that need calibration, we now proceed to our extraction room. This is where we do all our extractions. Once we've received samples, this is where it all starts. Our scientists and qualified personnel will look at your samples, record them the way they are supposed to, and take all the details and also report on what they've received. From there on, they will proceed. This is our PCR room. As you can see, we have scientists who are also very busy doing their work here. We have timelines whereby we try as much as we can to give our clients results in the shortest time possible. As you can see, our lab is fully equipped and work is progressing, as you can see. So we are looking forward to having our clients approve our services and also happy at the same time as we continue to provide solutions, molecular solutions, and also solving research problems in the region. Here we have our post-PCR room. This is where we do our sequencing services. Clients, after they've sent their samples, gone through the extraction, gone through the PCR, this is now where we do our sequencing. As you can see, our machine is fully running throughout because we have a lot of samples and we have a lot of samples coming in each and every moment. Here we have our data analysis room. As you can see, one of our researchers is also seated analyzing data, which has already been gotten from the machine. Hereby, we have our gel documentation room. This is where we do all our gels. As you can see, we have one of our researchers already trying to load the gels and also run them in the machine called the e-box. This is from a company called Wilbur. They have very quality gel documentation systems.
The core service we provide is distributorship and sales services. We sell our products across the extended Eastern Africa region. All the countries in the East African region, ranging from the DRC, we have Rwanda, we have Uganda, where we have a branch office, we have Tanzania, we have Burundi, Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia. Our sales are basically for the molecular biology field and the general lab. In the molecular biology field, we provide products and solutions for all the processes, the entire workflow from sample collection, DNA, RNA extraction, PCR, amplification, both reagents and instruments. and sequencing and bioinformatics. In the general lab, we offer equipment. We supply equipment, including but not limited to freezers, to fridges, to biosafety cabinets, and many more. So you can always come to us for any reagent, consumable, or equipment need that you have for your lab. We also have a line of diagnostics, molecular diagnostics, both for plants, animals, and humans.
So we like to welcome all of you to come utilize our services here in 74 Riverside Drive. Our lab is open to students. Our lab is open to researchers who want to do their work here. We provide space, we provide the equipment, and we also provide the reagents and chemicals that you may need for your research work. I welcome you all. Thank you.
Study infectious diseases. Analyze genomic variations in tumors. Project outbreaks through surveillance monitoring. Combat drug resistance. Discover mutations for disease monitoring. Identify analyze RNA disease drivers. Simple. With breakthrough simplicity, our fastest runtimes yet, everything in one footprint with onboard Dragon analysis and significant sustainability advancements. This is the highest standard in benchtop sequencing, empowering every lab everywhere on a quest for discoveries that can't wait. This is the MiSeq i100 series. This is sequencing made simple.
Welcome to Incaba Biotech East Africa Limited. The company was started in the year 2010 on the 23rd of June. Over the years, we've grown into a fully fledged your one-stop molecular biology shop. And currently, we're also running one of the best labs in the region. Join me as I take you through the tour of our laboratory. Welcome. Here we have our engineering department, whereby we service our equipments here, equipments which that we can carry from the client site to our offices. Basically, these are small equipments. For the large equipments, we prefer servicing them at the client's place. Here we also do calibration services. For all of you, those who have pipettes that need calibration, we now proceed to our extraction room. This is where we do all our extractions. Once we've received samples, this is where it all starts. Our scientists and qualified personnel will look at your samples, record them the way they are supposed to, and take all the details and also report on what they've received. From there on, they will proceed. This is our PCR room. As you can see, we have scientists who are also very busy doing their work here. We have timelines whereby we try as much as we can to give our clients results in the shortest time possible. As you can see, our lab is fully equipped and work is progressing, as you can see. So we are looking forward to having our clients approve our services and also happy at the same time as we continue to provide solutions, molecular solutions, and also solving research problems in the region. Here we have our post-PCR room. This is where we do our sequencing services. Clients, after they've sent their samples, gone through the extraction, gone through the PCR, this is now where we do our sequencing. As you can see, our machine is fully running throughout, because we have a lot of samples, and we have a lot of samples coming in each and every moment. Here we have our data analysis room. As you can see, one of our researchers is also seated analyzing data, which has already been gotten from the machine. Hereby, we have our gel documentation room. This is where we do all our gels. As you can see, we have one of our researchers already trying to load the gels and also run them in the machine called the e-box. This is from a company called Wilbur. They have very quality gel documentation systems.
The core service we provide is distributorship and sales services. We sell our products across the extended Eastern Africa region. All the countries in the East African region, ranging from the DRC, we have Rwanda, we have Uganda, where we have a branch office, we have Tanzania, we have Burundi, Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia. Our sales are basically for the molecular biology field and the general lab. In the molecular biology field, we provide products and solutions for all the processes, the entire workflow, from sample collection, DNA, RNA extraction, PCR, amplification, both reagents and instruments, and sequencing and bioinformatics. In the general lab, we offer equipment. We supply equipment, including but not limited to freezers, to fridges, to biosafety cabinets, and many more. So you can always come to us for any reagent, consumable, or equipment need that you have for your lab. We also have a line of diagnostics, molecular diagnostics, both for plants, animals, and humans.
So
thank you.
We like to welcome all of you to come utilize our services here in 74 Riverside Drive. Our lab is open to students. Our lab is open to researchers who want to do their work here. We provide space, we provide the equipment, and we also provide the reagents and chemicals that you may need for your research work. I welcome you all. Thank you.
Study infectious diseases. Analyze genomic variations in tumors. Project outbreaks through surveillance monitoring. Combat drug resistance. Discover mutations for disease monitoring. Identify analyze RNA disease drivers. Simple. With breakthrough simplicity, our fastest runtimes yet, everything in one footprint with onboard Dragon analysis and significant sustainability advancements. This is the highest standard in benchtop sequencing, empowering every lab everywhere on a quest for discoveries that can't wait. This is the MiSeq i100 series. This is sequencing made simple.
Welcome to Incaba Biotech East Africa Limited. The company was started in the year 2010 on the 23rd of June. Over the years, we've grown into a fully fledged your one-stop molecular biology shop. And currently, we're also running one of the best labs in the region. Join me as I take you through the tour of our laboratory. Welcome. Here we have our engineering department, whereby we service our equipments here, equipments which that we can carry from the client site to our offices. Basically, these are small equipments. For the large equipments, we prefer servicing them at the client's place. Here we also do calibration services. For all of you, those who have pipettes that need calibration, we now proceed to our extraction room. This is where we do all our extractions. Once we've received samples, this is where it all starts. Our scientists and qualified personnel look at your samples, record them the way they are supposed to, and take all the details and also report on what they've received. From there on, they will proceed. This is our PCR room. As you can see, we have scientists who are also very busy doing their work here. We have timelines whereby we try as much as we can to give our clients results in the shortest time possible. As you can see, our lab is fully equipped and work is progressing, as you can see. So we are looking forward to having our clients approve our services and also happy at the same time as we continue to provide solutions, molecular solutions, and also solving research problems in the region. Here we have our post-PCR room. This is where we do our sequencing services. Clients, after they've sent their samples, gone through the extraction, gone through the PCR, this is now where we do our sequencing. As you can see, our machine is fully running throughout because we have a lot of samples and we have a lot of samples coming in each and every moment. Here we have our data analysis room. As you can see, one of our researchers is also seated analyzing data, which has already been gotten from the machine. Hereby, we have our gel documentation room. This is where we do all our gels. As you can see, we have one of our researchers already trying to load the gels and also run them in the machine called the e-box. This is from a company called Wilbur. They have very quality gel documentation systems.
The core service we provide is distributorship and sales services. We sell our products across the extended Eastern Africa region. All the countries in the East African region, ranging from the DRC, we have Rwanda, we have Uganda, where we have a branch office, we have Tanzania, we have Burundi, Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia. Our sales are basically for the molecular biology field and the general lab. In the molecular biology field, we provide products and solutions for all the processes, the entire workflow from sample collection, DNA, RNA extraction, PCR, amplification, both reagents and instruments, and sequencing and bioinformatics. In the general lab, we offer equipment. We supply equipment, including but not limited to freezers, to fridges, to biosafety cabinets, and many more. So you can always come to us for any reagent, consumable, or equipment need that you have for your lab. We also have a line of diagnostics, molecular diagnostics, both for plants, animals, and humans.
So we like to welcome all of you to come utilize our services here in 74 Riverside Drive. Our lab is open to students. Our lab is open to researchers who want to do their work here. We provide space, we provide the equipment, and we also provide the reagents and chemicals that you may need for your research work. I welcome you all. Thank you.
Study infectious diseases. Analyze genomic variations in tumors. Project outbreaks through surveillance monitoring. Combat drug resistance. Discover mutations for disease monitoring. Identify analyze RNA disease drivers. Develop simple. With breakthrough simplicity, our fastest runtimes yet, everything in one footprint with onboard Dragon analysis and significant sustainability advancements. This is the highest standard in benchtop sequencing, empowering every lab everywhere on a quest for discoveries that can't wait. This is the MySeq I100 series. This is sequencing made simple.
Welcome to Incaba Biotech East Africa Limited. The company was started in the year 2010 on the 23rd of June. Over the years, we've grown into a fully fledged your one-stop molecular biology shop. And currently, we're also running one of the best labs in the region. Join me as I take you through the tour of our laboratory. Welcome. Here we have our engineering department, whereby we service our equipments here, equipments which that we can carry from the client site to our offices. Basically, these are small equipment. For the large equipments, we prefer servicing them at the client's place. Here we also do calibration services. For all of you, those who have pipettes that need calibration, we now proceed to our extraction room. This is where we do all our extractions. Once we've received samples, this is where it all starts. Our scientists and qualified personnel will look at your samples, record them the way they are supposed to, and take all the details and also report on what they've received. From there on, they will proceed. This is our PCR room. As you can see, we have scientists who are also very busy doing their work here. We have timelines whereby we try as much as we can to give our clients results in the shortest time possible. As you can see, our lab is fully equipped and work is progressing, as you can see. So we are looking forward to having our clients approve our services and also happy at the same time as we continue to provide solutions, molecular solutions, and also solving research problems in the region. Here we have our post-PCR room. This is where we do our sequencing services. Clients, after they've sent their samples, gone through the extraction, gone through the PCR, this is now where we do our sequencing. As you can see, our machine is fully running throughout because we have a lot of samples and we have a lot of samples coming in each and every moment. Here we have our data analysis room. As you can see, one of our researchers is
All right, welcome back to the second session. I hope you had a good tea break. All right, so for this second session, we are still in the first session, but so we'll start with an introduction of the Africa BioGenome Project, which you've already heard a bit about. And I'm going to invite Professor Anne Muigai again, who's the chairperson of the Africa BioGenome Project. She serves multiple roles, not just within the Africa BioGenome Project. She's also a professor at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. She also serves as the DVC research at the National Defense University in Nakuru in Kenya. And today, I think for this talk, she will speak in her capacity as the chair of the AfricaBP. And she's already given us a brief introduction of the program. So maybe just a bit more detail so that you can know where the opportunities sit in terms of capacity development. And karibu sana, Professor Anne. So let's welcome her with a clap.
Thank you very much. So I hope that you've had a refreshing cup of tea, and thank you for that. For those of you who were here earlier, we had talked about the African BioGenome Project. But it's really to think about the African BioGenome Project with a more overhauling perspective of how can we really utilize this project for the sustainable development of our continent. This particular project was founded by a scientist called Dr. Thango Ebeneza, who's a Nigerian scientist, but currently living and working in the UK. And he is the one who conceived the idea and brought together a team of African scientists. So when the African scientists came together, we actually said that this is a dream that we should be able to realize for the continent, and that's how it birthed. So just a brief overview of my outline. So in 2019, that's when this concept of African BP was conceptualized. And between 2019 and 2021, we were networking because, you know, we are very good as Africans with networking with our friends in the US and in Europe. But on the African continent, when we started asking ourselves who's working in this space and in this country, we realized that we didn't know them. So we took those 2 years, number one, to put our concept together, and number two, to bring this group of scientists together. So our goal is to sequence 100,000 species, African species, endemic species, of plants, animals, microbes that are being utilized in various ways. And we put our vision in a paper that was published in Nature in 2022, and it received such positive reviews to the point where it had more than 300 news outlets that were featuring it. And the question you would ask yourself, why Africa? Africa has many biodiversity hotspots. It's home to many, many unique, diverse ecosystems. And many of these species, be they plants, be they animals, are our food. They help us live our culture. They they are a part and parcel of our way of life. And we have also seen that the impact that Africa has on the global impact. So through that, we are saying there are many, many discoveries that can actually be done here on the continent that will impact medicine, that will impact agriculture, and will also have great consequences on conservation. So that is why this project is actually based here in Africa. But we have focused on species that are exotic to us. Most of these species are introduced, but they are not home. Their home is not Africa. Yet we have very, very many plants and animals that can give us many advantageous traits, be they disease resistance, be they climate resistance, be they drought tolerance, be they stress resistance, whatever it is. So there's a need for these plants to be known, to be fully characterized, and to be actually utilized. Because like for instance, if I give you an example, a Kenyan example, we have very many what we call indigenous vegetables. They are coming back because we abandoned them for the exotic species of cabbage and spinach that was coming from elsewhere. But we have very many indigenous species, local species that can actually be used and are now being reintroduced. But we are racing against time because we have a tendency of waiting for others to do it for us. That scientist who's based in a university in Europe or in the US to raise the money, to put us together, and then to do it. You know, that will take a long time. So we cannot wait for others to do it for us. We have to do it ourselves. This is the time. This is actually, and we have the capacity, we have the hands, we have the knowledge, and the problems are ours. Aren't we the ones who are having challenges of disease, of not having enough food, of having some insects eating our plants because the plant is not adapted to a particular area. So when we do that, we will have more benefits for ourselves because we can actually utilize it on our own. So the African BioGenome Project is a large-scale initiative. It's aimed at sequencing, doing reference genomes for projects. And what is important for us is that our reference genomes are not just sequenced and archived. We want to have direct impact, be it on breeding, be it on crop improvement, be it on conservation, so that we just don't sequence for the sake of sequence. It is also a continental effort. So we're saying you, wherever you are, what are you working on? How is it going to benefit us? Is it going to give us a new medicine? Is it going to give us a better crop? Is it going to increase our food basket? Great. Let us do a reference genome for you as you continue to do your science. And that's how we're saying it's a continental effort. We are not actually dishing out resources. We are teaming up with you to ensure that whatever you have and whatever I have, we can actually bring it to our table. What is also very, very key is that this project is led by African institutions. Very, very many African institutions have invested in equipment, in training, in resource people, but they tend to be underutilized. But we're saying with this project, we will be able to bring this to a fruition. So our role is to coordinate all non-human genome sequencing. So we're not duplicating. We want to stay away from projects that are very well established, projects that are being done by organizations like NEPAD, by Africa CDC. Those are already doing something very, very good. So we are not going to duplicate, but we are going to complement. Here we're going to talk about what else are you not doing and how can we bring what we are doing to your table so that we can have a better One Health approach. We also want to initiate new projects on sequencing, and we want to deploy, you know, most of the data, sequencing data, has been stored outside the continent, which is challenging for us because then access is limited. So what we're saying, why is that? Actually, we had never asked our question, why? Why can't we have African-based databases? And these are initiatives that we're willing to support. We may not be the ones to build the infrastructure, but we will be able to bring in our resource people and our contribution towards that effort. What is the importance of genomic research in Africa? Well, we're racing against time. Climate is changing, our species are being affected, and perhaps we're losing some of them. We're having our habitats changing, which means that our animals in the parks, wherever they're now facing a new enemy, in the name of climate. We also have illegal trade of animals and plants that is eroding our ecosystems. We are having problems of pollution because, you see, development also comes with a negative aspect of pollution. And then we have challenges of overgrazing because of the competition for the limited resources between the animals and their free spaces and our pastoralists and their need for grazing lands. So what can genomics do? Genomics can provide data-driven solutions. Before you make a policy of moving animals from one place to another, can we have the relevant genomic data? Before you decide that this species is endangered and this is where we need to invest, can we provide some data to support that argument? So we are saying, let us save our resources by ensuring that we have data-driven solutions. And then we also need to understand what is climate change. We talk about climate change, but we have to define it in a quantitative manner. Is it that the grass is no longer growing, so our livestock have no food? Is it that our water has decreased? So we need to be able to define climate change statistically. And then we need to develop solutions using this data that we have provided so that we know that it's actually the right thing. And then we need to strengthen the collaborations within the African continent. Like I mentioned before, the collaboration between Africa and Europe, Africa and the US, Africa and Asia, I don't think we have a problem with that. But within the continent, if I ask you, Dr. Bernard Kanoi, who's working on malaria resistance in Nigeria, it's going to take you a day or two to give me a name. So we're saying, where are these African scientists? They're there. They're there. We need to know who they are, and we need to bring them on board in our projects so that we can be able to partner and strengthen. So whatever resources that we have, they can be able to take us even further than they are currently. Our goal is to sequence, by the way, let me just show you that this slide here, this is a capacity building that was done in a lab through Africa BioGenome Project in South Africa. We had about 30 scientists pipetting. You know, sometimes you take it for granted that people are able to aliquot the right amount of reagents, but your experiment can fail just because you don't know how to, you know, or you have never really had. So this was an experiment that we did there. And this here is an experiment that, a practical, like one of the ones that will happen from Wednesday to Friday in Yaoundé in Africa, right? So again, we have different spaces. So our goal is to sequence 95% of the African genomes on the African institutions. But as soon as we said this, we were asked, who's going to analyze this data for you? And therefore, we realized that we, hand in hand with the sequencing effort, we need to be able to prepare to analyze about 203 gigabases of data. That requires bioinformaticians. How many young people are in the area of bioinformatics? You need to stay there, you need to learn even as much as you can, because the future is here. There is a lot more work for you on the continent than we can actually, it'll take you a whole lifetime to run out of things to do. So we aim to not only sequence on the continent, we aim to analyze on the continent, and we also aimed for this data to be stored on the continent. That way, you don't need to leave here to go work in a country abroad because you don't have work or you don't have a job. The jobs are actually what we will be able to create as we continue. So to address the challenge of training and need of capacity, the African BioGenome Project established the AfricaBP Open Institute for Genomics and Bioinformatics. And this is an institute just for training. Our main aim is through these regional workshops to provide the young early career scientists, the established scientists also, with the skills that they need and new knowledge. And this training doesn't need to end after 5 days. We're going to be together for 5 days. After these 5 days, we offer fellowships, which are competitive, and you can apply for this fellowship. The eligibility is that your institution has to be a partner with Africa BioGenome Project. So apply for this fellowship. You could find yourself in the US, you could find yourself in South Africa or in Nigeria, somewhere actually doing bioinformatics and genomics. And this training now is the one that will give you an edge. When you are applying for your master's, when you're applying for your PhD, you will be able to show that you have hands-on experience. So join our network, and we are really committed to doing it for free. For free. All you need to do is to show us you have a letter from your institution and you have an affiliation, because we don't want to train you and you disappear into the Indian Ocean. We want to make sure that you actually come back and serve the African continent, the African institutions who have invested so much. So this is what we are aiming to do, to give you skills in genomics, in bioinformatics, in computer science. What is, you don't have to go into bioinformatics if your passion is wet lab. There's some people who run when they hear they're going to be in a lab isolating DNA. There are others who love that sort of a thing. So where is your skill and where is your passion? That's where we want you to remain. We are also looking for taxonomists, because when we went into the field, some people were telling us that this is not what you're looking for. This tree is actually something different. And we came to realize that their science is like taxonomy, like botany, which somehow in Africa people have tended to shy away from. But we need them. We made an estimation that the continent needs about 500 taxonomists just to support this project. So when we're going to the field, we need somebody to go with and say, this plant, you've called it the Meru oak, it is actually Meru oak, not something else. So there are many, many other areas that need the support, or there are many sciences that actually support genomics and bioinformatics, and there's room for you. Whether your area is breeding or whatever it is, we'll be able to work with you. All these pictures that we are showing are of trainings that we have done across the continent. This was done in a lab in Morocco, in Northern Africa. So we're saying, what is your challenge? Your challenge is that maybe there's food insecurity in your community. Bring your project. Let's work together. Let's get funding for it. And let's help our people to move out of the challenges that they're facing. What are the milestones we have achieved? Since 2023, we have held 6 successful workshops in 2023, 2024. The style has followed the same model. It has worked very well. So in 2023, we did that. We can see many young scientists in these regions. And then this year now has started our 3rd series of workshops. We've had a workshop in May in West Africa. This is our 2nd workshop in East and Central Africa. We will have one in South Africa in September. We'll have another one in North Africa in November. So this way we hope that scientists, if I hold a conference, a workshop in Kenya, and it's Africa-wide, only maybe the people in Nairobi will be able to access it. But when we have these regional nodes, it's easier for you to travel, say, from Uganda to Kenya by bus to be able to access this training. And that's what we are thinking, that taking the trainings to the people is a way of doing it. So here is a question, again, more pictures of our the Incaba lab in Nairobi. We had the separations lab in South Africa doing these experiments in 2023 and 2024. We have trained over 3,700 participants in 2023. 40% were females, and this is something that we're really excited about, that in this genomics bioinformatics space, we're seeing a very large crop of ladies. So we don't have to do any effort to bring in the ladies. And ladies, I mean, the science is out there. Conferences are attended by a whole range, all the way from professors to undergrad students, and we have representation from about 50 countries. And then we published, every year we publish our findings. So what happens after the series of workshops in November, we come together and say, what are our lessons? Because we want other people to use these lessons to be able to expand training and capacity building. So we've published in 2022, 2023. Our paper for last year has just been accepted by Nature. So it will be coming out in the next few weeks so that we can be able to share these lessons with everybody. This is what I was telling you about. This was our first fellowship. Actually, our 2nd fellowship. This partnership was with Carl Woese Institute for Genomic for Biology in University of Illinois in the US. We selected 4 young scientists. These 4 scientists were from the 4. It's highly, highly competitive. But I tell you, you will not be able to get a plot if you don't apply. So upgrade your skills and be able to apply. So we selected 4 scientists. They are pictured here with the editor of Nature. I wish in my early career, I mean, it took me, I think, 2 decades to publish in Nature. I wish in my early career I had an opportunity to meet an editor of one of the top ranking journals. It actually changes your perspective. And that's what African BioGenome is trying to do, to show you that this is not an ivory tower. You know, we're all in the same space, and if I can do it, you can also do it. So I'll leave you with some food for thought. Dr. Thango Ebenezer is the concept note. He's the one who wrote the first concept note for African BioGenome Project. And he says, an African-led project is not one where the PI has a primary African affiliation, but rather where 100% of the research is performed on African soil. So many of us, I included, have been on projects where we say it's an African project, but I'm in the middle of 20 guys somewhere there. You have to do a Google search to find me there. Maybe that is not what we can define an African-led project. An African-led project is a project where the principal investigator is an African. The science is actually being done on the continent. We have collaborators from all over the world, but you're not lost among many people, and you're not taken advantage. So this is what we want to say. We're not saying it's not wrong to have a non-African scientist as a lead author. I'm just saying that we as Africans have given up our position. We've relegated science, African science, to others to do it for us, and we're saying it's time for us to change. So we want to train Africans here, we want to build infrastructure, and that is the reason why MKU was our choice of institution, because MKU checks 5 boxes. It's training early career scientists. It is offering them positions in labs where they can do. It is investing in young early career. There are some universities in this world where you'll find very, very old professors, but in MKU we've seen the professors are dynamic, they're young. But more importantly, they're also investing in the instruments. They're putting their dollar behind the purchase. And so we want to make sure that these instruments that are placed in an African institution are busy. They have work to do. We don't want white elephants, and that's why we are hosting our workshop here to showcase Mount Kenya University and see that we can actually do it, and we can actually do it the way Mount Kenya University is doing, and we thank the leadership for actually embracing this concept and for investing in this. So thank you very much. I think I'd like to end my presentation there and say that I wish you well during this conference. Please do join us, follow us on Twitter, on YouTube, join our Google Meet, and that way you will be able to see what opportunities have come up for you. And join us. Some of us have been on this journey for 3 decades. It's time for us to move out and let you take the space. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much for that great presentation. So are there any questions for Professor Ann?
Thank you very much, Prof. That was a very wonderful presentation. My name is Ami, and you did talk about something that really caught my attention. I am in the field of genomics research, and one of the applications of genomics understanding biodiversity.
Your name?
Ami, A-M-E-E.
Yes. Okay.
So my question is, when you're talking about biodiversity and conservation, it's a field that really requires a lot of many stakeholders, policymakers and stuff. And one of the bigger challenges we see that most people don't understand what genomics is. So you're talking to politicians, you're talking to policymakers, but they don't know what genomics is. And so it's a big challenge explaining all of this stuff to them. How do you handle them from your position?
So yeah, that's a great question, because one of the challenges we have as scientists is talking very technical. And I always tell my students, you have to be able to explain your science the way you explain it to your grandmother. If you go to your grandmother and you tell her that I'm sequencing genomes, 100,000 genomes for the conservation of, you've already lost her. What are genomes? What are you talking about? Or I'm, annotating, we have some workflows, the MySeq is the new latest. So if you talk like that to science policy decision maker, the CS for Treasury instance, you're lobbying there for more funding for research, they will lose it. So you just say we're doing the science that will give us data-driven solutions to provide the information that we need to make sure that we don't lose our species, or that to make sure that we have better crops for tomorrow. And Dr. Florence Wambugu is an expert in science communication. So science communication is one of the things we need to be able to talk. In fact, the smartest scientist in the room is the one who's able to, in 3 minutes, deliver a short speech on what they're doing without mentioning some technical words. If you can do that, then you're in the right place. And then you have to tailor-make your science. So what we're doing in AfricaBP is applicable for policymakers. So what is my 3-minute elevator pitch for them? Just as it is for the Minister of Agriculture, who's probably making some investments in that area. Just as it is for the universities, the ones who are doing training, I need them to change the curriculum, but they need to change the curriculum in a way that they can understand what it is. So we need to be able to change our conversation depending on what, and maybe the reason why biodiversity is not heavily invested in is because we lost the scientists somewhere along the way. Yes.
Any other question? Okay.
To Professor Ann, that's a very wonderful presentation. I'm Maurice Kilonzo Nduva. I'm from Pwani University, Master's in Biotechnology.
And thank you for traveling from Pwani. It's quite far.
It's my pleasure. So I'm in the field of biotechnology, as I said, and I'm dealing with bacteria that can degrade pesticide. It being a new field in bioremediation, how are we well positioned in Africa to be able to come up with this data analysis for the newly field? Because I've seen that the margin of the finance that's given to this specific area is quite small compared to other areas, it being an upcoming. And you know, for the factor of that, we need to bring in new eco-friendly methods that will be able to degrade these pesticides. So I was asking, how well are we positioned? Because I myself coming from the academia, because I needed to connect with the next step, down with extraction, and now I'm hoping to know how I can continuously progress and not be able to come from Africa and travel to go and work in other countries outside, because I know this is where we should be doing things, and this is where it all began. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Quite a loaded question. We're very well positioned. MKU has invested. They have the MySeq. They have the next sequencers. They have training, capacity building, workshops. In fact, there's one happening in September. So there are many. So how well we are positioned? We are very well positioned. What you probably could consider is science innovation cannot take place unless you give your science a voice. You have to ask yourself, where do I need to present my data? Where do I need to go? And one of the ways you've done that actually is by traveling 550 kilometers to come and attend this workshop. So by talking about it, you'll be able to get there. So not only publish for the science, but get on radio, get on in the newspaper, write proposals, because you need money and maybe you need a mentor. There are many mentors. I can come and I'll take you to one to be able to walk the journey with you, but we can do the science here. You should see the sort of papers that are coming out of the Gitaka lab, that you'll be able to know we can do the science not only in Mount Kenya University, but on the African continent. Yes?
Yeah, thank you, Prof, for the very
endorsement.
Inspiring.
And maybe you're the mentor for this young man.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Just a quick one. You want to sequence 100,000 genomes. What is the priority list? Are you doing humans first, animal, plants, microbes? How did you choose that priority list?
Yeah, good question, a tough one. We're not doing any human, because there are great groups on the African continent that are doing human genome sequencing. But we're doing anything else they're not doing. So we're doing plants, we're doing animals, we're doing eukaryotic single cells. So how did we come up with a priority list? We came up, we sent out a Google form to all the four corners of Africa and told people to nominate their species and to tell us why. So we got to know, and there were pitches. People were saying this species is endangered. There are only 5 rhinos in this place. We need to do that. So from those, looking at species that were nominated by these species champions across the continent, we were able to come up with a priority list. But even as we came up with a priority list, there were sequencing projects that were happening on the continent. And so, for instance, the group in South Africa were already beginning to look at their indigenous livestock species that were already facing threats, and they needed to develop reference genomes. So even though we have a priority list, sometimes this can be upscaled by priorities that are current on the ground. So it's a living document. It's not that we stick to it. When species of interest comes, maybe, and we will get to hear some of tomorrow we will have a session on the AfricaBP species. You'll be able to see how we have been able to select those species and why we have done that. Yeah, thank you. I can see Cecilia. One more? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, Prof. My name is Beatrice Nyaga, and my question is, you mentioned that you want to bring more institutions on board. So how do you go about that? Like if you wanted now to bring your institution for these opportunities in scholarships, funding, and such areas? Thank you.
Yes, what institution, out of curiosity, are you coming from?
Chuka University.
Okay, okay. No, we haven't had any engagement with Chuka, and we're welcome to that. So it just starts by writing an email to Dr. Josiah, who's one of the secretariat here. Dr. Josiah has come in at the right time. He's our program manager. We do an email, we get the deputy vice chancellors and the DVCs to research, to talk, and the institution comes in as an institutional partner. So we just do an MOU. And the MOU is generally just to provide us a formal framework of engagement. It's not an entire must, but it would be good to have it so that we can engage formally. And thank you for bringing, please leave your contact so that we can get in touch. And we're looking for African institutions to partner for us. Wherever you are on the African continent, you can join individually, but we are also looking for institutions to join us. We're also looking for projects. We have projects that are members and partners of Africa BioGenome Project. There's one more there. A last one, a small one, a short one. Yes, okay.
Hello, my name is Asen Abduraouf. I'm a PhD student in Pan-African University, PAUSTI.
PAUSTI in Jomo Kenyatta?
Yes.
And where are you from? Which
I'm
country?
from Algeria.
Algeria?
Yes, Algeria.
Excellent.
My question is, if it is possible to open a project for to work with Pan-African students.
Yes, it is open. We have projects that are members of African BioGenome Project. We have people like yourself who are members, but you also bring in your Algerian institutions and the networks there.
Okay, and I'm talking exactly about PAUSTI. If it is possible for molecular biologist student in PAUSTI to work with you in some project that you are open.
Yes, we're very open. We're very open for collaborations at student level, undergrad level, and even PhD.
And what is the procedure to access this opportunity for the next cohort in PAUSTI?
Yeah, an email to me, or just hit me up on LinkedIn or X, or look for African BioGenome Project on LinkedIn. Okay. Drop a message. We have a website, www.africanbiogenomeproject.org.
Okay.
There's a contact form there. Those contact forms come directly to my email, so I'm able to.
That's good. If it is possible to make you in touch with our coordinator.
Yes.
It's better.
Yes, I'm a faculty member at PAU, so
that's great.
I'll call him.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much, Professor Anne. I can see great interest in collaborating and partnering with the Africa BioGenome Project. So I can see as Africa, we're ready to go far. And the next generation of professors is ready to take this to the next level.
Cecilia.
Yes.
I'm told there are some questions online.
Oh, there's some questions online.
Maybe you can just pick one.
Yes, please, just one.
Yes.
So somebody to read the question that's online.
Pick one.
Okay, there's one here. Across Africa, citizens and intellectuals are frequently undermined by self-interested political leaders, with genuine positive leadership being the exception rather than the norm. What strategies can be employed to address this persistent issue? Okay, by you becoming, I'm not a politician and I'm out of water when I talk politics. But if you stand for good ethical research, good ethical science, and you're able to communicate your story, we shall get there. I believe that not all politicians are negative. We need to look for the ones who understand our science and partner with them. And Dr. Florence Wambugu is one who's done that excellently, and I'd be interested in hearing more about how she was able to get the advocacy of science. And I see Ms. Fatma there. She's also a very great science advocator. So we will get to learn from each other and from the other experts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we will have a panel discussion at the end of the day, and any questions that are hanging at the end of the day will be able to be addressed. So now we'll change the program slightly, and I'd like to welcome Professor Rasmus Heller, all the way from Copenhagen, and a great partner of the Africa BioGenome Project. Professor Heller works with African wildlife genetics and has worked on this project, for over 2 decades now, and I'm looking forward to a great presentation from you. So thank you so much, and karibu. I'm using Swahili with everyone.
Okay. Yeah, this one. Okay. Yes. Hello. Hello, everyone, and I'm really appreciative that I can be here today. Thanks a lot to the organizers, the Professor Anne, Dr. Kuja, some of whom I know very well from previous work, collaborations. And thanks to all of you for showing up, and of course the online participants also for tuning in. Yeah, it's an amazing opportunity to be here for the 2nd year running. And first time I was here last year, everything was very unfamiliar to me. But now I'm happy to see that I recognize at least some faces, and it feels a little bit like coming to a place where I'm welcome. So thanks for that. I'm going to talk about something. I'm actually happy that my slot is immediately after Professor Anne, because I'm going to talk to about something that is complementary to what she just said. I'm going to talk about how we should also address the level of biodiversity that exists within species, and not just the biodiversity at the species level. So we have now several big projects. Some are more established and some are upcoming. We have the Earth BioGenome Project. We have also the Africa BioGenome Project, as we heard about, that have similar goals. They have the goal to sequence one individual from every species on Earth. And that is a very relevant and very timely goal. So what I'm going to say is not to compete with that goal. It's just to complement it. But what I'm going to say is unfortunately making the task ahead of us much bigger than it already was, because as Professor Anne has told us, sequencing just one individual from every species, African species, is 100,000 genomes. But what if it's not enough to sequence just one genome from each species? Then the task becomes, of course, even greater. But I hope I will convince you that this is still important and worthwhile, and why. So, as you know, biodiversity is now considered to be hierarchical, and at least 3 different levels that are recognized by the UN. So we have biodiversity. Can I point with this? No. We have biodiversity at the genetic level, we have biodiversity at the species level, and we have biodiversity at the ecosystem level. And actually we need to think about all these 3 levels when we talk about biodiversity and conserving biodiversity. And actually we are obliged or mandated by the UN conventions on biodiversity to safeguard all of these levels of biodiversity, not just the species and the ecosystem level. So as you probably know, many of you, if you have a biological background, evolution is a gradual process. It's a process that is slow and takes a long time. So if we look at species, the different species we have in our in nature, they are the result of some slow and gradual processes that occur over time, and there's a long period of time between separation of populations and until 2 species are eventually formed. So it means there's a lot of diversity that exists even before the species formation has been completed. And that diversity that diversity is sort of we can say the raw material that evolution works on to create biodiversity. And this is why it's important. Because if we want to make sense of biodiversity in the first place, at the species level, for example, we need to understand how it has evolved, how it has come to be as the result of what we can call microevolutionary processes. So the evolution that happens at the, we can say, relatively short time, shorter than millions of years, certainly, when we talk about animals. So I had a similar slide when I gave a talk at this conference last year. I changed it a little bit this time. The point I want to make with this slide is that Africa is very rich in biodiversity. If you didn't already know, this is, now you know. I am a person that is interested in, happens to be interested in mammals, but it actually doesn't matter what we look at, what class of organisms we look at. Africa is a very biodiverse country. But let me just talk about and focus on mammals for the sake of argument. Here I'm comparing two continents that are more or less similar in size and both have a equatorial geographic position, so South America and Africa. Actually, they used to sit together as one big continent, as you can see in the illustration on the right. But if we compare the diversity of mammals, the species diversity, or number of species richness actually, between these two continents, we can see here in the gray Africa and South America next to each other, distributed on different size classes. The point here is that Africa has more species in all size classes than South America, especially in the big size classes. We have a lot of species in Africa, relatively few in South America. So Africa is very rich in mammalian biodiversity at the species level. But on top of that, or linked to that actually, Africa also has a very high diversity below the species level, at the intra or within species level. These are some examples from antelopes, Hartebeest on the left, giraffes and zebras. And the point here is that we have in Africa a very, very high amount of variation in form and function existing within the species. And furthermore, as I also pointed out last year, I want to point that out again, complementary to what Professor Ann has been saying, Africa is, because of this high diversity, is one of the, maybe the last remaining real opportunity to study this biodiversity in order to understand it, to understand how it comes about, and to understand how it works, so to speak. So the stakes are higher in Africa, we can say, than pretty much anywhere in the world. And of course, all of this diversity in form and function that exists within the species comes from genetic diversity. So genetic diversity, that's why we're all here. This conference in the Africa BioGenome Project is essentially about genetic diversity and measuring, cataloging genetic diversity that exists in nature. So the point I'm trying to drive home here repeatedly is that we need, at least for some species, we need more than one individual for each species to fully understand the biodiversity that we are all aiming to protect and safeguard here. Okay? That is exactly what we are doing, what we have been doing for almost 2 decades. As Cecilia mentioned, we have been working on within species genetic diversity of African mammals. These are examples of species that we have looked at or studied. So this is essentially what we have done for a long time. We have established a big group in Copenhagen that has specialized in this and also specialized in the challenges that are presented by this type of research. So bioinformatic challenges, computational challenges, analytical challenges, these types of things are things that we've spent a very long time trying to optimize. So we have something to offer in that regard. I want to give you an example of some of the research that we do to maybe make it more concrete. And the example I chose is from the species I already alluded to. So this is the Hartebeest. I don't know if you know what a Hartebeest is. Here you can see what it looks like. And you can also see that there's many different varieties of Hartebeest in Africa. You can see on the map here that it has what we would actually call nowadays a very large range in sub-Saharan Africa. Actually, this range is already much smaller than it used to be historically. So Hartebeest used to be maybe the most widely distributed large mammal in all of Africa. Actually, it ranged even into Arabia, the Arabian Peninsula, and it was in northern Africa even until historical times. As you can see, the subspecies called Bucellaphus that went extinct recently. So Hartebeest, widely distributed throughout Africa, very, very varied, a lot of variation within the species. That's why I want to use this as an example. So, and furthermore, I should say that some of these subspecies, as we call them in the taxonomy of Hartebeest, they are now doing very poorly. They are classified as either endangered or critically endangered by the IUCN. So even though it used to be a very widespread and very successful antelope, there are problems. Okay, what did we do? So we sequenced 96 whole genomes representing all of the 7 extant subspecies. For those who are interested in technology, we can talk much more about that during the conference, but I just wanted to put it up there. What we did was MGI-Tech sequencing. It's very similar to Illumina sequencing for those of you who are maybe more familiar with that. So it's short read sequencing, 150 base pairs of paired end sequencing, 15x coverage for each individual. So quite a lot of genomic data. Now I'm being shut off in 30 seconds. Okay. I don't know if this... Okay, while this is running, I can just briefly describe what the next slide is showing. It's showing, for at least the online people should be able to see it. When we analyze the genetic data, the first thing we do is always we want to understand population structure. How is the genetic variation distributed on different parts of the geography? And what we can see when we do that, we do a PCA, principal component analysis. We can see that there are 3 big chunks or groups of individuals when we do this analysis. And I think I have, yes, I have this more explanatory slide that shows how they relate to the geography. So we can see in one group we have the western subspecies called major. In another group we have, sorry, yes, that was that one. And in another one we have all of the eastern groups or all of the eastern populations, including the Kenyan ones. And finally in the last group we have the 2 southern subspecies, Kama and Liechtensteini. So we can also see that there's quite pronounced population structure or genetic structure here from this plot. When we look further into examine the evolutionary relationship between the different populations, we can make an evolutionary tree here. So that tells us how the different populations have split from each other, how these, or we can say this tree actually represents the evolutionary lineages that are present within the Hartebeest species. That's another way of thinking about it. And if we see these, if we look at this tree, we can see that there are some important splits. And the most basal split is the one between the southern Botswanan and Tanzanian populations and everything else. And if we do another analysis that I show on the bottom, which is a demographic analysis, we can pinpoint, we can actually try to date the time at which these different splits have occurred. And what I've tried to illustrate with these arrows here is that the basal division within Hartebeest is actually, if you look at the x-axis of the lower plot, that's the scale is years of time in the past. So the basic divergence in Hartebeest is as old as 1 million years. And then we have two other successive splits within the northern Hartebeest, we can say, that are respectively around 500,000 years old and 200,000 years old. So the point here is that within this species, within the Hartebeest species, we have some very old divergent lineages, right? So if we only were to, let's say we just sampled one Hartebeest somewhere in Kenya, that would mean that we would completely lose all the information about the whole other part of the tree, which is actually a divergence that is more than 1 million years old. So it's serious units of biodiversity, you can say, that we are overlooking if we are not sequencing the whole range of diversity. We can also look at genetic diversity within populations, because that's something that can tell us about which populations are in trouble, which population should we maybe focus on if we want to do conservation. And here we can see that this plot shows different geographical populations on the x-axis and their genetic diversity on the y-axis. And what we can see is that the most genetically diverse populations are actually the ones you can see in the middle from Ethiopia and Uganda, which belong to the most highly endangered populations. So there's a bit of a conundrum there, that actually we find the highest genetic diversity in the populations that are considered most endangered today. On the other hand, we have the lowest genetic diversity in Southern Africa. Those are the populations to the right on this plot, and the very lowest we find in Hartebeest in Zambia. So we can start thinking about what that means. We can start thinking about that maybe some of these populations need more urgent conservation efforts than others. Yes. Another thing that we can do with these type of analysis is we can look at gene flow between populations, historical gene flow. And what we find is that actually something interesting, that we find signatures of gene flow between populations in Ethiopia. Those are the populations that start with the letters ET in this plot over here. So we find actually quite pronounced migration between all of the Ethiopian populations. And this is interesting because if you remember, the Ethiopian populations are some of the most endangered populations, subspecies now. So given that we find that historically they actually had gene flow with each other, it means that maybe we can start thinking about, okay, would it actually be okay to translocate individuals from one population to another if we want to boost the population size of some of these very low population subspecies. All right. On a more general level, these are previous results are a little bit more practical, but on a more general level, Hartebeest also teach us something more general about African biogeography. Because this major partition into a Western cluster, an Eastern cluster, and a Southern cluster is something that we find in many other similarly distributed African mammals, as you can see on the right. There's a tendency for many African mammals to show this structure. This means if many different species show the same genetic structure, it means that they were probably experiencing the same external factors, environmental factors that shaped their distribution over time. And in fact, we think we understand what is going on. If you think about the African equatorial forest, it's marked here by a green area on the map to the right. This is more or less its current distribution. But if you look back in time throughout the Pleistocene, there has been times at which this forest has expanded all the way across the continent. You actually have even remnants of it in Kenya, Kakamega forest. Also some of the coastal forests along the Kenyan coast are actually remnants of this very previously completely interconnected forest all across Africa. So during these times, you can easily see that savanna adapted mammals would then be actually caught on either side of this forest because they cannot penetrate the forest. So some of the hartebeest would be north of the forest barrier, some would be south. And this happened a long time ago and instigated a very deep evolutionary split. That's the one we see in the data, the split that is almost 1 million year old. At other times, when this forest expanded even more during very humid times, the forest also expanded northwards, hence cutting off the Western African populations from the Eastern African populations. So to a large, to a first degree approximation, it is very much the distribution of equatorial forest that has governed this, let's say, universal pattern of genetic structure that we find in many African mammals. This is something we could not know if we had not studied the genetics of many individuals, because otherwise we wouldn't know how the genetic structure would be distributed. So we learned something about the African continent, the history about the African continent also as a bonus from doing this. Yes, so these are just concluding on what I have said. So if we ignored the within species diversity in the hartebeest, for example, we would overlook some very, very important and long-standing diversity, genetic variation that we cannot afford to lose, in my opinion. So of course we need to catalog all of this diversity on the within species level, not just for the hartebeest, but for pretty much everything we can think of. Otherwise we cannot safeguard it all, right? And as a bonus, as I said, we can also learn something completely different about either climate change, maybe archaic human influences, these type of things that we learn as a bonus when we understand the history of things. Yes. So we are doing this and have been doing this together with African researchers always. We're trying to do this more and more. That's one of the reasons why I'm here. So we are trying to build collaborations. We are building collaborations everywhere in Africa because we, of course, want to do this together with Africans. And actually, we want to also promote the goal that is Africa BioGenome Project's goal to put more and more of this research in the hand of Africans, because this makes sense for all sorts of reasons that we have already talked about. So, and of course, we need people on the ground to understand what are the conservation problems, what are the focus population species that are of interest to African countries and African researchers to prioritize this research and do it meaningfully. Because as you all know, resources are finite. We have to do it smartly. We have to investigate and put our money where the need is, right? Also translating this research into action, as the previous keynote speaker was saying, it's very important to actually do that, and oftentimes we forget that as researchers because we're so caught up in publishing in scientific papers, but we really need this knowledge to get out there and work, right? Training the next generation of African scientists, this is what this workshop is all about. We are contributing to workshops. We did that last year, we're doing this again this year. And also another thing that I think actually we maybe also will discuss during this conference is to try to figure out how to make the right infrastructure for doing this, not only what I'm talking about, but everything that is being talked about in this conference. How do we build the sequencing infrastructure, the bioinformatics infrastructure, the computational infrastructure? How do we do it best? That's something that we're very happy to engage in discussions about. This is just my final slide. I just want to emphasize, especially here, these are some people who have worked on this project. Dr. Kucha, where are you? He's somewhere. Anyways, he contributed to this work. He was working as a postdoc in my group previously. So he has contributed fundamentally to the Hartebeest work already and several other projects that we have been working on recently. So with that, I thank you a lot for your attention. I don't know if we have time for questions.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
So we can check if we have some questions online as well as from the audience. Questions from the audience?
Any questions?
Online?
There's a question here.
Yes, thank you so much, Prof. My name is Alfred Kibungei. I'm a student here at MKU, but also a passionate wildlife conservationist. I'm glad that you used Jackson's the Hartebeest as. Thank you. So I'm glad you used Hartebeest as an example in your project. Currently, I'm working in a wildlife conservancy, and the Hartebeest is one of the species that we are looking into recovering and reintroducing in places where they have gone extinct.
Okay.
I wanted to ask a question about the genetic diversity, because in Laikipia, specifically, we have a species that is called Jackson's Hartebeest. I know the IUCN specialist group for antelopes is still seeking to register it as a species. I wanted to ask whether your project considered samples from Laikipia, because I didn't see Jacksoni in your list of species. So is it difficult, or is it difficult for genetic diversity to be determined from subspecies that is thought to be a cross between two other subspecies? Thank you.
Yes, that is actually a very interesting question, and I didn't have time to go into that level of detail, but it is true that there is said to be, in many places, sort of integrating populations that are hybrids between some of these major groups. We don't have samples from Laikipia in this particular study, unfortunately. But I think your question also goes to another point that I didn't have time to make, that even if we just focus, if we decide to ignore within species diversity and just focus that the species level is the relevant level that we want to talk about when we are talking about biodiversity, another problem arises. And that problem is that we don't know what species are. So we don't know exactly at what, for many things that we call species today, we actually don't know whether they are indeed one species or they are distinct species, but we just haven't found out yet. So even identifying the 100,000 species, quote unquote, that we would sequence is a challenge, because we don't know. Of course, taxonomists can help us identify what is correct species, but that is not the whole information. For example, for Hartebeest, I know some people would probably argue that these are two different species of Hartebeest. So the southern one being a distinct species, all of the southern populations from southern Tanzania and Botswana and South Africa being one species, the Liechtenstein's Hartebeest, and all the other ones being another one. So there's also not consensus about that, which is another incentive, I think, to study carefully as much of the diversity within the species as we can find. And some populations are particularly interesting, those that appear to be hybrids or integrates, if we can call it that, between some of the other groups, and it's definitely worthwhile studying them using genetic data, yes.
This question online, yeah.
Please read it out.
Okay, so they're asking, as you said, the heartbeat is critically endangered in Ethiopia. What solutions can be implemented to ensure its survival?
Yeah, that is a very good question, but I have to admit I'm not the best person to answer it, because as I understand it, the problem that the particular problem that the populations in Ethiopia is facing, well, actually that's probably true for most wildlife populations in Africa, is loss of habitat and fragmentation of habitat. So of course the solution to actually conserving these populations will not come from genetics. We cannot solve the problems by some magic wand, genetic wand. But what we can do is we can identify which populations are the one that are genetically challenged. And another thing we can do is we can figure out where we can translocate individuals between to restock populations as they go very low. So I have to admit I don't have the solution for this. This is of course where conservation, old school conservation biologists take over and try to identify the best solutions.
Okay, thank you. And another one, What are the genomic technologies that you integrated in your work? And also, which measures did you put into consideration to address the biopiracy concerns during your studies?
Those are good questions. So the first one, what are the genomic technologies? So
yeah.
we used, as I said, we used short read sequencing for the generating the population genetic data. But of course, when you do that, we also rely on the existence of a reference genome. We need a reference genome to align or to map the data to make any sense of it at all. So in that way, that's another way in which the efforts are complementary. So the main focus of the African BioGenome Project is to generate those reference genomes, and then of course people can start using them. We haven't generated a reference genome. We used a closely related species reference genome, the wildebeest, blue wildebeest genome, that someone else has created. So you can say in that way we integrated short read sequencing with a reference genome that was created by long read sequencing. Yeah. Okay. And the other question is about biopiracy, and that's of course a very very thorny subject. I can say that the way we have been running this project is that we have been using samples from museums mainly, and from biological collections housed in Europe, and Denmark, and other places. But this is an issue that needs to be taken seriously and discussed. And actually that's one of the reasons why we are also very eager to foster collaborations with African scientists to bring the science home to Africa, so to speak. We happen to have collections of all sorts of stuff, as you know, in Europe and other places. It's there. I think we should make use of it, but we should make use of it in a fair and equitable way, and we should involve African researchers as much as we can. Sure. That's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you for your great presentation.
Okay.
Great. Thank you so much for that presentation. This thing, it does not like me. It keeps dropping. All right. So thank you for that great presentation. I'm sure you can see how much opportunity there is in terms of preserving our biodiversity for your research, for your impact. It's interesting that we spoke about Ethiopia, because our next presenter is Professor Adey Feleke from Ethiopia. Professor Adey is an associate professor at the University of Addis Ababa, and she's also a registrar there. So her research has mainly focused on microbiology, ecology in wastewater, and over several years, her PhD, her postgraduate work, and her research work focuses on understanding the evolution of microbes in wastewater and how we can address the issues that arise from there. So she'll be joining us virtually, and I don't know if we already have her online. Professor Adey, if you're online, you can share your presentation. Do we have her online? Ah, great. She's requesting. Perfect. So once you're ready, take it away. Professor Adey, maybe you can unmute yourself from your end.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm putting my PowerPoint slides up. Just a few moments.
So we are also
taking
able
your
to project your presentation in case you're having a challenge with that. Shall we do it from this side?
moment.
Ah,
If
okay.
not happening
Perfect.
now, yes.
It is. It is. Thank
It's
you.
coming. Okay, great.
Go ahead.
Just put it on full screen, please.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, Africa BioGenome, the Professor Anne, and all the organizers for having me online to present you with the title in Uniting Life, One Health Plus, and the Genomic Pulse of Africa. So I say habari ya mchana, right? It's almost, in our case, it's lunchtime. So yeah. Today, I think you are hearing me, right?
We can hear you.
Okay. So today, as we explore the powerful idea of safeguarding biodiversity and One Health, a concept that reminds all of us from different sectors, from different disciplines, that the health of humans and animals and the environment are not separate stories. So they are just chapters in the same book. Based on this, my contents will be on One Health to One Health Plus and the reliance of One Health Plus on data, especially genome data, and then the dire need for transdisciplinarity in addressing biodiversity and One Health, and then a little bit of my final thoughts. I apologize for the background music. I'm in a cafe because of the internet connection, so I hope it won't be very distracting. So when we talk about One Health, it has been clearly stated previously by Professor Viet from ILRI. It's a collaborative, multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary approach. So it recognizes that human health is deeply connected to animal health, and both are influenced by the environment we share. Oftentimes, the implementation of One Health focus mainly on zoonotic diseases, and recently we also have the antimicrobial resistance, but traditionally or classically, we often tend to address it in a unidirectional manner. Addressing it in a unidirectional manner may not be very effective and impactful if we just look at the history of how viruses or pathogens jump from other animals to humans. Like if we see, for example, the case of West Nile virus and then Lassa virus in before 50s. And then we also have the experience of the recent COVID. We also have the recurring Ebola. It just, goes beyond human and animals. It has issues with the settlement. It has issues with urbanization. It has issues with the economy, the livelihood of the surrounding people. So we have to move from One Health, from the unidirectional approach, to a kind of multi-directional approach. So this is a slide that I like very much from the IS Global in Spain. So the plus part of the One Health incorporates protection of biodiversity and reduction of hazardous environmental elements. So One Health, when we talk about One Health, we usually talk about something like this. What we see here, the way the cattle are handled, the way the cattle behave in the water bodies, and how the water bodies are utilized by humans, by the neighboring population, the way the food that is derived from animals is handled, the way it reaches into the end consumers, and so on, and how the Namachoma I try to look at what is around in Uviru because I have a very good memories of the Uviru area where ILRI Nairobi is located, where we can find so many food products, including animal products. So the One Health framework in Africa, we still tend to look into these different aspects. But it's time we need to move beyond this aspect. We know that as Africans, and as has been emphasized by Professor Ann, and also the presentation from Professor Rasmus indicated us that we are deeply rooted, we have a deep-rooted association with nature as Africans. So everything, health, economy, food security, conservation, everything is related with the deep-rooted association that we have with nature. So the One Health Plus goes beyond zoonotic infections, as you can see here. I think part of this diagram has also been presented by Professor Huang from ILRI. So we need to have a multidisciplinary approach. We have to have an imagination of Africa where farmers, doctors, public health practitioners, ecologists, conservationists can work together. And then we need to have communities that are empowered to protect their local ecosystems, because as has been already indicated by Professor Rasmus, when we talk about biodiversity, ecosystem biodiversity is, I think it's one of the ultimate biodiversity aspect or level that encompasses all sorts of diversity across the life, the different organisms in life. So how do we address this kind of, collaborative and working togetherness? How can we achieve that? Let me take you back to Biology 101. Maybe some of you have already known this book cover, because this is what we have learned in higher education when we started, the introductory part, Biology 101, in my case, for example, in Addis Ababa University. So this is our reference book, this used to be our reference book, Biology, the Unity and Diversity of Life. I tend to, think a lot about the unity of life and then the diversity within that unity. So that's what, biology is all about. So we have to understand that although there are so many diversities within species, as already mentioned by Professor Rasmus, or across species, there is unity. How do we explore that unity? Yeah, this slide is now irrelevant because Professor Rasmus has already addressed that diversity even within species, not only across species. So thanks to molecular biology, because, as you remember, it's not only the diversity within species, but across the species, where that was, touched from different aspects, phenotypically, or based on different features, based on different characters, based on different character states. And then when in the 1970s, the molecular aspect came to the picture, it was possible to have an insight of the biodiversity, from mystery into mapping life into, nowadays we have 3 domains of life. So it's no more a metaphor, but the evidence from the molecular aspect has already revealed this unity and diversity within the different forms of life. So thanks to the pioneers, Darwin, who started by saying, I think, you remember the first, the one that is on my left side is Darwin's notes, and how the population that he studied was diverse from his point of view, from the phenotypic point of view, from the behavioral point of view. And then it came to the work of Margulies and others, and finally Carl Woese, discovered the 3 domains of life. So to be able to have a One Health plus aspect and safeguarding, our environment, then we need to address this issue from a transdisciplinary point of view. We know that we do disciplinary research more often, and then came the concept of multidisciplinary aspect that engages, 2 or more disciplines together to address a problem. And then the evolution of interdisciplinary concept came to the picture, which tries to define the problem based on the shared methods between the different disciplines. And then the transdisciplinary aspect usually focuses on co-creating a solution for a problem. For example, the question of biodiversity conservation in One Health. I like having this analogy of these disciplinary applications, having multidisciplinary approaches, like having assorted fruits. Maybe that is what you had when you had a snack this coffee time in the morning. And then the interdisciplinary is a little bit mixed fruit style, because you cannot, differentiate one from or you cannot sort out one from the other, but the combination of it gives you a very good result. The transdisciplinary approach is like a blended fruit, a mix of fruits being blended, and then you just have to take it for implementation. You just have to move forward for application using that mix of flavors, mix of disciplines, who or which have already participated from the design of the project, not only in having their results from here and there, but also while designing, for example, the genome studies or the genome sequencing, the economic part or the conservation part or the public health part is also included in the objective. And then the sequencing generated, then whatever results that we have can be implemented into the several aspects. So the concept of co-creating the approach is very, very crucial in multidisciplinary research. This is one of the basic cycles in multidisciplinary research. So you develop, you conceptualize, you implement, and then you translate, and then based on that, you develop again. So it's like a cycle. Maybe, for example, Africa BioGenome has the aim or the goal of sequencing 100,000 genomes. And then whenever, 100 genome is sequenced, then it should be translated. That leads to the next generation of sequencing, the next batch of sequencing. So this is just one of the contributions of molecular studies, or the study, the genome studies in a timeline manner. So, back in the 1980s was the global Then this is some kind of the recent contributions of molecular approaches in the clinical setting, and then including animal studies, and then the agriculture, a little bit of wildlife perhaps, and then a little bit of ecological studies. So these pandemics, some of them were pandemics, some of them were recurring pandemics, some of them remained to become epidemic in some parts of the world. But the study from the different angles, especially those that are recurring, being studied from the different aspects, being studied in a transdisciplinary way, is the only way to give us into or to lead us into conserved ecosystem. So this is just one example of, you know, it's not possible to study one thing only from one aspect. Perhaps when Africa BioGenome studies proceed in the sequencing, maybe when one of the mammals will be sequenced or has already been sequenced, and then you might find, you know, when annotating those genomes, you might find a lot of viral elements in the mammalian genome. This is one of the papers that was out a very long time ago, maybe 10 years ago, about how much incorporation of the virus population is in the human genome and also other mammalian genomes. So, you know, we cannot, like, we address eukaryotic organisms, but we also see those genomes that are not part and parcel of the mammalian genome. And then we see how, you know, interrelated it is, how, you know, interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary it is to interpret and then to be able to come up with some future direction from those viral elements, for example. So usually when ecosystem is disrupted, that's where we get pandemics. So ecosystem disruption usually leads us to having the parasite or the pathogen in a wrong host. Take, for example, the Lassa virus. It was, you know, a virus that is more available in the rodents, and the rodents were okay. But then urbanization came to the picture. Then the rodents were closer to the human settlement. Then came the virus and the outbreak. So, you know, ecosystem balancing is really, really important. So having a transdisciplinary approach for the genome sequencing that we are having in Africa BioGenome Project is also important, because it will be implemented in the different aspects, you know, outside conservation. So my conclusion here is, like, when we have to have an impactful Africa biogenome project and to have a well-conserved genetic and population endemic populations, the way forward is to integrate the genome science, the innovation, to have also equity and inclusion of the indigenous knowledge that we have, to have planetary health principles integrated into the genome science, and then, of course, inevitably, digital tools and data systems be integrated. Then that leads us to a resilient society in Africa. So this is also a slide that we had, that I had the year before when I was talking in this conference. I really like to mention the Sankofa, you know, the term Sankofa, because we have to embrace our deep-rooted connection with nature as Africans, and then move forward to build a healthier and more resilient world. That means, for example, the health of a child in Addis, and then a lion from Nairobi National Park, or a bongo antelope from Mount Kenya, which I don't have the chance to look at, and then the soil beneath our feet in wherever we are all part of the same story. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ade, for that great presentation. I don't know if we have any questions from the audience or online. We'll take a few questions. Any questions from the audience here in person? Online? All right. One Health Plus and the Genomic Pulse of Africa by Professor Ade. So that was, someone had asked what is the title of the presentation, and the title was, someone actually gave you the answer up there, Uniting Life, One Health Plus and Genomic Pulse of Africa. So thank you so much for that great presentation.
I'm seeing one here. Can bioengineered microorganisms be safely used to detoxify pharmaceutical waste in water sources? And how does this impact the health of human communities, wildlife, and aquatic ecosystems?
Okay, so there's two questions for you. I don't know if you got that question, Professor. How can bioengineered microorganisms be safely used to detoxify pharmaceutical waste in water sources? And how does this impact the health of human communities, wildlife, and aquatic ecosystems? A second question, maybe you can take them together. How are local communities being involved in shaping genomic research under the One Health program, maybe in your context? All right? Are you muted?
Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Ade.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you. So when we start from the when I start from the first question on engineered microorganisms, yeah, from my experience, there are a lot of engineered microorganisms throughout the world, within the labs, and also in confined treatment systems, being able to have a super activity in degrading different pollutants, pharmaceuticals and other recalcitrant pollutants. That is all possible. So the question here is, like, when we try to use these super organisms that are capable of, detoxifying our condition, is there anything that they contribute to the ecosystem? Is there anything that they will disrupt the ecosystem? So that is the question that has to be taken into consideration before, implementing these engineered organisms. So how does, it impact? Is there any impact in the environment, or do we have to do it in a confined space and having our wastes being detoxified, and also having these organisms, in a confined way? So these are the questions that we have to consider. As we don't need to have only a microbiologist's point of view for this, or a molecular biologist's point of view. We also have to have the ecologist's point of view. We also have to have the plant scientist's point of view, because it goes into the plant roots. It goes into, it gets carried through the nearby river, and what possible impacts can it has. So these are the questions, and this is where we need transdisciplinarity. So involving the local communities for genomic research, one of the ways is because they know a lot about as Professor Ann was mentioning, they know a lot about the plants, for example, the plants from the perspective of their local names. Some of the local names that they use is a little bit in line with the species. They know the minute variations in terms of how they act towards whatever activity the tree has, or how they behave during rainy season or during dry season. So they do have all the characterizations by the local people. The local people are already being scientists because they weren't into the schooling system, or they weren't into the formal education system, but they know a lot. They experimented a lot, and they do have a lot of information. So having them as part of this process is very important, because not only for the sake of them being inclusive, but also for the sake of enriched access to enriched information, for the sake of the science also. So this is what I suggest. Thank you.
Great. Ecosystems are integrated, so we cannot affect one without affecting the other. That is why we need the transdisciplinary research. And you'd be surprised at how much communities know about the stuff that we go to research. You go to pick a plant and they've been living with it since they were young, since their grandparents taught them what it does. So as Professor says, yes, I fully agree with her sentiments. And thank you very much for that session. And we're going to move on to the next session, which is building a sustainable future for biodiversity, genomics, and bioinformatics in East and Central Africa. So I'll invite Professor Ann to moderate for us this session. Karibu.
So thank you very much, Dr. Cecilia. The next session will be a session by Dr. Florence Wambugu, who's a household name in Kenya and East Africa and the whole of Africa. You've set the tone. So Dr. Florence Wambugu is the founding director and the CEO of Africa Harvest Biotech Foundation. And this is a company that she set up way back and registered in 2002. Her background is plant pathology, having studied it in the University of Bath in the UK, and she went to do a postdoc in the US. And she has dedicated her life to actually taking products from the lab to the field. And this is something that we really need to emulate. She was raised in rural Kenya, and looking at some of the experiences she had when she was growing up, these are some of the ones that she has implemented in her science. She's well published. She has over 300 publications. She has authored 2 international books, and her contributions have earned her great accolades and awards, not only from Africa, but from beyond. So we are really honored that Dr. Wambugu was able to honor our invitation, and we would like to invite her to give us her experience and tell us about how she talks about genomics to policymakers, because she does really make the policy change. Dr. Florence, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up.
Thank you very much, Professor Ann. I'm very honored to be here. And I feel again like I'm young again in the classroom because of what you're talking about. And so it's quite interesting to be back in this kind of an environment. Just a little bit about why I'm in this space I'm in terms now I'm really focusing on creating the enabling environment, you know. What I've learned through my experience is that you can have very good science, but it will never reach out, to never get to the market if you don't create an enabling environment. And my experience comes from genetic engineering. because my PhD, my postdoc on genetic engineering, I did excellent work in sweet potato, tried to engineer virus resistance. And after that, I worked also on, I tried to biofortify sorghum. And in a consortium, in quite a big Pan-African project, funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. But the resistance about GMO in Africa, I'm sure you know a bit of the history. If you Google my name, you see a lot of work, fights with all kind of NGOs. But truly what I'll be talking about now is, and I literally now decided, well, I'd better focus on just helping the farmers. After all, farmers don't eat genes, they eat food. So I started working on bananas, improved bananas, sorghum, and we've done excellent work. Now we are busy creating jobs for young people in the rural areas with MasterCard Foundation. So, but when the gene editing came on board, I realized here's an opportunity. This gene editing, we will face the same challenge we face with GMO, I'm getting there, unless someone can add on the space of creating the neighboring environment. And creating a neighboring environment, and I'm going to get there, not just going to talk, and so that's good. You must get out of the lab and try to advocate for your science. We really need political will, because regulations for gene editing, what happened actually, as soon as the two scientists won the Nobel Prize over gene editing, Europe shut its door. Greenpeace went and convinced all the regulators that GMO and gene editing are exactly the same. South Africa took also the same position. They said they regulate gene editing and they regulate GMO. And with a few people, again, just we are networking here, we said, this science is different. Gene editing is different from GMO. And with their RAM together, whatever good scientist is going to come out of the labs, it will end up in the same way. Really being not getting to the farmers. And the reason, because of the regulations are gateway. So you can do very good science, but if the regulations to allow the product to come to the market are either costly, they are unachievable because of the barriers and bottlenecks put there, your good product will end up very much in the lab. And so we get to my slide number 1, then I can start, please, as slide number 2. I'm talking about now, here to look at, the side is quite far. Okay, looking at it from there, maybe I don't know how I should try to look from here. Try to see how, maybe this one I should bother, because I think most of you are familiar with the gene editing, am I right? Yes. Let's go to slide number 2. Number 2 is, thank you. So number 2 is the need. Why do we need to do, why does Africa need genomic editing technology? Yeah, I know you are in, what we are doing is part of this big picture, because in the end, you got to deliver products, am I right? Why do we need this? The technology to me can offer solutions to some of the problems facing Africa, especially poverty, and they are linked, because a lot of things are linked. Unless you can use core science, unless our science can contribute to agriculture, we end up low productivity, we end up with so many diseases, and so the farmers produce very little, in the end they can't reach the market. Yeah? So these things are interlinked. The science is interlinked. Some of the products being done, they can usually come for nutrition, food security, some can go to agriculture production and productivity. Their potential to contribute to increase yield, nutrition, disease. I think the one of disease resistance is quite advanced very well. As you see right here in Kenya, actually their products already been regulated, undergoing field trials. Drought tolerance, insect resistance, limited, of course, we have and more. Then you can, developing countries can innovate breeding tools. So what we are finding is that gene editing can become a tool of breeding, accelerate the breeding, if applied in that way. And less GM, because GM faces a lot of challenges, because in genetic engineering, there's a protein, and that protein which has to be tested for allergy, for what, and then the story gets exaggerated, what at the long term, what at the short term. But if gene editing is done in a way that there is no protein and the route taken is not the GMO route, it really becomes a true breeding. Are we together? Are there breeders here? Anyway, never mind. So let's agree that this technology, which you are part of, has potential to improve food security, reduce poverty, and reduce the import bill. What you may not know is that Africa is spending $50 billion importing food. Do you know how much this country is importing food? How much we're importing? And maybe this technology in the long run can contribute to increased productivity. We reduce the imports. And we reduce the imports, we produce locally, we create some jobs. Okay, let's look at slide number 2. Next one. Now, I believe that I'm trying to tell you that what experience we had with the GMO, some of the reason why there was such limited application, and that's what we were really trying to avoid creating the enabling environment, is that the technology, the issues of intellectual property rights was seen as a very big barrier, and probably that's still the case. The technology was seen to be foreign-led. It was led by multinational companies from America, from Europe, from where, all that story. And so the Africans did not find them, because now the regulations were done by government. Up to now, biosafety had to go through, for GMO, had to go through parliament. Are you aware of that? You know that, yeah? And they're asking what is in for us, our companies involved, yeah? How shall we participate? Okay. And so regulations were guided by slow, complex, and costly politics, and really serious politicization, which you want to avoid in gene editing. You want to get rid out of politics. It's too complicated, yeah? Limited funding of technology, the scientists working in isolation, which is what we are trying to avoid here. Professor, and you're doing really well, networking these scientists. If they're isolated, they just never get anything out. Negative misinformation, all this were happening in GMO. So having learned that lesson, I decided, with of course mobilizing others and being part of the big network, let's do something to avoid the gene editing, which is what we are doing, be lumped together with the previous technology, and be regulated the same way, and we may lose it. So next. And so the current status of gene editing work in Africa is that the technology is being led by scientists. Really, you see, except professor here coming from outside. What I'm saying is Africans here. So you can't say it's led by, it's going to be led by people from outside. It's African-led. Even if a politician comes here from Kenya, they just, oh, these are our students. So they're very comfortable. But they see big companies, they freeze. Yeah? So I think you're in good space. So there's no political interference. And let me tell you, we have had many meetings. The existing political, there's goodwill. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that. There's no foreign DNA. We are not moving DNA from one crop to another, you see, and then there's a chance for to be exaggerated in terms of what it might do long-term, short-term, to biodiversity, to environment, all that story. Yeah? It holds significant potential to address agricultural challenges, and finally, it has really in Africa, I'll share with you about the support from big players like Auda NEPAD is part of African Union, which we are currently involved, CropLife and others. And let me say clearly, I believe there is no inherent food security issues with genetically modified crops or food. I believe there's none, from having been worked myself in the lab and so on, because the biosafety is to eliminate the danger. But these other issues I shared there are equally important. And they are emotional, and they are concerned. And so you can't ignore just good science will deliver the product. You have to address those other issues, especially when you're dealing with political systems. Next. Thank you. And so we are seeing gene editing now. We have had several efforts. Our first effort as Africa Harvest was to work with the CropLife International and NASAC, which is Network of Africa Science Academies. Africa Science Academy networks of most of the academies in Africa. And we decided that Africa has had a world-class communication advocacy. Professor, you are right. And then most important is to really bring a bigger network in Africa, or people working with gene editing and network them together. And then we decided that we are going to try and build this network and bring people together so we can do capacity building, but more important, avoid the isolation, because and then we can still bring the network to focus on delivery of product in the end. And so, and then have the influencers, and also bring in actually the influence, the policymakers in a positive way, because what you hear first, when you hear danger first, it's very hard to get it out. But if you can continuously hear a consistent story, the policymakers are involved, they're hearing from their own people, and we got these champions. So the first thing was, do we have champions in Africa? Yes, where are they? All African countries. We could actually find 26 African countries which have people working in gene editing for all good reasons in Africa, including here in Kenya. But if you don't know each other, you work in isolation, you are suffering from one thing, maybe you lack a small product and you stop the work. So network is very important as part of empowerment, as part of making sure there's delivery, and also influencing policy. Next, please. And so our strategy and still is to focus on policymakers. They are really important because they create an enabling environment for friendly policies, meaning workable policies, the policies that can be a gatekeeper. And until you meet them, you don't realize how serious they are. Europe has had absolutely shut door policy for GM technology. They could be changing. Regulators, there's a regulator, but policymakers sometimes is where do we put funding? Regulators is really the biosafety angle, also another one. Then the public awareness and how the public perceives the products coming from you. And then researchers. Researchers were in that group. So you have big influence to what happens, because the research you carry on, the way you communicate, and as Professor is telling you, you have to do some advocacy. Yeah, and this is a good part of advocacy. When we have a meeting like this, we bring journalists and a few politicians. Yeah, we make sure the journalists write articles, go to the newspaper, the radio, the what, we create publicity. In Africa, there are 2 communication officers. What you say is important. What is known is important. If you shut the door, you do very good science, and one day you say, I'm going to take it out. You say, yeah, what have you been doing? This will kill us. That could be the end of your story. So begin to communicate. Let it be known what you are doing. Let the communities know that this work you are doing is so good that it's for them. Yeah? Next. And so we've really been dealing with these 4 groups. I want to go faster. We've been dealing with 4 groups. The last group, the public, take it seriously because they are the ones who decide. Public involve the consumers. Public involve even the communities in the rural areas. Public involves the gatekeepers in the market. Like in the US, some companies did very good work on potatoes to improve the potato, but another gatekeeper is McDonald's, and all these people who use the chip, they say, no, we are not going to use it. That's what they had. So you have to communicate the gatekeepers in advance. Who will use your product? Which crops are you working on? What are you improving? Who are the people who have been influenced? So you have to go and communicate what you are doing, make them remove the fear, the scare, and let them be part. They want to come to the lab to visit, let them come. Next. So we begin to, one of the things we have done in Africa Harvest, which have helped us a lot, is to always go out to support others. And by going out to support others, we create networks. And these networks pay back because now we are getting the word out. For example, these 26 experts, we have really strengthened in training, capacity, setting them to meetings. They are creating advocacy themselves. And we started this project during COVID, so a lot of it was webinars, but it was still okay. We did a lot of work sharing information, knowledge, communication, capacity building. We brought in NASA, Kauda Nepad, Kefis, Carlo. We brought in other people to build the capacity, but to communicate, networking. And this is part of my being here. And so in the end, we found that in Africa, we had really many, about 700 gene editing practitioners in our network. We had managed to network in North, South, East, West, and Central. And as we are doing this good work, and creating a good, and making sure you don't have other countries going like South Africa or Europe, saying that they are going to regulate GMO and gene editing. They are so different. They just share the word gene. But the issues of the two are so separate. Because if you regulate gene editing and the work that you're going to do as the GMO, literally you are shutting the door. Because in this developed country and even here, genetically engineered crops or foods are regulated just like drugs, like medicine, the same way. It's a very costly process, so you want to get out of that. And so we also produced, we are working towards not only creating awareness with the 4 groups, the policymaker researchers, we also decided to produce a document. Next. That document we have there have been launched up across Africa. It's a very, very good advocacy document. It's also good to have something, you see, allied books. So having a document like that, which we have shared widely. Actually, we launched it in OGS. Something that people can actually be able to lead has helped us a lot. Again, we have been at the center of using our champions, the advocacy. This is very much an advocacy. And you may not think it's important, but I can tell you it's so important to have advocacy. And the people who are best in doing advocacy are the scientists. Don't say that is for other people. If the media do not understand what you're saying, they'll misrepresent you. So either you do it yourself or make sure you use the simple language. Professor is telling you don't bring complicated science. Or you train, in fact, you also train some of the journalists and work with them. Immediately they begin to tell some good stories. But it cannot happen without being intentional, without investing your time in it, and so on, because it's very important. I think from there, I could say that we're still working with NASAC. Next slide, let's go to the next slide. I think this to me is my last slide on this one before we are about to go to the end. But I want to look at the network of partners we have worked with. We have gone to Zambia to do work there with ABNet. We have participated in conferences with the ISA Afri Center, with the UDA NEPAD and so on, and even some other German conferences. All these are people who are playing role, and we are part of it. Can you imagine all these professors happening? So our eyes and whoever is there, we go and support, and we just gain our networks. Yeah? But more important, our eyes are heading somewhere. Application. Will this technology be delivered to the farmer? Next. This is where I want to go, because by being there to support, we added, UDA NEPAD literally started doing their advocacy work or networking work or more serious work about gene editing. The first meeting they called in Mombasa, they invited myself and our network in NASAC. I could have paid for myself. I didn't care how they pay for me or they don't. I fly myself. Why? Because I realized why we failed in our previous work on genetic engineering and all that was there was no government support. There was no political will. And if in this gene editing, there's no political will, I knew it would probably end up the same. But if UDA NEPAD really want to support the gene editing in Africa, we are home and dry. Because they have capacity to influence all the key governments, all governments in Africa. And having your position in Addis Ababa is a very good one, because the headquarters of Africa Union is in Addis Ababa. Their technical arm is called NEPAD. I believe you know that. UDA NEPAD is their technical arm of African Union. So if they decide to support a scientific innovation, it will surely go. Because now the fear, the government, remember the government, they want to close the door. They did that on GMO because they were not ready to allow biosafety. They did not allocate any funding. They did not give any support. And so much there was good science in the African laboratories, not much ever left. Yeah, except South Africa, that was still company driven. A little bit of BT work in Burkina Faso for cotton, it went back and forth. Even in Egypt, one day they kept on, really not much has happened in Africa in terms of that technology. So when I had Auda NEPAD, so we went there and made, literally, I made our own presentation, and we asked them, by then they were talking about capacity building. I said, please, you're in the wrong space. help to create an enabling environment in Africa. Leave capacity building. There are so many capacity building efforts going on. Please, please support enabling environment. And I don't think I'm the only one who influenced. All the speakers who came from Africa told them the same. That was followed by another meeting next. It was followed by another meeting in Ghana, where one of our scientists who is here with me, Aseta, please say hello. That's one of our key scientists who have been following up and working on this gene editing, who are now working with a professor Ann here. We followed up and followed. So now we begin to see the African Union through their technical arm, Auda NEPAD, takes this space of creating and enabling an environment. It's such a phenomenon that is actually the thing to do. So this Auda NEPAD, what happened is that within a short time, they decided they were actually going to do a landscape study. After the landscape study, they were going now to decide how to go. And they had a fund, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation was willing and is still willing to go with them. And so this landscape study was to look at these areas that have been described here, which are aligned with you people. You are looking at indigenous crops. So some of the data we have generated could be of value to you after we finish to present. Because you can see they are looking at this landscape study should generate evidence-based status of the modern biotechnology genomic editing, identify staple and indigenous crops that can be improved genetically with gene editing, of nutrition, the same thing we are saying here, identify emerging needs in genomic editing, and also how it can go to scale and so on. And so we actually, next, they floated a competitive bid for Africa. And by then, because we have built very strong networks, north, south, east, west, with other projects, we actually win this bid. There were big players, by the way, and there were very big players in this. It was literally Pan-Africa competitive bid. We were not given Africa Harvest and Partners, no. We bidded. And fortunately, because we have been doing the networking of scientists in Africa with the crop life, we won this bid to carry this work, as I said, to find the baseline, what is going on, so that their partner who want to fund, I think Bill and Melinda Gates may fund, is really what next, where shall we invest? How do we need to strengthen? What is the status of the lab? What is the infrastructure? What the projects are going on? What are they working on? I mean, literally, we have done this. So we have carried this, we have carried on this study. As you can see, we started with 6 countries, which is Egypt, South Africa for southern, the 5 regions of Auda NEPAD, Egypt, South Africa, Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Kenya in eastern, and central is Cameroon. These are the first 6. The total country was 16, or as 16, we are still on it. Then the first tier countries, which are high level, then we had to look at the others. So I don't know whether I'm running out of time. I need to just finalize. So we actually were in a very good, the 5 regions of Africa. And then we had to carry the entire, and what were we doing? Analyzing, if you go back to the other slide, go back to the other slide. We're looking at all this. We really had to look at potential, the biosafety policies, biosafety, potential projects, funding, structure, capacities. Is a lot of technical capacity, even laboratories and many things, and all that, and then document. With this started, now we can go to the third slide. We started 1 year ago, so we have done 90% of the work. And so far, of course, we first did the 6, then we had to do the 10, as you saw the one highlighted, then we did the 10. And the country were in 3 tiers. We had tier 2. So tier 1 were the 6 countries. Tier 2 is Burkina Faso, Malawi, Mozambique, Zambia, Zimbabwe. Tier 3, Morocco, Tunisia, Mauritius, Senegal, and Rwanda. Finally, we have really finalized this study, and we have submitted results. We have got a report. We did 2 things, literature review, and also we had to carry on. We had to call it primary data, meaning our champions who are in those countries, the one who have to carry the data in those countries. So we really have collected primary data. Our report integrates primary data and literature review. And we have done the consolidated synthesis report for 16 countries, and then we have a report for each country separately. So in like 90%, what AUDA-NEPAD is doing now is to validate our work, set back the country reports to be validated by the countries. And then we are going to have one final conference and close the chapter. Next, I think here we are. So 1 year, that's where we are. We have the status, very well documented, of these 16 countries. Projects, crops, trees, commercializations, all this we have done. Existing infrastructure, indigenous crops and what should be commercialized, capacities, laboratories, what, stakeholders, institutions, and all that. And next. Just a brief, we can't give details because this is not our report, but we can give some highlights. Out of the 16 countries that we have studied, landscape study, the CDO's literature review and primary data, 11 have biosafety. Now we are talking about GED, genetic, we are talking about gene editing. We're not, okay. And 5 of these has ministerial decrees, are yet to develop the regulations. 6 countries are on the lead. Kenya is on the lead, Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, Malawi, Ethiopia, Burkina Faso. These countries are on the lead. That means truly you can actually practice gene editing. Your work can carry forward. Mozambique, Zimbabwe have some guidelines, not yet published. And then when you come again to these lead countries, fully GED, and they are even heading toward deployment and commercialization. This country, Kenya, already has products which have been gone very far. Zimbabwe, Mozambique. Now, the beauty of this, as you can see, Cameroon, the political will, which we missed in the previous technology, is there. There's serious political will for GED. And so you are in the right, I want to encourage you, you'll not miss jobs because there's serious political will. This technology will go to the next level. Yeah, there's serious political will from all governments. Even those who do not have the biosafety regulations done, they are trying to copy and learn from others. They are saying, we don't invent it, you give us the Kenyan regulations. Give us 3 of them from 3 countries, we modify and we'll go forward. It's serious goodwill. And so we are very, very hopeful. Next. And, we are very, very hopeful. I think here you can see some of the, these are already ongoing. I hope you're aware that we are ongoing projects on GED. Kenya, we already have disease resistant maize going on. And that's a project you should know about with these various partners. High protein sorghum. We have got right here in Kenyatta University, next door, work by Professor Runo. Yeah, you met Professor Runo was in the other meeting, yeah? He's presenting. Professor Runo will tell you more about his work on sorghum. Striga is a serious problem. Cocoa research is going on. Banana research with IT is going on. These are all using GED, the technology that we are into. Next. cassava work, toxicity, virus, cassava resistance going on in Uganda, brown streak and mosaic virus resistance in cassava is going on with GED, and banana improvement, virus resistant banana, disease resistant yams. I think this list will continue. Now, I believe most of these we'll probably be able to go through because of the neighboring and environment biosafety is more. So, is there another one? Last slide. Just to acknowledge the partners, we are done. African Union throughout the NEPAD, CropLife, NASAC, our partner, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation have been funding this work, and I believe that the Bloodscape study, and I believe they'll go on with the African Union and others to fund the work, the outcome of this Bloodscape study to now whatever should be funded. And then, of course, our partner, ILRI, and I also want to acknowledge you for inviting me. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Any questions?
Okay, thank you so much, Doc, for that wonderful presentation about GMO. My question just goes to you, that we should ask ourselves, where is the problem for us Africans? Because when it comes to the issues of GMO, WHO, the US FDA, all agree that there is no problem with GMO. Even the National Academy of Science, the US one, which has reviewed over 20-year data, they still say that there is no link between cancer and the GMOs. But when it comes to the ground here, we recently saw how politicians were behaving. Some say they even come with some data from Europe that these things cause cancer. But through all the data that we've seen, there is no link between cancer and GMO. How do we, which solution can we have so that this distrust and misinformation should not reach the common man on the ground? Thank you so much. My name is Kennedy. I'm a PhD student here in MKU.
As I said, I started by saying I'm a believer there's absolutely, technically nothing wrong with GMOs. But the political will and the politics, you saw my second slide, why the rejection was not because of technical. The other issues like intellectual property is driven by big companies from America, our own local companies. Our Africa Seed does not have this technology. There were many vibes, underground vibes. And of course, misinformation would fuel, because when you did something, you see when cell phones came, people started saying, oh, there could be cancer, there could be, people did not want to listen. If you need a product, you look for solutions. But when people feel that they don't have a there for them, that's why I thought there was no political will. And this really, I don't have an answer to that. And that's why myself, I'm not talking about GMO, I'm talking about gene editing, which has got very good political will. Because I don't want that to end up in the same way. Yeah, my focus and our focus now is really to support this area, because again, there's a feeling that with the GED, the Africans are more in control as the technology of GMO because of the whole area of intellectual property rights. Yeah, but finally, Kenya is commercializing BT cotton finally. I saw it being planted finally after so many years. And BT cotton is the one which has been a global acceptance all over. One can't even see what cotton, danger cotton poses. So it's really things I cannot explain. And I don't want to go there. I was there, I'm out. I want to stay with the GED, where there's potential really to make a difference. Thank you.
Any other question?
Thank you, Professor Florence, for the wonderful presentation. You've said that people who do best advocacy are scientists, yeah? So my question to you is, apart from the combating misinformation, do I say locally or within just within our communities, as an individual, are there any major campaigns that we should look out for coming up that we can lend our voices to, like campaigns that are on a larger scale?
So far, I think with the GED, I have not seen it face the pressure that came with the GMO from Greenpeace and many of these activists with a lot of money. What I would expect is, if there's an opportunity, take it and go and say what you are doing, how it will benefit the country. Don't talk about your genes. Talk about the potential to benefit. Politicians are talking about, they think about their constituencies. Does it have potential to help the farmers? Don't just be focused on here. Look far. Look at what is the big interest. What you are doing, you need to link it with the field. What does it have potential? Say this has potential. What I'm doing, find the link. What I'm doing will affect either climate, positive climate change, or it will affect the food security, or it will combat the diseases. It's part of the big science opportunity. So you can begin to connect with science be a scientist with a purpose. You see, that was my challenge. I didn't just want to do science. I want science that touches the people where I came from, and anyway, across the board, across Africa. Africa has in other countries. And so if you are scientist with a purpose, you don't just focus on just what you are doing. You are thinking, how does it connect in the big picture? How will it affect? What will it contribute? Yeah? And so talk about where you think at your head, if you have a chance. Then people take interest with what you are doing. And so I challenge you scientists. I know you are talking about genomic sequencing and all that. And that's good because it's really part of the big picture. But you must go beyond there and think about what impact is my work going to make across Africa. Africa is a continent with serious challenges for food, nutrition, and all that. See the big picture and begin to see it in your mind. If you see it in your mind, it will happen in the reality. So that, and another way I know when I was leaving the US to come back, asking, who will hire you in Africa? What will you do? I said, what about hiring myself? what about starting something that will make a difference? So you need to see what you do connects to the big picture. And so that you see people are creating jobs nowadays themselves, and it's happening. And even then, of course, I spent 7 years with I'm the one who started ISA. ISA is a very serious advocacy on GMO and so on. ISA AfriCenter. I started in ILRI. I did for 7 years. And then I left and started Africa Harvest with a clear focus. Whatever I do must make an impact on the ground. And some of my colleagues in university thought, how can you go to do something like, it looks like an NGO work and so on and so forth. I said, it doesn't matter. We need to link to what's happening. Our first work was on tissue culture banana, very simple. But it turned around the banana in Kenya. You didn't know you used to import bananas from Uganda. Now we have surplus. And after that, we've done many, many other things. You can even start there with simple things that can accelerate to be big things. So don't just, the scientists who went to Meadows to find why Meadows, who discovered Meadows, as you know, is a great scientist who discovered K. You must know what Meadows did. Yes? Genes. Yes. They went to find out what inspired him as the local community. How this priest, he was working on he was using peas, color, and the tear to see how population segregate and blah, blah. And they said, we only know he helped us to bring a radio station here. You know how I don't even do, you know when the area stops in your place. They had no idea what he was doing there. He remembered what he did for them. What am I saying? People remember you for what you did for them. So please be scientific with a purpose. Think how your work will touch someone. And that is really what you are, because it doesn't matter whether you're in the doing gene work, sequencing, you are creating a mental picture, finally it will touch people. And don't underestimate the power of what you are doing. It's very important. It's very important, but it will become even more when you think about how you can work with others. So Professor Annie is doing a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have 2 more quick questions. A quick one here and a quick one here. Make it brief.
Yes, Maxwell from JQuad, biochemistry. So I just have a quick one. How can we ensure specificity, especially in gene editing technologies, especially in reference to CRISPR?
I didn't hear.
Okay, my question is, how can we ensure specificity when editing plant genomes? When editing plant genomes.
How can we ensure specificity?
Yes.
When doing genomic editing?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
Surely that's for Professor Ann and others. I think that, let me say that I think that's more of a technical, and I don't want to focus on that because I was more involved with genomic editing. What was I telling this professor, your professor here? I was among the last scientists to grade the DNA with a mortar pestle before the sequences came. I'm one of these scientists who sleep in the lab. I was one of them, centrifuging I'm sure I don't know whether you know that, making sure I centrifuge and separate my DNA and move to the next level. I made gene construct that went to the archives. I don't know a number of them. But more important, what you're asking is how you ensure the specificity. That one is a technical question, which I'm not going to attempt to answer. But I'm sure some people here who are in technical can answer. Because in my time, we used markers. Yeah, we actually use markers to, I don't know what we are doing in right now, because technology has really moved. But we used to separate these by using markers. And then you run a gel, and you can separate and cut and move and spin again and separate. To me, it's a very high, I left that science a while ago. But I've done all that. I've separated DNA. I've done all that. I've done litigation and bringing back and constructed gene construct, even done expression. 3 years I was a postdoc, lead on genetic engineering. So what you are saying, I know. But I'm saying that was a while ago. Yeah, so please, I think that one, you have to pick one of the professors. I know what you're doing now with GD. Any other question? Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Florence, for the wonderful presentation. I'm Gerald from JQuad. My question is, the other time we were in the conference at Plant Genomics, yes, in USIU, and whenever it comes to the space of policy advocacy and the likes, there's few people you see in the field. Since then, it's you I've been hearing doing policy advocacy. So my question is, how do you encourage young scientists to get into the field? Because there's no courses or specific course for us to deviate into that. Because when you talk of Africa importing billions worth of food, or food, yes, it means there's a disconnect. So do we have to encourage the young scientists to leave the lab or to go into policy making and be politicians to make policies, or do we have to elect you? Because if there's a topic to be voted yes or no in parliament or something, and there's a business person, there's an engineer there, and you're talking about biological compounds, it's really hard for this person to get to vote yes on something they don't understand. So do we have to get into that space, or what do we have to stick to? Get food for them, or go to make the policies to make the food?
Well, I don't have an answer to that. I don't have an answer to that indeed, except to know that when you have a voice, the first thing is you have a voice here. You see, what we tried to create, for example, in our previous project, we created a voice of African scientists involved in GED, and they are in 26 countries. That's a voice. So with that one, you can advocate for something, because you can come together and make a statement. Like that policy statement you saw there done that is our policy statement, which we have been advancing and using it for advocacy. I'm sure in your Professor Annie is going to come for you to come up with a kind of a policy statement, which should advance funding, because policy, you can have money allocated to this work by the government, and you have to do it in a certain way, but there has to be a voice first. Is needed? How is it needed? What did it do? So you can see we have our own document. You saw a small document there. That's our policy advocate document, which we are now using to follow up in African governments, in the ministers of agriculture and so on and all that. So please, the first thing is you get together, I'm sure here in good books, come together, make your own policy statement, and then work through it. But we have started a while ago, but you saw we have a document. And we had to spend a lot of time developing that. So, but it can be done slowly by slowly. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Florence Wambugu. Dr. Florence Wambugu was already doing great things in sweet potato. When I was a master and PhD student, we were already hearing about a Kenyan lady who was doing genetic engineering. And for us, I mean, it was completely textbook stuff. So to hear that there was somebody who was actually doing it and transferring the technology into Kenya was a great advocacy. I hope I mentioned, and I will mention it again, that Dr. Wambugu went into application of the science in the field, whereas some of us went into academia. So although she's Dr. Wambugu, her work has been recognized and she's been awarded a Doctor of Science for that work. So we are very, very happy to be partnering with you, and we will join our networks with AfricaBP. I'm sure we will be able to do more applied sciences on the African continent. Actually, that's why I came looking for you, because I was like, we need to talk more, especially people who are in this area. We're not in competition. There's always something you can bring, wherever you are, there's a contribution you can bring to the table, and we're so honored that you came all the way to give us this very, very significant talk. So another round of applause for Dr. Wambugu. So thank you very much, and it's my pleasure now to introduce Professor Hewan Degu, who is an Ethiopian plant biotechnologist from Hawassa University, which is one of our newest collaborators with African BioGenome Project. She's also the Dean for Research and Technology Transfer in the Graduate College of Agriculture. She holds a PhD in bioresource engineering from Japan and has done a postdoc in Israel also. In Israel, in US, and in DuPont Pioneer University in the US. So she has won several awards for her leadership, her scientific excellence, and also for her work in bioinformatics, plant genomics, and molecular breeding. So Professor Hewan Degu, the floor is yours, and we are very, very grateful for the new partnership that we have just started with Hawassa University, and we look forward to a long, long partnership with yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ali, for this interesting and generous introduction. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So my presentation is the role of genomics in achieving crop resilience for sustainability. This is one of my dear research, which I have been dedicated since I came back to Ethiopia. So I wanted to show specifically for the young researchers how this genome can be applied for breeding, and specifically with crop resilience. Just to introduce you, this is my workplace in Hawassa University in College of Agriculture. We are just next to the Lake of Hawassa. It is a beautiful green place. Anyone who really wanted to come in, please, you are welcome. We are really hospitable people here, and thank you for taking that into consideration. So going into my presentation, as you can see, Africa, we have about 25% of the biodiversity in the world. And when we look at the current news, the climate change, it affects us among the countries which will be affected by climate change. Like 60 of them are found in Africa. And the other advantage is the geological feature. Africa, in the future, if we look at the uncultivated land, which can support the world food system, is about 65%. And in terms of agriculture productivity, the value of the African food and agriculture by 2030 can reach up to $1 trillion. So sometimes, like, I ask myself, are we really poor, but someone who doesn't understand our potential? Can you imagine $1 trillion means a lot? It is equal to the Google firm or the Microsoft industry. So we are with a huge potential. So the global biodiversity for One Health has a lot of potential. First and foremost is food security. Because the food security, we have to understand what really matters. Enhancing crop yield through genome or marker-assisted selection for breeding is really important. And preserving this genetic diversity and specifically underutilized crop is really another important aspect. And ecosystem resilience comes from this biodiversity, identifying this climate resilience species and bringing them into the breeding aspect and also the agriculture aspect is really important, which can support the regenerative agriculture, the soil health. That is included into the One Health approach. And also detecting animal and human disease associated with variants, we can use this genome, we can search that through the biodiversity. So let me take you to the, according to the bigger organization, FAO, ILRI, and IA, what they claimed, what they really wanted because of the climate change in Africa is that IA said that they wanted 50% of energy increase. And the ILRI, they also mentioned that 30% of water, increased demand of water, and the FAO also claimed that there must be 50% increase of food. From where do we get that? From the biodiversity. I'll show you how we can handle that. But first, let me take you back long time ago when the Green Revolution started. The Green Revolution legacy is really immense. Definitely, it boosts yield, right? Specifically with rice, maize, and wheat, which reduce famine and makes improved food available, specifically the majority of the world continents. But everything has its own limitation. Let's see about the limitation of this Green Revolution. Might not be directly related to the Green Revolution, but actually the understanding of our human beings about the revolution and also putting into a table. We have seen that the biodiversity is really neglected. Look, we have about 250,000 species of plants. This is based on literature. 250,000 species of plants we have. But from that, in the world, we use only 7,000 of plants, which are used for for food. And from that, 60% of this food is coming from 3 crop plants: maize, and hunger. A hidden hunger in one sense because of lack of micronutrients. The FAO information says that about from 3 women, 2 lack micronutrients. This is because of we are focusing on few diversified crops. For example, vitamin A. Vitamin A is critical for vision and immune function. Iodine, essential for thyroid health and cognitive development. And iron, vital for oxygen transport. So despite we fill our stomach, if we don't get these nutrients, what does that mean? We are not feeding ourselves. The other one is environmental degradation. If we are based in small crops, like these few crops like rice, wheat, and maize, as a result, environmental degradation, because the people, they have to cut the trees and input a lot of fertilizer and mechanized agriculture, which really affects the environment. What is the effect? Definitely, the effect is also a regional inequality. How? The rich will become rich and rich, and the poor become a poor and poor, and the rich will have a lot of money to manipulate the policy, to manipulate whatever they wanted, and the price of the fertilizer. All this create discrepancy, right? So this is the leftover legacies that we have. But the other really important surprise for me is, can you imagine, most of us, we are eating we have already stopped domestication. F is a result of domestication. Barley is a result of domestication. Wheat is a result of domestication, and also rice. But we stop there. We are not further domesticating, as if some law has been told us, okay, stop now domestication and just use only these fruits. No, because by doing so, we are neglecting these underutilized species, which plays crucial role for food security, income generation, and food culture for the rural poor. Lack of attention has meant that their potential value is underestimated and underexploited. Also, it puts them in danger, because before we know them, before we understand what they have in their genetic makeup, we might lose them. Ultimately, disappearance, which will further restrict our development option for the poor. Okay, so let's see the SWOT analysis of improved plants and also underutilized crops. Improved plants, they have a very strong strength because a lot of technology has been invested in them. They have higher yield, short vegetation period, might be brave for more specific stresses, might be drought stress or for certain virus or bacteria, and they might have better quality or seed material, and they are uniform, they are very nice looking. But the weakness is they require more sophisticated management, require significant amount of inputs, because sometimes with a little bit fertilizer, they might not grow. You have to invest a lot of fertilizer in that, and you have to use pesticide or other things. And the expected yield are expensive and not always available in the market sometimes, often less nutritious. So the truth is improved crops can easily fail, ancestral knowledge will fail, so the seed freedom is not there. But when we look at the local land races that we have, they are low yield, definitely, but they have sustainable yield. Resilience to many of the environmental stresses, specifically with the genome diversity. So they require less care and management, and as they don't require industrial inputs, and there is diverse local knowledge which can be supplied into the scientific system, and we can use it, because we have to understand that maize has been under the local environment, which become international. Why not wait for the others? So this is a strength that we have with the local land races. The weakness is that definitely they are lower yield and longer vegetation period, lower quality or seed nutrients, because we haven't invested in that. That is expected. So the trait, specifically, we have to understand that most of these local land races has been lost before we know them, before we understand them, before we know what values they have for our well-being. So this is something that we have to focus in our breeding strategy. I take you to the, this is one of the beautiful pictures that I took when I was working with the smallholder farmer here in Ethiopia. I was surprised that the farmer, they don't plant barley, a similar type of barley. As you can see from this, there are different type of barley. There's some of them are black, some of them like white, some of them are like yellow. I asked the farmer why, and the farmer told me that, Hewan, each of them, they keep each other safe. That is really a great wisdom that I got from them. Each of the variety, they have their own resilience in that particular environment. And actually, this farmer, they plant this for their own food consumption. And they have another field where they sell it for the, which they call it the city people. It is uniform. So they are keeping their diversity in their home garden. And the other impressive picture that I took when I was working with a smallholder farmer in the southern Ethiopia is, you see here, amaranthus, actually, I have to bend it to make a good picture, showing that the land, the bottom, that you don't see a naked land. Rather, it is covered by different species of plants here. I can't count them, how many of them. So why? I asked them. And they told me that this seed, the amaranthus seed, is a resilience because it grows in that competitive environment, but it's not affecting one another. And actually, this amaranthus, you don't find this seed, you don't find it in the market. I have to go to the smallholder farmer that they are breeding, they are selecting for themselves, and it is actually delicious. They prepare a lot of food, but the Ethiopian agriculture or the research system, it doesn't know them. So there are a lot of diversity over there. So why it matters? Because the Africa biodiversity, we are in the hotspot. Can you imagine here in Eastern Africa, we have about 4 hotspots, the Horn of Africa, the Eastern Afro-Montana biodiversity, and the coastal forest, and then Eastern Africa, and also the Madagascar biodiversity. We are there. So this hotspot, we are about 80% of the global biodiversity, which is home for 43% of the world population, which projected to exceed up to 50%. The biodiversity is the pillar for our One Health approach because it underpins food security, ecosystem resilience, and public health. If we affect one, the other one will not be sustained as a health. So we can take that from the genome to the table, understanding the biodiversity by using the genomic tool, and then we can bring it into our local food system, which we can unravel the mystery they have. Because that is what the partnership with African BioGenome Project, which has a lot of ambition, about 100,000 endemic species to be sequenced, which can enable us to have a local capacity which align well with the African Union Agenda of 2063 and the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. So unlocking Africans' biodiversity is not just a scientific imperative, it is a developing opportunity for us. And the One Health, it is really a kind of integration. Look at, there is a plant health, the human health, the animal health, and the environment health. Agriculture, the plant health, if we don't have a healthy plant, it affects the food security. So we'll not get a healthy nutrition. And that will become the person or the human being who's eating them, they might become susceptible with different diseases. And we know from the COVID-19 syndrome, a simple COVID-19, the SARS-CoV, which has about 30,000 RNA genome, is shut down the whole system of the world. Can you imagine? Human being by us, we have about 3 gigabase pair. But a single bacteria, this RNA virus, it shut down the whole system in our world. And we suffered that. We lost our loved ones. And we have been in crisis. We have been stressed. Why? Because of this zoonotic trait. So the health of the animals is also really important. Over 60% of the emerging infectious diseases originate in animals. The other one is environmental drivers. Deforestation, alarming rate, we are clearing out the forests that we have. Now we are left with remnants. So that leads to the pollution, climate change, which impacts all domains of health. And we have to understand that we are living in a shared ecosystem. The health outcome will be shaped by the animal health, the plant health, and the human health. Affecting one will affect the whole system. So this tells us we have to have a collaborative cross-sectoral coordination in terms of veterinary, in terms of medicine, in terms of agriculture, environmentals. We can't just do our work separately. We have to come integrated for rescuing Africa to use the resource of the biogenome. Okay, so One Health system is essential for sustainable development, pandemic preparedness, and global health security. By doing so, we can do that. Let me just give you a glimpse of the biodiversity in Eastern Africa. Some of them, most of us, we don't know them. Some of them, we all know it. Yes, everybody knows about coffee Arabica. It is the export value of Ethiopia. All of us know about barley, or avocado, which is introduced to us. But can you imagine, have you ever seen all these different plants in your garden? For example, Oncoba spinosa, this is my childhood fruit. Ziziphus juba, this is also another snack of my childhood. And most of us, we don't know it. Yam, we have, like many people, they think that Ethiopia, we don't have yam, but actually we have even the wild type yam. It is underutilized. Nobody knows that. It's one of the food in the southern Ethiopia. And the tree crops, the magnificent look of the Podocarpus falcatus, as you can see, it is indigenous for Africa. And also the Olea euphorbia, which is indigenous for Ethiopia, let alone insect ventricosum, which is one of the delicious foods that we use here in the southern part of Ethiopia. Can you imagine one plant of this insect? It serves for 2 people for 1 month without any loss. It's well integrated into the society, but it is underutilized. Definitely everybody knows about wheat, everybody knows about rice, but most people, they don't know about insect. The fiber is used for so many purposes. The leaf is used for animal food. There is nothing that you can throw away from this plant, but it is underutilized. It is really sad. We don't have an institute of insect. This is the insect project is done here and there with the will of the people, not with the will of the government or the Eastern African government or something like that. So it's something that we are losing. One of the research that I have done with the aloe, I identify that the aloe adigranata, which is only found in Tigray region. It is full of mucilage, which can be used for the shampoo and conditioner industry. And nobody knows about that. Even the taxonomics, they recently classified it well. The Cyperus jujube, as you can see this one, the fruit can be used as a snack, but at the same time, the leaf is one of antifungal, specifically for dandruff. But we are still importing antifungal from the West, which is not actually working. Actually, we tested, one of my friends, she worked on that. She tested the antifungal for Ethiopian hair. It doesn't work. But she just extracted the juice from this first jojoba, and it's just within a minute, it just killed all the fungi from our hair. I brought it because the farmers, they came to our university, Hawassa University, and asked us, please, can you develop a barley which is acid tolerant, because we are suffering with acid problem. And we check the acid problem in the world. So there is no part of the world which is not affected by acidic problem. As Africa, as you can see, the majority of the African, which rich biodiversity, is affected by acidic. And when you look at here in Ethiopia, in the southwest part, the highland region, it is affected by acidic. And for acidic soil, the response of living organisms is significantly different. Some human being with 3 gigabase pair of genome, they skip running. We have 2 feet, we can run away. Insect, we understand that because insect has been spoiled by humus and also the cow dung and the cow urine, it is not affected that much. It's growing majestically. And cane definitely is not the cane from abroad. We have indigenous cane. It is performing well because they have acid tolerant mechanism. But in terms of barley, as you can see, they can't. It's so susceptible. And why acid is a problem? Let's see it into scientific way. Look, when the soil pH, if it is lower, it is acidic. If it is higher, it is basic. And the distribution of the elements which are really essential for forming the cell, which forms the DNA, the protein, the carbohydrate, fatty acid, and lipids, these basic molecules, will be available depending on the pH value that you are growing them. Let me take one example here. As you can see, when the acidic increases, certain heavy metals like iron, manganese, copper, zinc, and aluminum become abundant in the soil. There are a lot. But nitrogen and sulfur and potassium significantly decreases. Look at it. Nitrogen is essential for protein formation, sulfur and also potassium. But we are not in need of a lot of this aluminum in the soil. And we have identified that when the soil pH is really, there is soil acidity-induced abundance of aluminum. Some plants are tolerant, some plants are not tolerant at all. So the highly tolerant one, you can see finger millet and rice, but no, they are growing in the mid-altitude and lowland of Ethiopia. The moderately tolerant, like maize and sorghum, again, these are grown in the majority of the mid-altitude and lowland of Ethiopia. But when you look at barley, it grows in the highland. It is the only cereal they have. These are highly sensitive. But the presence of the diversity is really amazing. And some of these diverse, when we check the diverse barley, some of them, they have acid detoxification mechanism. Some of them, they have oxidative stress management mechanism. And some of them, they enhance their nutrition acquisition capacity because they vigorous root system. So this is where we found from the biodiversity. And Ethiopia is actually not the origin of barley, but we are the center of diversity for barley. And we have more than 60,000 diversified barley accession accumulated in the Ethiopian Biodiversity Institute. From there, we get it, and that is how we did our researches. So from my research, specifically from those smallholder farmers in the actual field, I collected the barley and used MySeq 2000 for sequencing and generating a SNP. And you can see and compare it with the European and America and the Asian germplasm. And here I just collected it and say this is USA. Actually, it is include Europe and also United States of America. I said it here, Japan, but it's not only Japan, including the majority of the Asian countries, but look, the diversity of the Ethiopian barley is huge compared to all of the world. And the significant, at least we were able to identify 2 structures, which really helps us to select breeding because of this genome-assisted breeding. And why? Let me show you why. Because here, in some of the researchers in the world, because acid is a problem for barley, and the university from Okayama University, they identified that actually HVAC gene 1 is a mechanism to sequestrate or to release some kind of citrate into the root tube and to chelate this aluminum ion, which is acid-induced aluminum ion. And when they compare it with Morex, that is from American landrace, and Murasaki mochi, that is a Japanese landrace, they identified in the genome that the presence of this 1 kilobase per transposable element at the transcription start site is the one which is allowing the transcription of this gene. It is like a kind of switch. The presence of this TSS element, 1 kilobase pair, makes this HVAC1 gene to function. The absence of that, it doesn't function. So all of these aluminum, acid-induced aluminum tolerant cultivars, they have this 1 kilobase pair insertion. Those they don't have. And I took that for Ethiopian germplasm because we have already know that 1 kilobase per insertion is the mechanism, and all the genes that I have checked in the Ethiopian HVST gene is present, but what lacks is this transposable start site, the transcription start site. And by breeding, the Ethiopian line and Murasaki mochi were able to generate this acid-tolerant barley by marker-assisted breeding. But, I didn't like the output because at the end of the, some of the traits that happen, because some of the traits we didn't like it here in Ethiopia. When I bring it to the farmers, they say that, no, we don't like this naked seed or yellow seed or something like that. So the farmers, they are really specific, then we have to do something else. And then we checked all the about 230 accessions that we get from the Ethiopian Biodiversity Institute, we checked it, and none of them, they have 1 kilobase per insertion. Okay, Murasaki mochi is like our check here. It has the insertion, but none of them, they have the insertion. But later on, we changed our method, and we have seen that where this 1 kilobase per insertion barley lines really accumulated. And we have identified that the majority are found in the Asian. You have to understand that the Asian land, the genesis is because of volcanic, it gives cells. And we have identified that a different method of acid-tolerant mechanism, this is multiple erythrotransposable element in this HVST gene 1 is present in Europe. But we are not able to identify anything, neither the 1 kilobase per insertion nor the MER rail in Ethiopia. And it was a little bit discouraging, but we identified that when we use transcriptome analysis, the relative expression of this HVST gene 1 is comparable with the Ethiopian landrace here, comparable to that of Murasaki mochi, which is super acid tolerant variety. So what makes it is we have to dig into the genome. Now we are working with one of my PhD students in order to uncover what makes this one, why these plants are specifically acid tolerant while the others are not acid tolerant. So through the genome tool, we are going to unravel it in the future. So I will let you know. The other interesting aspect that we have to consider is the bottom part of the plant, the root. As a root, you see here, the root architecture is really amazing. This is from rice, the deep rooting one gene, it increases yield under drought condition, and the root distribution is really significantly different. So they breed it and they identified at 9 chromosome, and now acid drought tolerant rice is done because of the root selection. I did in my case with teff, as you can see, under well-irrigated condition and under drought condition, the teff root system is significantly different. So all the other part on the top, it is a channel for the root to transport water, but the root tip has more than 75 genes expressed, which shows that the drought tolerant mechanism. So this tells us a lot. So we can also bring into the table completely wild relatives of our species, which we have done with France, with Otame, and with collaboration with Tunisian researchers and Ethiopia. We have identified that certain amaranthus, actually, they are superfood. They have a lot of diversity in their lipid composition. And we have identified that high nutritional value for human consumption lipid are found from these 129 accessions, which can generate into the breeding system by using genomics. So this tells us a lot. So genomics tools is really important to identify traits for One Health. And that is the capacity that we are building here in Hawassa University to enable work by ourselves here. And the breeding enable us to, we research, we breed, and we channel it into the extension, and at the end, it will end up into the nutrition of the society. So we are facing with challenges, limited funding, fragmented research, weak policy integration, but no, we have really a lot of opportunities that I am really glad that we are having, or like connecting with the Africa BioGenome Project to do this breeding in the future. In the conclusion, Africa biodiversity is key to sustainable health, and genomic tools offer transformative power from genome to the table, and One Health provides a unifying framework to guide policy, research, and practice. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hewan. Do you have any questions on site?
We'll only take one question because we are really doing badly on time. Yes. So do we have any questions from the audience?
Any question?
All right.
Okay.
I think we can proceed to our next speaker. Thank you very much, Professor Hewan, for that very interesting talk and highlight of the rich biodiversity that Ethiopia has. And we are very excited to be partnering with you as well as AfricaBP. So thank you very much. Just a reminder for everyone, this talks, the whole program that will run over the 2 days will actually be on YouTube, and we will also provide the connections with our speakers where you have questions. So in case you're not able to ask your questions here today because of time, do not panic. We'll still be able to reach out to our partners and collaborators. All right, thank you so much. So our next speaker is Professor Stephen Runo, who is a professor at the Kenyatta University. His research interests focus on the use of modern tools in molecular biology to overcome biotic and abiotic constraints of food production. So he has done quite a lot of work in gene editing, and a lot of you might be familiar with some of his work on Striga, which is I think he will tell us a lot more about the work he does and how he applies advanced technologies to address the issues that we face in food security. So I don't know if we have Prof online already, Professor Steve. I can see we have the slide ready.
Yeah, we have him ready.
Great. Okay, we can hear. Let's see if we can hear him.
Steve, can you hear us?
Hello, Professor Runo, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was on mute.
Don't worry. The floor is yours now. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Cecilia, for a really good introduction, and thank you, colleagues. Sorry I could not be with you in person, but I hopefully will join you before the end of the meeting. I am standing between you and lunch, so I'll be as brief as possible and as painless as possible. But also to make sure that we interact later. Thank you, Cecilia, for having the information about our contact information to the participants. You can reach me on email or on X. So I will be talking about applications of genome editing technologies in agriculture, and really highlight some of the work that we are doing here at Kenyatta University with regard to genome editing for crop improvement, and also some of the work that preceded genome editing work. We'll talk about genome editing as a tool in crop improvement, and particularly for crop improvement in food security crops in sub-Saharan Africa, and also for the benefit of a lot of colleagues here who are animal biologists or are from other different backgrounds, just slightly talk about what genome editing is and how that differs from other technologies. In other words, to put genome editing in the context of other crop improvement technologies. And then I'll talk about our case studies, which is work that we've been doing on Strega, which is a parasitic weed of cereal crops. And then I'll talk about the landscape, how it looks like, what the future of genome editing looks like in Africa, what kind of traits and what crops do you expect to see in the near future and in the not so distant future or in the distant future. And then finish with regulatory landscapes, specifically for genome editing, and then conclusions and perspectives, what the future looks like. So what is genome editing? And here I'll talk about one of the tools that is used in genome editing a lot. CRISPR-Cas9 technology. So most of the work that is done or that we do in genome editing is based on this system here called CRISPR-Cas9, and CRISPR is just a sequence within DNA or within the genome, and then Cas9 is an enzyme that has ability to cleave DNA at very specific points. So think of Cas9 as an enzyme that will cleave DNA, cause a double-stranded DNA break, and then think of CRISPR as a zip code that will send Cas9 to whatever area of the genome that you want to cleave. So you want to cleave a region within the genome. That region will be guided by a small sequence called guide RNA, which can be interpreted as CRISPR. So CRISPR and Cas9 work together to identify regions that needs to be cleaved and then causes cleavage of those sites. So what happens is you get a double-stranded break on DNA. In other words, you cleave that DNA, and that is guided by this small molecule here that is called guide RNA. Once that happens, then that must be repaired by the cell repair mechanisms, and the two ways that that can happen, in one of the most common ways, of the most energy efficient ways in the cell, is through a process known as non-homologous end joining, which introduces mutations or which repairs the DNA but also introduces errors, and these errors could inactivate the function of a gene. That could also happen in another way called homologous end joining, and in homologous end joining or homology-directed DNA repair, that means that a replacement of that sequence is found, and in this case, you have to supply a target gene or that is going to, a target sequence that is going to replace the place that was, or the DNA sequence that was damaged. So here represented by this sequence here in orange, that is going to repair this double-stranded break here and repair the DNA like this. There are two ways that this can happen. It can be a sequence that is within the same species. In other words, you have not introduced a new foreign DNA. In other words, you have introduced a segment of DNA from maize to repair maize DNA. But if you repair that with a species that is different from the species that you're editing, in other words, if you have a maize gene edit, or you're preparing and editing maize, and then you repair it with a sequence from beans, then that is transgenic, and that is also called genome editing. So there are three variations here, and this being the most complicated slide, I just want to just summarize this as the three different ways that you can induce genome editing using CRISPR-Cas9. In one instance, you have species-specific editing. In other words, you don't go outside of the species. And in one case, you may go outside of the species, in which case it becomes a transgenic event. Then how does this differ from other breeding technologies? So If you think of a plant improvement or in crop improvement, in this case, I'm using rice. Since time immemorial, we have, or mankind has improved crops using backcrossing. So you have an elite variety, and then you cross that with a variety that you want to improve. So here represented by here, an elite variety, it means that this is a highly desirable trait. This is the, for example, rice that we normally consume that is high yielding, but it is also very disease susceptible. And you cross that with a low yielding, and in most cases, a disease resistant variety. And what you end up with is crops that would have the resistance, but would also carry the bad and desirable traits of the variety that you're using to improve. And in which case you'll have to back cross many, many times to restore the eliteness or the variety values and the traits that you had initially, but also retain the disease resistance trait. We could also use mutational breeding, in which case you have a variety of crop that you like, but you would want to introduce mutations or desirable mutations. And you can do this using irradiation or using chemicals, and then select for the variety of crop that has taken up the mutation. You could also use a transgenic approach, in which case you introduce a new gene, and in this new gene, it causes the plant to have new desirable traits, in this case, disease resistance. Or you could modify the same crop or edit the same crop by targeting genes or targeting regions that make the disease, make the plant susceptible to diseases. And in this case, you have not gone outside of the barriers of the species, but just used or tweaked the genetic composition of the plant and developed mutations that would be desirable, in this case, for disease resistance. And I'll be giving an example of how you can do that in one of the plants that we work with. And this is the plant that we work with. It's called Striga. And no, I'm not talking about beautiful flowers here from Kenya, sorry. I'm talking about a really noxious parasitic plant called Striga. So this farmer planted maize, or what would be described as corn in other places. And as you can see, there's no yield that this farmer will get. And this is because this plant has taken over the whole of the maize population or the maize crop and reduced it basically to just nothing that will have any yields. So very important for me to point out that it's not just a weed, it's a parasitic weed, meaning that it will rely upon the plant or the host plant, in this case maize, to grow and to derive its nutrients. There are three important species of Striga, and I'm deliberately saying this because I know that there are colleagues participating from all over Africa. Striga montica, which is the most common species of Striga, Striga asiatica, in some parts of Africa, and then Striga gesneroides, which is only common in western and southern parts of Africa. There's a distinction between Striga montica and Striga asiatica, in that Striga montica and Striga asiatica are very specific to cereal crops, so maize, millet, sorghum, as well as rice, while Striga gesneroides is very specific to dicots, and especially cowpea in Western Africa. So this is a map of Africa which just shows the distribution of Striga species. And my point is there is a Striga species in most parts of sub-Saharan Africa. So if you don't have one, then you have the other one. So for example, you have Striga montica distributed around most parts of Eastern Africa as well as Western Africa. And then you have Striga asiatica, which is this species here, cuts across the SADC region to Southern Africa to Madagascar, and then Striga gesneroides, which covers and whose range overlaps with the range of both Striga montica and Striga asiatica. A very important point is that this is an African problem, and only infestation occurs, heavy infestation occurs in sub-Saharan Africa. There is some Striga asiatica, hence the name, Striga asiatica from Mid-East Asia, but not really problematic as it is in Africa. But noteworthy, there was a very small infestation of Striga asiatica in North Carolina in the US, but that has been managed through quarantine and using means that we are not able to use today and which are not going to. The point is that the infestation is very, very much in sub-Saharan Africa, and this range continues to grow continuously and very logarithmically. I said it's a parasitic plant, and that means that it's wholly dependent on its host for survival. And the reason that it is very successful is it depends on molecules or biomolecules that are removed from the host called the root exudate, and these molecules called strigolactons are the ones that stimulate Striga to germinate. So the seeds are really small. This legend here, or the scale here, is accurate. This seed is less than half a millimeter long. And once it's stimulated to germinate, Striga grows directly, guided by chemotaxis, and establishes a continuum between itself and the host, and then uses the xylem vessels or the host vasculature to suck out nutrients from itself, from the host into itself. And that's why it's a very dangerous parasite, because it's able to now suck out nutrients from the host within a very short time. Between the time of germination and the time of establishing this connection and sucking out nutrients from the host, that takes a period of less than 48 hours. So in less than 3 days, Striga has germinated as a cue from the host, established a connection between itself, and then from here, it is game over for the host because it undergoes irreparable damage, because Striga also reprograms the host and goes through retardation in growth and will not be able to yield. And you'll not be able to see Striga until it emerges from soil, so control measures for it are quite rare. But I also want you to focus on this picture, because some of the control measures that we use are based on this life cycle. Being able to completely depend on its host also makes us devise ways of controlling Striga based on this communication exchange between itself and the host. So I'll give one example in rice, a story that is currently developing, and this is work that is being done by my PhD student, Dorothy Mbuvi. And this comes from work that we did 2 or 3 years ago that came from another student that did work in the lab. And the student, Barminga, what she was doing is to look at the transcriptional profile of resistant, Striga-resistant rice and Striga susceptible rice. What you're looking at is a highly susceptible rice variety here called IAC. So all these are Striga attachments here, and then susceptible, and then a really resistant variety of rice here called Nipombare. So this is, you can virtually see any Striga here. Same level of infestation, but you have a lot of Striga infestation here, but none of them attached here. So a very long story short, what Barminga was looking for was what would be making Nipombare resistant and what would be making IAC susceptible. Typically, we were expecting cell wall enhancement, and we did find a lot of cell wall enhancement. And the resistance, some of it could be attributed to the fact that there is barriers or cell walls, genes that are activated by cell wall mechanisms that block Striga from attaching. So this is Striga in a susceptible variety, making its way into the host vasculature very well unimpeded. But here you have a Striga-resistant Nipombare, which tries to make its way into the host, but it just makes its way out because it's not able to establish a connection. And here is another clearer picture here that shows trigger is not able to make that connection. So we expected that, and that had sort of been explained, but even though the genes for that had not been well elucidated. But what our transcriptional study revealed was unexpected genes that were not associated with cell wall reinforcement, but genes that were in fact associated with secondary metabolites. And these genes were not only highly activated, but really highly activated. So this is one of the genes in Nipombare, this gene here, tenfold, and then tenfold here, 3 days and 9 days after infection. So then we did a little more literature search to determine which genes are these that are involved, that are highly induced in infection in Nipombare, that are not in the resistant, in the susceptible variety. So it turns out that these genes are arranged in a cluster, what is called a biosynthetic gene cluster. And we mapped out all those genes in the biosynthetic gene cluster, and I'll let you know what that biosynthetic gene cluster is in a few minutes. And when we profiled the genes in the biosynthetic cluster and then cross-referenced them between the Nipombare, which is the resistant variety, versus the susceptible variety, we saw that these genes were highly induced always in Nipombare. Then we dug further and determined if this was correlated with germination. We did some germination assays, and we found that it is in fact true that in Nipombare, you have less germination and less stimulation of striga, and you have less growth of the striga radical compared to the susceptible variety. So the gene cluster itself turns out to be a gene cluster that is involved in the biosynthesis of metabolites or phytoalexins that are involved in allelopathy. So allelopathy is when a plant grows and then next to it deters other plants or poisons other plants from growing next to it. And so when we looked at the biosynthetic gene cluster here, we mapped the genes. These are the genes that are showing you in the heat map. All these genes are involved in the biosynthetic gene cluster, and when you profile them, they are always highly induced in Nipombare, which is the resistant variety, compared to the susceptible variety. So this then triggered us to think about using gene editing to redirect or to rechannel the metabolites towards producing this very important metabolite that we thought was the one that was causing striga resistance in Nipombare. Very long story short, we wanted to channel the metabolites towards producing momilactons, and momilactons have been found to be very powerful allelopathic molecules. And one way of doing that is to shut down this pathway that leads to these metabolites and then enhance metabolites that are on this other pathway. In other words, the hypothesis is if you knock out OSCPS1, will you be able to have metabolites channeled towards mamilactons, and are you able to induce striga resistance in susceptible varieties? So this is work that is ongoing, and hopefully we'll be able to report on this work in the next few months or before the end of the year, hopefully. The other work was in sorghum, and this was work that was done by a PhD student in my lab, Sylvia Mutinda, and the work was on sorghum, and this work developed much earlier. This is a story that began in Ethiopia. As was explained earlier, Ethiopia has one of the highest biological diversity, and in particularly sorghum. Sorghum is a species or a plant crop that has very high genetic diversity originating from Ethiopia. In fact, one of the centers of domestication of sorghum. And with that comes with alleles that are selected for pathogens that are specific for sub-Saharan Africa. So what you're looking at is a picture, a very famous picture of a very famous African professor called Ejeta Gebisa, and Ejeta Gebisa pioneered work in sorghum and striga resistance in sorghum. I see a hand. I don't know if that hand is for me.
Maybe it's a sign that you should be winding up.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll be winding up in the next few minutes. Yeah, so what Jetta found is that there was a low germination loci that was causing striga to not germinate in sorghum. And that was attributed to a region called the low germination assay. Fast forward, Dr. Mutinda was able to collect a bunch of sorghum genotypes from Africa and then look for markers that were associated with the low germination loci. The long and the short of it is that the genotypes of sorghum that have a deletion in the low germination loci do not stimulate striga to germinate. And we were able to find a dozen or at least 12 genotypes of sorghum that had low germination loci. And we took this to the field, and as you can see here, you have patches of striga. You have striga growing in areas where there is infested. I mean, this farm is uniformly infested by striga, but you have striga growing in some patches and not in others, showing that this resistance persisted in the field. But more importantly, are you able to use genome editing to cause a deletion or remove part of the gene that is causing, or the genomic region that is causing striga to germinate? In other words, recreate the low germination loci in sorghum. So this just means that if you remove the region that is causing striga to germinate, are you able to cause striga resistance? So this was the work that we were doing until last year. So we got genotypes of sorghum that was striga susceptible, and then we edited them out using CRISPR-Cas9 to make them striga resistant. This is a variety of sorghum called Masia, very popular in Eastern Africa. With genome editing, you're able to have striga that is able to grow, sorghum that is able to grow among striga infestation compared to the non-edited counterpart. And here are just the values. The long story short is that you're able to induce striga resistance by just targeting that region and causing low germination stimulation. So there's other work going on in Africa, and I just go through these slides very fast. There's work that is ongoing on maize lethal necrosis. I talked about striga, and then there's also work that is ongoing in banana. In the banana, work being carried out at IITA, or that was done at IITA, was to deactivate a viral region that is integrated into the banana variety that is mostly used for breeding. And this is really beautiful work done by Lina Tripath. So then I'll just finish here with regulations that are very specific to genome editing. We were able to transition very fast from lab studies to field work because the regulations or the guidelines in Kenya allow you to, with a process called early consultation, to ask for permission if you convince the National Biosafety Authority that there is no GM fragments within your products. And it's not just ours, but also the maize lethal necrosis has also been awarded the non-GM status. And the point that I want to make is that you can very rapidly transition from a proof of concept into field studies if you develop your products in such a way that they do not have remnants of the CRISPR machinery or any transgenic events. But as I see in the future, there are products being developed. I talked about our product, which is the striga-resistant sorghum. There is also another striga-resistant sorghum developed using herbicide resistance. And there is TEF ongoing in Ethiopia. There is maize lethal necrosis, maize resistant that is in advanced stages. There is what I'm calling Wave 2 or gene-edited products, which includes products that are in proof of concept and also third wave, which are also being developed within Africa and with collaborators outside of Africa. This is a map that just shows the regulatory landscape. The green means that there's already approval for gene-edited specific guidelines. The yellow means there is talk about developing specific guidelines, and the red means that they are regulated as if they were GMs. And with that, I just want to make these conclusions that genome editing provides new options and flexibility for breeding new traits for crops, specifically in Africa, and genome editing provides options to rapidly advance you could advance from proof of concept very fast to validation and field level. And so that there's still some work that is being done. More countries need to establish regulatory frameworks to allow for commercialization and experimentation with gene editing products. And to just say that Africa has an opportunity to improve its indigenous crops using genome editing, and to use a word that my colleague Fireo likes to use, to leapfrog other countries in terms of genome editing. With that, I thank you, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Prof, for that wonderful presentation. We are behind schedule, so we'll only accept one question. So, do we have any question in-house? Anyone? All right. Good. So I think we can move to the next presentation.
How easy or how hard was it, Prof, to change the legislation? Did you have to do a lot more advocacy compared to the discussion of the science? Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. I think that's a really good question. So the landscape for regulation of gene editing was I think triggered, on purpose by the first application, which was the maize lethal necrosis. The NBA in Kenya is has a really good focus on science-based and regulations that are grounded on science. So they already had really good preparation. There was a lot of stakeholders that were involved in developing and also ensuring that the NBA is well informed about the policies regarding genome editing. So in Kenya, it was not very difficult because Kenya also came from a point of having pre-existing guidelines for GM. So it was just a matter of revising those to be gene editing specific. So for our part, it was not difficult because there was already precedent from the maize lethal necrosis. And the fact that the NBA in Kenya was really prepared, and there was already work that was ongoing on development of gene editing guidelines. And this was also following the success of launching such guidelines in other parts of Africa, which was in Nigeria. So it wasn't difficult. And when we launched ours in Kenya, then it also made it easy for Ethiopia to use similar structures to develop guidelines in Ethiopia. I should also say that Africa works very well in terms of this legislation, taking care of the trade blocks in a very camaraderie manner. So once guidelines are developed in one country and once there's need for development of those guidelines, then other countries are moved in. And that's why you see a very rapid development and ratification of these guidelines in different parts of Africa.
Thank you, Prof. So I believe we can now move to the next speaker. So our next speaker is Dr. Eleni Tesema. Dr. Elemi Tesema is a senior researcher working at the Ethiopian Biodiversity Institute. She received her bachelor's degree from Addis Ababa University in biology, her master's from the University of East Anglia in Norwich, UK, in plant breeding and biotechnology, and her PhD from University of Sant'Anna, Italy, in agrobiodiversity. Her research interests include molecular biology, genetic diversity, and biosafety of genetically modified crops, and she has also been active in the area of crop genetics, resources management, conservation, and diversity studies for about 2 decades now. She has also supervised postgraduate students and has published more than 30 research articles in peer-reviewed journals. Dr. Eleni,
yes,
the floor is yours now.
Can you hear me?
Yes. You can hear us?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, maybe you can just put your slide into full screen and we'll be ready to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's coming?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction and for the invitation to make this presentation for this forum, which is my presentation title is Harnessing Genomics in Biodiversity Conservation. I will not be presenting a research finding, rather I'll highlight on the benefits of genomics in biodiversity conservation and restoration with examples from various studies that utilize genomic tools for fine-tuning conservation efforts, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. So I will focus on these 3 pointers: the problem, which is loss of biodiversity, the actions which are being taken as a solution to minimize or halt biodiversity loss, and we will see whether genomics can help to alleviate some of these problems. So we all know that biodiversity is important for all aspects of the ecosystem services, be it provisional, regulatory, supporting, or cultural services, and maintaining the variety of life on Earth at genetic or species or ecosystem level is important to ensure health and stability of the ecosystem. And biodiversity is declining, and according to the 2019 report, 75% of terrestrial environment and 66% of marine environment are severely altered due to human actions and other drivers, and up to 1 million species are threatened with extinction, many of which are expected to be extinct in the coming few decades. And in the case of Africa, 76%, there's a 76% decline in monitored wildlife population across Africa between 1970 and 2020, which include mammals, birds, amphibians, and others. So conservation and restoration work is critical. And for doing so, the conventional biological diversity, in which almost all countries are a member, plans to stop loss of biodiversity by targeting many issues relevant to biodiversity. So we have had the Aichi biodiversity targets from 2010 to 2020, which include mainstreaming biodiversity, sustainable utilization, protecting biodiversity, and the like, and which were not fully achieved. And now we are in the post-2020, we're implementing a post-2020 targets, the Global Biodiversity Framework, which have ambitious goals and milestones. And addressing this biodiversity crisis requires knowledge in the diversity of life on Earth, as well as understanding the ecosystem services and species, be it in the form of identification, understanding their distribution, variation, as well as their conservation status. So on the one hand, we need to do conservation to minimize loss of biodiversity, and we are searching for tools to improve or halt or solve conservation challenge. And on the other hand, we have technological advancement in molecular biology, which include genomics. So can we have a practical application of these technological tools for conservation or restoration? Genomics is a study of an organism's entire genetic material. It builds on insights gained from genetics, and it includes tools like DNA barcoding, whole genome sequencing, and environmental DNA, which we will see in a bit detail in the coming slides. So the global vision is that by 2020, by 2020 to biodiversity is valued, conserved, restored, and wisely used, maintaining ecosystem services and sustaining healthy planet and delivering benefits essential for all purposes. It has 4 goals for 2050, and it has set 23 targets for 2030. And some of these targets, like Target 4, which deals with halting extinction and protecting genetic diversity, and Goal 8, minimizing impact of climate change on biodiversity and building resilience, could benefit a lot from the application of genomic tools. And there are also other targets like Target 6 on minimizing invasive species, Target 7 on minimizing pollution, and Target 10 enhancing biodiversity for sustainable agriculture, aquaculture, and also sharing benefits. This all can benefit from the advancement in genetics. So the first one is species identification. We cannot protect or conserve or restore what we don't know. So out of the 8.7 million different species on Earth, only 13% of them have been identified or described. And the other problem is addressing taxonomic uncertainties. It is for recognizing endangered species and developing effective conservation strategies. We also need to have information on its taxonomy. So genomics gives us the ability to analyze an organism's entire genetic code, providing high level of accuracy and resolution, and it also allows us for identification of even closely related species or cryptic species. One of the tools that is being used is DNA barcoding, which uses standardized short DNA sequences to identify species. It started around 2003 using the mitochondrial cytochrome C oxidase subunit 1 gene, particularly for invertebrates. And now we have the International Barcode of Life, which is developing DNA barcodes as a global standard for species identification. And now we have barcodes for vertebrates, plants, fungi, protists, nematodes, and bacteria. And there is a barcode of life database system, which encompasses all the data or from all the organisms that were collected from different parts of the world and deposited in this database. And there is the African Center for DNA Barcoding, which is instrumental in establishing DNA barcode library. And so far, this is a 2017 report, about 8,000 barcodes for plants and animals have been submitted to the international database system. And this map shows the areas where the samples for this barcode work have been collected. Another examples which we can use to showcase the importance of this technology is the study on marine and coastal fish diversity, which is conducted in the coast of Mozambique using the cytochrome gene region, which managed to identify 143 species, of which 14 were endangered species, and they also identified 4 new species which were not previously recorded in this geographic area. And this is critical for stock management, the enforcement of fishing regulations, as well as guiding conservation initiatives. But conservation and restoration does not stop with species identification only. We need information of genetic diversity, evolutionary relationship as well as the adaptation. Genetic diversity is crucial for understanding a species' ability to adapt to environmental change and avoid inbreeding, and it to pinpoint populations with low genetic diversity or high levels of inbreeding, which are more vulnerable to extinction. I think we have heard the importance of genetic diversity from Professor Heller's talk this morning. And evolutionary relationship is important to understand how different species are related, to prioritize efforts to protect evolutionary unique lineage. And adaptation, information on adaptation is important for identifying genes associated with adaptation to specific environmental conditions like climate change, enabling targeted restoration efforts in areas where species are not vulnerable. So we can use genomic tools for these purposes. So the importance of genomic tools is recognized worldwide. So we now have the EARS, the European and the African BioGenome Project, which work mainly on eukaryotes. We have the Bird 10,000 Genomes Project and the Vertebrate Genome Project. So this is critical for understanding the evolutionary of life's diversity, investigating the biology of organisms and ecosystems, as well as supporting conservation initiatives. So it is critical for resolving taxonomic uncertainties and helping to identify cryptic species, which is a challenge for conservation, and to target conservation efforts at the appropriate species. A very good example for this is the work done on elephants using next generation sequencing data. So they use whole genome sequencing and mitochondrial DNA analysis, which showed strong genetic divergence between forest and savanna elephants, which are separate species, not just subspecies. They have little gene flow within these two species, and the divergence time estimated is from 2.5 to 5 million years. So what is the impact of this such kind of information on conservation? It is before this information or before this knowledge, these two species were managed as a single species and they were given a vulnerable status. And now, after this information, IUCN and conservation programs begin to recognize two separate conservation units, each with its own population viability assessment, trait level, and management strategies. So now they have different species names, and the African forest elephant is classified as critically endangered, and the Africa savanna elephant as an endangered species. And every year, a number of new species to science are being described. For example, so the Kew Botanical Garden have described 149 plants and 23 fungi species in 2024 alone. And genomic tools and DNA sequencing have been utilized for the identification of some of these species. And there are a number of studies which used this DNA sequencing to discover new species using which include butterfly species, daisies, fruit flies, which is also a pest and which has implication on agriculture and others. In the case of the African endangered species, we now have sequence information for species like black rhino, mountain gorilla, cheetah, and the like, which are critical in understanding genomic diversity within the population as well as the level of risk. And it is critical crucial for managing captive breeding programs, identifying potential mates, and preventing inbreeding. The other application is the use of genomics for target 8 of the GBF, which is related to minimizing impact of climate change on biodiversity and building resilience, which is related to adaptation. So genomic can reveal how species have responded to past environmental changes and how they might adapt to future changes. So a species resilience is its ability to adapt to local conditions. So identifying a population that are particularly well adapted to specific local condition is important. We can see the example with which is the work was done on chimpanzees. They inhabit diverse habitats which range from rainforest to woodland savanna. And to investigate how selection had acted on chimpanzees, protein coding regions were sequences, and different populations which reveals that different populations have evolved with genetic differences to adapt to local habitats. So the forest-dwelling populations had adaptations in genes associated with infectious diseases. So the chimpanzees have changed over time to suit local conditions. So the ones which live in the rainforest and the ones which live in the woodlands, they are not the same. They have specific adaptive genes which allow them to dwell in those specific environments. So local genetic adaptation in conservation efforts need to be considered to ensure that individuals are adapted to their local environment and retain adaptive potential. An example on plant is work done on eucalyptus. They do genome-wide scan, and they have found that they have two lineages, one which existed in the hotter, drier conditions with high radiation, and another one which dwell on soils that were relatively low in phosphorus. So these genome-wide scans gave accurate information which would have been unavailable with traditional genetics or other phenotypic markers. And this is again important in seed choices for ecological restoration of the species. So when we do restoration work in this environment, we have to know from which lineage that the seeds we are going to take to which type of environment. In the case of restoration, we can use metabarcoding, another tool, to assess biodiversity. This is again could be related to target 2 and 11 of the GBF target. So environmental metabarcoding is a DNA from environmental samples and can be used to track success of habitat restoration and assessing and monitoring change. And it is being used in a number of studies in different parts of the world. And this environmental DNA studies could be used for conservation, for restoration, or for both for conservation and restoration work. For example, this meta-analysis, which came out in 2022, there were about 12 studies done in Africa, of which 75% have utilized environmental DNA for planning conservation works.
Please wind up.
Okay. And there are a number of studies which you can find online, which have utilized metabarcoding for monitoring restoration works. So genomics has enormous potential improving conservation and restoration efforts in species identification, in studying adaptive potential, and in monitoring the effectiveness of restoration programs and guiding targeted interventions. But there are challenges related to cost and accessibility, data analysis and interpretation, and translating data into action, as well as the technology itself, which is evolving rapidly. And building capacity for this is critical for the long-term sustainability of genomic approach in biodiversity conservation, and investing in training infrastructure to build local capacity for genomic research is important. And the African Center for DNA Barcoding, initiatives like the African Orphan Crop Consortium and the African BioGenome Project and others. And these and other international, continental, and regional initiatives with aid to realize the benefits of genomics for conservation and restoration. And genomics is a powerful tool which can advance conservation and restoration efforts if integrated with the already established methods. Combining the strengths of both is, I think, a most promising forward. Thank you very much for your attention.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Eleni. Do you have any question? Yes, question there. And I think that should be the only one. Eh? There. Here.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So thank you for that wonderful presentation. I'll be brief. Maurice Kilozondova again from Pond University. So I recently come across this video by a famous biology, Artem Barov. He was talking about conserving our marine life, to be specific, coral reefs. And he supposed that the countries that are around the coastal lines, they're supposed to bring out about 30% of their land so that they can be able to conserve and preserve these special sites for breeding for fish. So I was keen to ask, how are we doing on that level for conservation, and how are you working towards that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Well, I am not specifically working on something which is related to marine biodiversity. But there are a number of studies which showcase the use of genomic tools in identifying what species is available in that particular area which you are interested in. In some cases, you know, it's very difficult, for example, to make assessment of in identifying the species in that specific area using the classical tools. So like by collecting environmental DNA samples, for example, you will be able to identify species, even if you don't have that specific species during your assessment. By analyzing environmental DNA data, you will be able to have information on the amount of species would exist in that particular area, not only for marine samples, but also for other ecosystems as well. The tool has a very big potential for identifying species and for monitoring species, as well as applying those findings for planning conservation and restoration activities.
Thank you. So let's move to the next session, which is on genomics at the crossroad of One Health. Our first presenter is Professor Jesse Gitaka, and his topic will be on application of genomics in human health, but he's not around. Eh?
So he's a mentor of many, and today one of his mentees will be presenting on his behalf. So we welcome Mark to speak on behalf of Professor Jesse Gitaka.
Thank you. But just to get a brief introduction on Jesse, to know who he is, because he has actually been so instrumental in us being here. Professor Jesse Gitaka is a physician, scientist renowned for his impactful contribution at the intersection of molecular discovery and practical health implementation. His academic journey includes advanced degrees in tropical medicine and medical science, where his doctorate research focused on critical aspects on genomics, diversity in infectious diseases. Further postgraduate training honed his expertise in point-of-care diagnostics, solidifying his foundation for translational research. His research portfolio is extensive, featuring leadership and co-leadership on numerous competitively funded projects. And these initiatives address the critical global health challenges, including complex interactions in infectious diseases and the development of highly sensitive diagnostics for maternal infections. Professor Gitaka's profound impact has been recognized through his election as an affiliate of a prestigious African Scientific Academy, selection as a Next 18 Fellow, and a membership in prominent global professional organizations. He is deeply committed to fortifying African research ecosystems, cultivating the next generation of scientific leaders, and ensuring that cutting-edge scientific advancements are translated into equitable and accessible health solution for all. Thank you, and welcome, Mark.
So, good afternoon. Yeah, that was a very good portfolio. Very soon somebody will be reading that about Dr. Makau. Yeah. So let's dive into this topic. My name is Mark Makau, and I'll be talking about more on human health. My main focus is on malaria. So I'll be talking about using a molecular marker, which is K13, to define artemisinin resistance here in Kenya. I'm a postgraduate student and also a research assistant at the Center for Malaria Elimination. So, how do I move the slides? The big. Oh, okay, perfect. So back. Yeah. So many people know malaria is just a disease in Kilifi and in Busia. However, when you talk about malaria in the world, we are talking about like the leading cause of death. We are also talking about the highest infection rate in the globally, and all this is 90% of it is happening in sub-Saharan Africa. So this is one of the I don't want to call it. It's one of the worst cases we have to deal with as Africans. So you can see on this map that most of the prevalent countries are within the sub-Saharan region, and it's really bad for us because so many cases of death are happening here. Malaria is caused by these 5 species, Plasmodium falciparum and the rest. However, I want to focus on falciparum because it's the most potent one. It causes the most severe form of malaria and is the one which is prevalent here in Kenya. So, scientists, policymakers have come up with strategies to fight malaria, and one of them is using antimalarials, which is the most common one. However, we have had cases of drug resistance towards any antimalarial which has been prescribed, because currently we're using artemisinins and artemisinin combination therapies. However, cases of artemisinin resistance have been discovered in many regions of the world. Now, I have this image here, which I usually love to call it the battle of IQs between man and the parasite. Man has been discovering a compound which can eliminate the parasite. The parasite, on the other hand, has been discovering a mechanism to fight what man has discovered. So man discovers chloroquine, the parasite discovered a method of evading quinine. Man discovered sulfadoxine, the parasite develops a mechanism of fighting this, so on and so on. Till recently, we have been using artemisinins. We were very comfortable that at least we have a drug which the parasite has no mechanism of fighting. However, from 2009 coming till today, cases of artemisinin resistance were reported. So you see the parasite is very smart. So we are in this era right now. Now, artemisinin resistance, this has been classified as by WHO as just delayed parasite clearance in the estimated time. So the artemisinins have a very fast mechanism of action. They clear the parasite really fast. However, of late, we are having cases of delayed clearance that has been termed as artemisinin resistance. Several studies have confirmed that the K13 region, mutations in that region, are the ones responsible for this delayed clearance. Now, My main important mutations are the 64629Y and A675V. Why are they important to me? Because they have been reported in Uganda. How close is Kenya to Uganda? Very close. Because actually we have so many cross-border interaction between Busia, the Kenyan Busia and the Ugandan Busia. If resistance has been reported in Uganda, the chances of resistance being reported in Kenya are very high. True or not true? Thank you. So we focused our study in Busia, the Kenyan Busia, because the Swahili say that ukiona cha mwenzako kimenyolewa chako tia maji. So we were tearing maji our heads. So we focused on one hospital, which is close to the border, which is Alupe Sub-County Hospital, where we collected 226 dry blood spot samples from residents in that region. For you to qualify to be part of this study, you had to at least present symptomatic case of malaria, and upon inspection by microscopy, you had to present at least 1,000 parasites per microliter. So we admitted around 226 participants in this study, and then we collected dry blood spots, and we proceeded with the molecular work. So what I majorly did, after getting the DNA, after getting the dry blood spots, we extracted the DNA. Then after extracting it, we ran a semi-nested approach, and then after that, we purified the amplicons, and then proceeded with the sequencing. So, okay, ignore the red dots on this slide. So let's just focus on the black dots and the red line. So the red line shows, it's like the cutoff. If you clear the parasites, if let's say you had 100% parasites today, and then 24 hours later, you're showing like you have not cleared at least 90%, you are falling below the cutoff. So why was this important? This is a case of delayed clearance. So in 24 hours, we expect artemisinin to have at least cleared 90% of the parasites within the body. So that's why our group of importance was this group below the line. 63 individuals did not clear the parasite, at least 90% of the parasite. However, we analyzed all of them, but my interest was specifically on the 63, because you can see even some did not clear the parasite at all. So upon analysis, we were able to discover that indeed there is one of the mutations which was present in Uganda, which was present here in Kenya. 3 of our samples tested positive for the C469Y. So, well, I went back to the chromatograms to confirm maybe how the quality was, and it was really, we could tell for a fact that there was a replacement of, there was a polymorphism of C being replaced by Y at the position 469. We went again to the WHO records to look if this mutation was one of the validated mutations, or maybe it was one of the candidates. We confirmed that this mutation was indeed one of the validated mutations for artemisinin resistance. Yeah, so after we confirmed this, we associated this mutation with delayed parasite clearance, because I think I can take you back now to the red dots, which we're ignoring the previous time. Now let's not ignore them. So you can see the red dots here, right? You can see all of them are falling below the 90% clearance rate. So we can attribute that this mutation was indeed responsible for delayed parasite clearance in this cohort. Yeah, so now what do we need to do? We informed the ministry about this. We also informed the scientific community about this. And now we are looking forward to new approaches which you can use, first of all, to survey to see if the spread is really more severe or it was just like the 3 cases. Other studies have confirmed that this is, the artemisinin resistance is really spreading all over Kenya. we're also looking forward to like new strategies like vaccines, new partner drugs that can work well to fight malaria. So we published this work in Tropical Health and Medicine. And yeah, at least we are looking forward to more research on the malaria pandemic. So I'd like to acknowledge these groups, the volunteers, the collaborators, and everybody who took part in this work. Thank you.
Yes, do we have any questions? In-house? Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. Mine is, I don't know if it's a concern or a question. I'm Sophia. I'm a PhD student at the UON doing tropical and infectious diseases. So my question is, malaria has been, sorry. Okay, malaria has been done for a very long time. I remember the first time I worked at the CDC was in 2012, and I worked in a malaria lab. And that time, by that time, the research had been already done since. Up to now, I expect maybe those who are pursuing malaria to have thought of other ways to deal with this pandemic, because now it's a pandemic. Because when we are still talking about the antimalarial drugs, I think we are still lagging behind. Have you thought of natural products or any other way that you think might be of beneficial to locals or to us Africans? Like for us, for microbiology, we have thought of maybe the bacteriophages, some things that can fight back their resistance. But we are able to come up with it locally. So for the malaria, what have you done so far, or what is your thought in future?
Before you answer, let me just ask my question. That's a tough one. Maybe you answer mine first.
Oh, God.
I'm thinking that I'm curious about how the parasite resistance gene is moving across. Do you have any theories on how the resistance gene is moving along? And then I'm worried because the parasite is resistant, you're detecting resistance in patients who are presenting themselves for treatment. What about what's happening in the society? Those who are probably not feeling any symptoms, but they have the resistance gene. Thank you. That's what mine is.
Thank you for that. I think I can start with it. Yeah, so let me start with the second part. This study mostly focused on the symptomatic patients. However, currently we have studies in our lab which are focused on asymptomatic patients too. So we want to look at, maybe we might have missed the spread and we might be reporting like a small number while the spread is even huge. So we have such approaches which are taking place right now. I think that, that answers the question. Thank you. Now, back to you. I'm still thinking. So, what I know is we even artemisinin was also a natural compound. Quinine was also a natural compound. So I think my thinking is that in mostly malaria endemic regions is where it's easy to fight what the locals use to do what as antimalarials. Scientists just study those compounds and try to assimilate them into making like good products against antimalarials. So here in Kenya, unfortunately, we are not have something. We might we also have those working on phages and stuff, but I'm not very much conversant with the progress so far. So I think this can be informed maybe in another conference like this. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for him. Thank you. Thank you for that. That was great. For me, what I would like to know on the same, because I've been worried it's coming. I come from Kapsabet, so Busia and Kapsabet is not very far.
You really need to be worried.
It can capture with me. Anyway, being a scientist and we are here, we cannot fear, we stand out to fight it. So I'll ask in terms of the natural way of resistance. There's this in immunology, when you are affected by a disease, and then when you suffer maybe from like malaria, and then you get healed, you get secondary immunity. How does that on helping people maybe in that region and other areas so that it reduces the number of people who are dying from malaria? And this secondary immunity, how is it affecting maybe small children, or is this malaria affecting maybe from what age?
Okay, I can start with the second part.
Yes.
In this cohort, actually, we realized that the old, especially those above 20, there were very few cases of reported malaria. However, the children, they actually accounted for 41% of this study cohort. So children are at a high risk, and the immunity, because they have not even developed enough antibodies against malaria, that's why we're seeing them being infected, and that's why the mortality rate for children still remains high. However, for the old ones, I can say, well, you are safe, but not much safe. Yeah.
But now, if a child suffers from malaria, then they get well, can they get the disease again or they have?
No, you will get the disease. It's not guaranteed 100% immunity. Yes.
I just want to help you answer that question about children being affected. About the children being affected with malaria. As far as I know, the government has rolled out vaccination of children, I think under the age of 5, to be vaccinated with malaria vaccine. In counties like Kisumu, Busia, they have rolled out vaccination, which is actually going to help us with curbing this problem with malaria. Another thing is, I think a year ago, I got involved in a project where the student was moving around different counties, trying to find out the traditional methods that the locals are using to try and fight malaria, helping to get away with mosquitoes. And we learned there are a couple of plants that the locals are using to maybe create the, let's say, moshi, kutengeneza moshi, creating boiled water with that plant to drink to be able to fight malaria.
And soon we should collaborate with you. Thank you.
Yes, make sure you collaborate with her. Yeah, I mean that's the reason why we are here, yeah, so that we can network and interact and share ideas, and maybe next year you can have a paper and the two of you can present here again. Anyway, on to the next presenter, who is also a product from the Gitaka lab, is Dr. Bernard Kanoi. His topic will be on immunogenomics at the human pathogen interface, insight from malaria and emerging zoonosis in endemic settings. So Dr. Bernard Kanoi is a biomedical scientist at Mount Kenya University with specialized expertise in the immunology of infectious diseases, focusing on malaria, tuberculosis, and emerging pathogens. He holds a PhD in life sciences from Ehime University, Japan, and completed postdoc training in parasite immunology and vaccine science, with emphasis on translational immunology and host pathogen interactions. Beyond research, Dr. Kanoi is deeply committed to strengthening scientific capacity in Africa. He actively mentors early career scientists and leads initiatives to equip African researchers with the skills, tools, and networks to conduct cutting-edge, locally relevant research that addresses pressing health challenges. Welcome, Dr. Kanoi.
Thank you very much. I really want to appreciate Mark for doing justice to that presentation. Well done, Mark. You can clap for him. Yeah, my name is Bernard, and I'll be talking about this topic just to build on what Mark talked about. I'll look at the immunology perspective, one of the core business that we are doing here at Mount Kenya University. Yeah, one of them, apart from using drugs, there's the issue of vaccines and also the use of immunotherapies like monoclonal antibodies, or nanobodies that are being developed to reduce the transmission or even to stop, cure the disease. Okay, so just to tell us what Mark talked about, malaria remains to be a big burden. This is the data from last year, where we had almost 60 million individuals that got malaria. And about the 600,000 of them got the clinical disease. These are those who went to the hospital because they have the symptoms or they were not feeling well. And 90% of these were here in Africa, maybe our sisters or brothers. And one of the biggest challenges with this is because of the complex nature of the parasite. As our sister mentioned earlier, that when she was born, she heard about the malaria, and it is still there. It is still there. It hasn't gone away, and it is very complex. And we know that most of the people get what we call asymptomatic infection, meaning that if you were to test all of us here, some of us may be positive for malaria, whereas you are happy, you had a nice lunch, you're not feeling any fever, but when we test you, we find that you have the parasites. And this is very common, especially in the western part of the country, where we find that in a school, like we did last year, that more than 40% of the kids are positive. They have no symptoms, and some of them don't even have the parasites that you can see in the microscopy unless you use PCR or other sensitive tools. Talked about the vaccine. Yes, the vaccine is there, and it has been rolled out in western part of the country, in Busia, in Homa Bay, in Kisumu, Siaya, but the efficacy is quite low. We have about RTSS, which is currently being rolled out, is less than 40%, and actually it's between 30 and 35%, meaning that for every 100 children vaccinated, only 40 of them will be protected from the disease. This is, it's nothing compared to the COVID vaccine, which you are getting at 90%, 95%. We have a new vaccine called R21, which may be rolled out very soon. I think the government just got their approvals to roll it out, and it has a better efficacy of up to 75%. But still, this is not as what is expected from the normal control program. Why is it so that after 100 years of so much work, we still don't have a good vaccine or even immunotherapies? One of the things is the issue of the complexity of the parasite. It has a life, the parasite it moves between human and the mosquito. It's able to adapt and thrive in the two. It infects human, it infects the mosquitoes, although we like killing the mosquitoes. Or they get sick like we do, but we think they are the victims here, and we put all our efforts in killing them. But actually it moves between the mosquitoes and if you know the science of what happens to the mosquito, you may even feel for them, what they go through. So it moves from the stomach up the salivary gland, drilling through the stomach walls. That's painful, right? So there are 3 genomes involved here: the human genome, the parasite genome, and the mosquito and the mosquito genome. And they all interact, shaping how the parasite is able to thrive in this life cycle. And recently we know that, and Mark mentioned that there are 4 major species that cause malaria, but we know that now we have extra. Previously they were thought to only to infect monkeys, but now they are infecting human, like nosai and others, meaning that they are moving from only infecting animals to infecting us, human beings. And meaning that we have to now try to move faster to develop tools that can help us overcome both the human malaria and the zoonotic malaria that is emerging, especially in the Asian countries. So how do we deal with that? What is the way forward? So I think a few years ago, it has been a cycle of trying to develop tools, to optimize tools, to deploy tools, and to go back to the drawing board to build interventions that can be able to eradicate or control the disease. So I'll talk about the immunogenomics approach, where we We are looking at the human aspect. We are looking at the parasite aspect. We are looking at surveillance. We're also looking at understanding and mapping the epitopes that could be key in developing vaccines or approaches that can reduce the burden. But because of time, I think I have 20 minutes. I'll just focus on the parasite antigen discovery approach. So this is the work we are doing here at MKU, and I'll briefly talk about what we have been doing the last 2 years. So most of it's up to date, and of course, meaning that it is ongoing. We are still optimizing these tools. We are still building on what we have been working on, and we are still looking for young minds that are going to strengthen us to be able to develop more effective tools. So we have been using bioinformatics approaches. This is what I'm calling subtractive proteomics, where we use the genomic data that's available and try to narrow down using bioinformatics tools to identify those genes that are essential for the parasite, that are critical for it to invade both the human side and also to invade the mosquito side, as well as understanding those that are immunogenic, that they can induce a strong immune responses, or if you are to block these pathways, we can block the parasite from developing in the human. We're also using very high throughput approaches. Mark talked about studies we are doing in Western Kenya, where we enroll hundreds of people. We are able to get their blood samples, and then we know that someone asked that question. I think it's my brother over there. That do we get immunity after getting exposure? Yes, we do. After several episodes of exposure or infection, we know that we develop what we call semi-protective immunity, meaning that it doesn't cure you 100%, but it protects you from getting the clinical disease or remaining what I called asymptomatic infection, where you can control the parasite but still be able to live a normal life. So we are trying to understand which are the targets of that immunity that we can leverage on to build better vaccines. We also use genomic surveillance. I talked about the vaccine that is being rolled out. How long will it be effective? Will it sustain? Will we have escape mutants that will not be able to be reduced or cleared by the vaccine, and also as well as understanding how these vaccines work. So these are some of the tools we have here at the university, and we are trying to use them to work on this. So one of the other platforms that we are using critically to work on this, leveraging on the genomic information, is to make recombinant proteins that we can use to do the immunoscreening, functional studies, and as well as understand how do these vaccines work? How will they protect us? How will they induce a strong immune response? So we are using one approach called the wheat germ cell-free system. This is a platform for making recombinant proteins, where we use the germ of the wheat. This is the normal wheat, the ILRI mkate. The wheat has a yellow part, very tiny. Get that small part, and that has all the machinery needed to make recombinant proteins. And we are using that to make recombinant proteins that now we can use for the downstream characterization of these malaria-specific proteins. And of course, when you make the proteins, you can be able to do anything with them. You can do reverse vaccinology approaches. You can do reverse structural vaccinology, where you want to understand how do these vaccines look like, what is their structure, where is their weak point, where can we optimize, how we can improve their stability, how can we make them last longer, how can we make them more immunogenic. So we can do that structural analysis using proteins made from this platform. At the same time, this is an image of an screening approach, where we are looking at the immune profile of antibodies in Ugandan children. We did some work in Uganda for several years. So we are trying to understand how do different people look like in terms of their immune responses to these different proteins. As you can see on the heat map, every line represents an individual, and every column represents a protein, every row represents an individual. And you can see different individuals have different profiles, meaning that when we get exposed to malaria, we react differently. But the major question is, which of these targets could be the main target of the protective immunity that we see in people who have been exposed to the disease. And of course, we are using the same platform to make recombinant proteins for different parasites, like falciparum, vivax, and also mosquitoes and coronavirus and other viruses, because we believe that it's not only malaria which is a problem, but we have mostly co-infections where one disease is able to affect our pathological outcome of the other disease, or one infection is able to maybe prime or make the other infection become more, give an adverse outcome. So, I mean, we have published this work, and I want to illustrate this as one of the studies we have been looking at to understand how do we react to the different proteins. And this is basically due to the use of the genomic information, African-specific genomic information from our populations, and we are able to make the proteins and then screen and see how do they react. Like in this study, we were able to pick up 128 different proteins that could be predicting of protective immunity against malaria, meaning that if you have antibodies against any of these proteins, you have a reduced risk of getting a clinical disease. And the question is, can we use this now to develop a vaccine that can protect us from getting the infection? And I'll show you the different slide. So here we picked one of the proteins of the 128 and did further studies. One of them is to, because it's a big protein, so when you have big proteins, sometimes it's difficult to work with them. We can truncate them, meaning that you can cut to small pieces and work with different regions. Of course, that has some negative aspect because we may lose what we call conformational epitopes that are critical sometimes for the function of the protein. But what we did is to cut into small pieces, and then using data from around the globe, we wanted to see from the second image, this one, we wanted to see which regions of these proteins are highly conserved, meaning that if you picked samples from Asia, Thailand, Burkina Faso, Malawi, this region of this protein is highly conserved, probably meaning it is very essential for the protein, because we know conserved regions, polymorphic regions, I mean, the parasite is able to conserve some regions to be able to do its normal function. So we were targeting those regions that are highly conserved across the globe. So we had samples from Kenya, from Homa Bay, from Kilifi, from Uganda, from DRC, Burkina Faso, Malawi, Thailand, Papua New Guinea, and all other countries. And we observed that that region 1 is highly conserved across all these different regions. And when we did functional studies to understand how does that region work, we observed that first, antibodies against that region, either purified from individuals or produced in rabbits, they are able to block the infection of the red blood cells. So if you get this protein, immunize a mouse or a rabbit, it generates antibodies that block the parasite from infecting the red blood cell. This is because this is how they survive. So if we can block that, we can make a vaccine that can protect against what we call the blood stage infection. And this is what I'm illustrating here in the last image. If you have antibodies against region 1, you will not get infected. But if you don't have, of course, you get infected. And this is a nice, good baseline for developing a vaccine, because the next step is now to optimize that and have this vaccine, this target working well. Further to that, we have been spending some time working on malaria in pregnancy. I talked about malaria in children. Now we switch a bit to pregnant women. When women get pregnant, they have a higher risk of getting what we call placental malaria, or where the parasites are able to hide in the placenta. In most cases, if you went to the malaria endemic regions like Webuye, where we have been doing our work, and you sample from women, you get their peripheral blood, you check, sometimes they are negative. But once they deliver, we are able to get the placenta. And when we dissect the placenta and look at it histologically, you see that these women were infected because the parasites have a way of hiding in the placenta, and they are absent from the peripheral blood. This is what we call placental malaria, and it has a detrimental effect on the children that are born to mothers that are malaria positive. As you can see from that image, you can see that women that have malaria have smaller placentas as compared to women that don't have malaria. And in terms of the babies are smaller. Most of the time, they are less than 2.5 kilograms, which is the cutoff point for normal birth weight, meaning that malaria affects the development of the baby in the placenta, and this can have a lifelong effect on this baby. So we have been trying to understand this by looking at understanding the biology, at the same time trying to see, can we develop vaccines that can protect mothers from getting placental infection, or can protect them from having an adverse event on the developing fetus. So Lucy, one of our PhD students, has been working on this, where she has been looking at about 700 different proteins that are normally expressed on the surface of the red blood cells that are infected with the parasite. And these are the cells that normally sequester or hide in the placenta. So she has been trying to understand, are there some specific proteins that are important for the sequestration, and at the same time, can we target these proteins to develop a pregnancy malaria-specific vaccine? So what she did was to assess the antibody levels in both first-time mothers and mothers that have had several children, because we know that first-time mothers have a higher risk of getting a severe disease, but the more pregnant you become, you have a reduced risk of getting an adverse outcome. And she was trying to assess that to see, is there a difference in these two populations? She picked several proteins, and now she is doing some functional studies to understand how they could be protecting these mothers against adverse outcome. Of course, we continue to do some real-time surveillance in terms of the vaccine that has been rolled out in Western Kenya, where we sample from Webuye, we sample from Busia, we sample from Homa Bay. Our approach is to see, is the vaccine still effective, or will it still be efficacious in these populations? So far, we don't see any mutations that could be making the vaccine not functional, but it means that we have to be very careful. We have to keep monitoring, lest we lose the vaccine becomes less effective in this population. And we will not stop now. With that 5% efficacy, we have to keep working. We have to keep developing new vaccines. We have to keep seeing how we can optimize and get better outcome with what we have. I will talk about this. Mark talked about it. And then we are very keen to look at the human aspect. How do our immune responses, after being exposed to the malaria parasites for so many years, how do they respond? And how can we be able to optimize that to develop long-term effective vaccines? I can see Cecilia is looking at me and telling me my time is up. So I will try to wrap up. And as we look into the future, we are thinking, how can we optimize? How can we leverage on the genomic info that's available? I think now we have better tools that can synthesize lots of data, and they can pick the key epitopes that can be targeted to make vaccines. And of course, we can use a platform that we have developed, like for making recombinant proteins, and this can fast track the process. We have better in vitro approaches that we can use, and I think this will become handy as we work on this. So take-home messages as I finish. Genomic data can transform vaccine development. It is, and it will keep helping us to fast track the processes. You remember the COVID vaccine was made in several weeks because they had the genomic information, and we can still build on that with the new platforms like mRNA. We are still capable of customizing, making them plug and play, change the gene, use different proteins, and be able to make such vaccines. And of course, keep doing population level context-developed vaccine. Precision medicine comes in, surveillance for critical pathways, monitoring our vaccines, how they're working, and also developing targeted vaccines for different populations. So that's our team here at MKU, Center for Malaria Elimination, and I really want to thank our collaborators and our partners that have always made this work happen. And we are looking for our PhD student, before I forget, modeling student. We have so much data we have been collecting over so many years. We want to build some models that can help us predict outcomes using genomic information. So if you are interested, we'll be sharing with you some adverts and you can apply probably. You never know. They may work for you. Thank you.
Any questions for Dr. Kanoi?
So we'll only take 2 questions, and then we can take more questions for him later, okay? So one.
Yes, Doc, that's a wonderful presentation. You know, in the year 2018, I participated in a certain pharmacovigilance study for RTSS, and actually it was accepted in 2021 by WHO. And I'm so glad to do something. I'm glad you are doing something on genomics, but from the RTSS point of view, I can see there is an efficacy gap. You know, 30 to 40% is so small when we are talking about protecting our children against malaria. And you talked about something to do with the wheat germ extract. And if you look at 30 to 40%, it means if you look at the component on how these people came up with RTSS, there is a combination of CSP protein and hepatitis B surface antigen, okay? So they generally trying to protect the malaria before it gets into the liver stage. So that only is a gap there. Now my question is, in the world of genomics, are we able, in a way, to supplement this RTSS to make that efficacy probably to move from, let's say, 40 to even 95% in the world of genomics, probably in connection to the wheat germ extract that you were talking about? How far are you? Have you tried or thought about in that direction, so that in combination to the RTSS, the components that are there, so that we can add some bit of components so that at least the duration of the immunity in the system can be prolonged, so that we move this 40% efficacy to about 95% efficacy? I think we've got resources that can do that. Is it possible?
Okay, that was a great presentation. My name is Amir Douglas. I work a lot with vaccines, and that's why I'm more interested. So my question is, do you think that you can use immunopeptomics to advance more in malaria vaccination? And again, I think like right now, more or less, we could be thinking more about vaccines, and I agree that mRNA technology is the best to work with, because when you combine 2 or 3 maybe polycistronic mRNAs, you could be able to integrate 2 or more proteins or antigens, which will have like a broad coverage rather than using a monoclonal antibody. Another question is about biological control. Recently, like those the Aedes aegypti mosquitoes that cause dengue, and now they're using Wolbachia to protect and to prevent even multiplication. Do you think we can combine both biological and use of vaccines to control malaria, because it has been really a big menace for quite a long time? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for those 4 questions. Maybe I'll start the combined one that touches on the use of I'll go with the first one. You asked about whether we can improve the efficacy of the vaccine by using current tools. Yes, there are many approaches doing that. And there are many AI-driven techniques that are being used to see whether we can optimize the current vaccine. In addition to that, I think the major drive has been to build a multi-stage vaccine. Malaria involves from liver, blood, and the mosquito. So the vaccine that currently being designed, several of them, are those that are going to protect against infection in the liver. And if you get liver infection, they want to protect you against, like what I showed us here, blood stage infection and also protect mosquitoes from getting infected, meaning that you block the liver infection, you block the blood stage infections, you block mosquito infections. The one for the mosquito is very interesting because you vaccinate the people, but they protect the mosquito. Because if we can all protect all the mosquitoes, it means none of us will get sick. Is that correct? If we make mosquitoes safe, we are safe, all of us. So there are those approaches. 35% efficacy is quite low, and that's why. But it was the only thing we had. So WHO said, better go with that 5% than have nothing. So in terms of using peptides, yes, we are doing that. And we have been, one of the papers we published last year is where we try to identify multiple epitopes from across, that are cross-conserved between many species, so that we can develop one vaccine that protects you against Vivax, Ovale, Malaria, Versipalam. And these are major epitopes. And then plan to use mRNA platform to make one conjugate vaccine that captures all these different species.
Hello, I think there are online questions.
Can we take the online questions after the next presenter, please? Rachel, kindly.
I would like to acknowledge Dr. Kanoi for such a wonderful presentation, and also Mark Macau. Our next presenter is Dr. Vincent Were, who is a plant pathologist. He has an MSc in biotechnology from Australia and a PhD in biological sciences. He has previously worked on the maize grain samples, looking for fungal contamination and mycotoxin quantification. Currently, he's working on rice blast disease, and we welcome him.
So, Dr. Were, you can share your presentation.
Cecilia, unfortunately, the admin does not allow me to share, so I don't know if that can be changed.
Could you try again?
So the notification I get is the host isn't allowing sharing for this meeting. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay, let's try that.
Great, we can see your presentation and we can hear you.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Thank you.
Please make it full screen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ann, Doctors Cecilia, Josiah, and Paul for organizing this meeting and inviting me to speak. So, as I've been introduced, my name is Vincent. I am a postdoc in the Sainsbury lab. I work in Professor Nick Talbot's lab, and our work focuses on this rice pathogen or fungus that infects rice. It's called the rice blast disease, or the scientific name is Magnapore oryzae. So just to bring you into our world, I wanted to introduce to you how this pathogen causes disease. So you can see here on the screen, I'm showing you how, I don't know if I can get a pointer here. So I'm showing you how the infection cycle starts. So you can see the first spore will land on the surface of a leaf. Then it produces a glue, which we call a spore tip mucilage, which allows it to attach to the surface of the leaf so that, for example, if wind blows, the spore will strongly be attached to the leaf. It forms this specialized structure we call the appressoria. So this structure is a structure that we've really studied as a lab. It's a very interesting structure because you can imagine the pressure that is accumulated in this cell is even more than the pressure that you get on your car tire. So it's quite a fascinating structure to study. And then what happens after that, the pressure that comes out of the cell helps the fungus to mechanically puncture the surface of the leaf, get into the cell and form this feeding structure we call the invasive hyphae. And then from there, the fungus will be what I can say like in a communication stage or very intimate interaction with the plant. and it's secreting effectors that allows it to suppress immunity, and then goes to this other phase. Sorry. Okay. How can I move to next? Goes to this other phase we call the necrotic phase, where it's able to move from one cell to the other through these communication channels between the cell we call the plasmodesmata, and then complete the cycle. So most of my work revolves around this stage around 48 hours where effectors are secreted, and we just published work on plant cell that shows that one of the effectors can bind to a protein that is localized at the plasmodesmata, and that is how it allows these channels to be open to allow the fungus to move from one cell to the other. But I won't be talking about that today. Today I'll be talking about a bit of a population structure on how do we characterize the pathogen in the field. So why is this pathogen important to us? I'm just showing you here is that this fungus is able to cause losses to up to 30% of rice that is produced every year. And you can imagine that is rice that is able to feed up to 60 million people every year. So it's a very important pathogen to study. And here I'm showing you a typical lesion formed on a leaf of rice, and spores that come out of these. You get up to 10,000 spores every 24 hours, which are able to form a very big inoculum that can destroy the whole field. The pathogen is very effective. It can infect up to 50 species of grass. So you can imagine the inoculum can even build up on grasses that are not considered as crops, and then can come back and infect important crops. So one of the most important things that you have to note from this presentation today is that some of our collaborators, so Sahio, who is our collaborator here, they did analysis of all the rice plus. So these are the only pathotype that infect rice, and they found that there are 4 major groups. So we have the group 1, which is recombining. And what I mean by recombining, I don't know if you can see my pointer. At the bottom here, you can see that, so we call it the orange group. It's showing signatures or bits of signatures from these other lineages. So other lineages tend to be clonal. So you can see you have the group 2 or the group, the green lineage. We have the group 3, which is the blue lineage, and group 4. And these tend to be clonal because you can see even for the branches, they are very short branches compared to these recombining lineages, which seem to have genetic material from these other lineages. And why we call them clonal is because they are pandemic. So you can imagine if a new clone of this pathogen emerges, and then it grows into one region. So it dominates there, but actually it can spread from one rice growing region to the other. So most of these lineages, we can see them in different countries. So one thing about the pathogen that we study, Magna Porthoraisi, has 7 chromosomes. So these are core chromosomes. The largest one being around 8 megabases, and the small one around 4 to 3 megabases there. But also sometimes you can see what we call mini chromosomes. So these are small bits of core chromosome that might emerge from maybe the segment from this core chromosome. Maybe if there's an error during cell division. So you get these what we call mini chromosomes, and they can be retained in the population. And the thing about them is they're dispensable. So they can either be lost or gained or moved from one species to the or one strain to the other in the field. So one of our collaborators here in TSL, they did this study, and I just have to point to you that they only focus on this lineage group 2, where they carried out, so this is what we call a chef gel. So this takes about 7 days to run to get to this point. And what you're doing is you're slowly separating the core chromosomes to the mini chromosomes. And you can see here they found different, so just in the same lineage, they found different patterns of mini chromosomes. So you can see here, there's a mini chromosome around 1.6 megabases seem to be conserved in all these strain that they sequence, but they also saw variations. So there's a chromosome, they call it mini chromosome M for being mega, that is really big. There's the mini chromosome C, which is conserved. Mini chromosome A, so they call it alien because you're not seeing it in a bigger population. And then they have this mini chromosome X, which just simply stands for a very small mini chromosome. So the work that we are doing now, this is just work that we've started. It's really in the starting stage, but we want to understand the population structure of rice blast in multiple African countries. But in this case, we have to focus all the work that we're doing, we're focusing on identifying them as clonal lineages. So, or rather these genetic lineage groups that I've shown you. So we're not like studying them in terms of where they're collected, but how do we analyze them on which lineage they belong to. And then, of course, the hypothesis here is that one region will be dominated with one pandemic lineage, for example, clonal lineage will be in one region and dominating. And the rationale here is, of course, we know that there's these 3 pandemic clonal lineage and one that is recombining. So, of course, we have to collect samples and then sequence them depending on the region, the year of collection, and then we'll profile them on their mini chromosome, their secretome, their virulence, the ability to mate. And then something else that I want to talk about is to test these strains and see how they respond to rice that have non-resistant genes. So the first thing that we observed, so in this case, of course, I already told you that this work has already been done, but why we did this work is we wanted to improve representation of isolates. So the previous work that has been done had only focused mostly in isolates from China, let's say just Asia and Europe. So in this case, we wanted to improve isolates from Africa and also increase coverage of one genetic lineage that was really less represented. So this is genetic lineage group 4. And what we can see here, just to summarize, you can see that genetic lineage group 4 seem to be very predominant in East Africa. So you can see the big chunk comes from Kenya and Tanzania and Uganda, and while the group 4 seem to be mostly distributed in West Africa. So the conclusion that we found here is in Africa, so the major growing region, of course, we didn't sample all of them, but in Western and East Africa, we have 2 major dominant lineages that are there. So in East Africa, we have the group 4 or red, and in West Africa, we have the blue. The green or lineage group 2 doesn't seem to be occurring a lot in Africa, and while the recombining lineage usage group 1 also seem to be occurring there, but they're only the major 2 lineages, the group 3 and group 4. Okay, so we can actually also correlate this with the rice varieties that are grown there. So in East Africa, mostly varieties that are grown there are derivatives, or their background is basmati rice, as I'm showing here. But in West Africa, we can see there is a combination of so many different varieties of rice. And of course, we also have this Nerica, which is a cross between Oryza sativa, so this is an Asian rice, and Oryza glabrema, which is an native African rice. So it's a lot of a mixture of varieties of rice. So we don't know if this actually affects the population that there, or maybe these are as a result of how these varieties were introduced. Because, for example, in Kenya, we know basmati was introduced in Kenya around early 1920s there, and this came from India, where also the genetic lineage 4 is predominant. And then we can also look at their effector repertoire. So these I'll just go this really quickly, but we can see here there's blocks of effectors that tend to be, for example, in one lineage and missing in the other. So maybe I can show you here, there's so this is a group 4. You can see even in one genetic lineage group, there's also variation, right? So you have an effector that is in a subset of the group 4, but missing in the other. And then you can have cases of where, let me look for a good example of where, for example, in one genetic lineage group, so this is group 4, an effector is lost, but retained in the other genetic lineage group. So we're trying to understand this in a way that do these effectors actually affect how these lineages are able to cause disease, okay? And for example, I'll show you in the next slide, do other things like mini chromosome affect how these effectors are moved or lost in the population? So as I said there before I introduced the mini chromosome, and this is just a pipeline on how mini chromosome can. So you can see it takes a lot of days from just culturing, making the protoplast, and then digesting this protoplast to release the mini chromosome, and then run them on a chef gel, which takes 4 days. So this is the normal agarose gel that we run. And then you can observe your bands there. And then to proceed in the next step, you have to cut the bands and send them for sequencing. So this is not a very clean gel here, but what I'm just showing you here, we are seeing variation between genetic lineage groups. So you see here, there's a mini chromosome here, and this one that are in the group 3, but missing in the group 4. So I'm just focusing on this because they're the ones that are dominant in Africa. And you can see here, there's a mini chromosome here that is in the group 4, so it's conserved and missing in group 3. There's also another one here that is missing in group 3. But also another thing that you have to note, even in the same thing that Christina Barragan observed in her study, even in the same genetic lineage group, we see variation of mini chromosome. You can see here, this strain has this mini chromosome, it doesn't have this. And then this strain only has this mini chromosome, but is missing the other one. So there seem to be a lot of variation on the mini chromosome content, and we think this is a very important thing for us to study if we want to understand how this pathogen is evolving, or rather the genomic plasticity. Okay. Then another thing that I'll just have to say here, so if you compare to what Christina had found here, so we can see, yes, we found a mini chromosome there. You see, we also saw signs of the conserved mini chromosome. We also saw the alien mini chromosome, as much as they reported that is alien. We also saw the small mini chromosome. But we also saw in one strain here, so this is a strain from Mali, we saw one of these biggest mini chromosome that we ever see. This is a size just above 2.2 megabases, so it's such a big mini chromosome. And we also saw other mini chromosome less than 560 kilobases, so these are interests for us. So what we're going to do in the future, now that the project is going on, we want to sequence this mini chromosome. So in the group 4, we want to see what is causing this variation. So in one strain, we have this mini chromosome missing in the other. We have this one missing in this. And also we have another strain that only has this. In the blue lineage, we want to sequence all the 3 mini chromosomes that we found. And then we want to dig out and see which virulence determinant genes are in this mini chromosome, for example, effectors, secondary metabolites, and et cetera, et cetera. And just would like to point you here that one of the isolates that we found from Ghana was very interesting for us, because you can see it has these 3 mini chromosomes. So one of them is actually big, and you can actually see that equates to how big the genome is. So the genome of Magna Porta tends to be around 41 megabases to around 45. But you can see we found it to be one of the biggest genomes there. So maybe we're thinking this mini chromosome contributes to that. And also, so when we did the infection on lines that carried non-resistant genes, you can see it was able to cause disease in almost all the resistant genes against Magna Porta that we found. So we don't know, we want to correlate and see maybe these mini chromosomes are helping this strain to be more aggressive or not. So that's something that you can stay tuned and we can update you later. And as I said, we also want to upscale this and see, can we actually profile as many isolates as possible from Africa and see how is the variation of this mini chromosome and how do they contribute to virulence. Okay, so the biological questions that we can ask is that, so how are these different lineages differ in terms of how fit they are, their fitness, their virulence, and even if we see differences in those lineages, we see sublineage groups as well, which I think I've just shown you a bit of it, and how does that affect fitness. And then, of course, as I said in the other slide, can we correlate the mini chromosome profile to virulence? So just on the first aspect here, we found that, and this is just a very small number, but we can see that the lineage group 4 seem to be less aggressive. So in this case, I'm showing you infection on a universal susceptible host. So what do I mean? So for people who work with this pathogen, we know that this
Dr. Were, you can summarize.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right, okay. Yeah, so we know that Bali is a very universal susceptible host. So when we start seeing this variation, I think I have to follow up later on and understand where this is coming from. Is it because of the genetic lineage or because of the mini chromosome that I saw? So I probably skip that. And what Professor Ann told me talk about is climate change. So how does it affect this pathogen? So one thing that we observe is like this pathogen is also able to make crosses. So normally the pathogen reproduces asexually, but in rare cases, for example, in the lab, when you reduce the temperature, so you grow it in a normal temperature, then reduce the temperature, you can see it making these crosses. So, which is a warning to the farmers that, as climate change occurs, we have like irregular temperatures, then we can actually see crosses happening. And you can see these are cross between finger millet and the rice infecting pathogen, which can be a very catastrophic. And the biggest problem we have is the emergence of wheat blast, which emerged in Brazil, and then it's now spreading. So it first spread to Bangladesh, and then we reported in Zambia in 2018 and 2020. And also with this wheat blast, we know there's a resistant gene called RMG8 that can exclude this pathogen. But what we saw here is that these resistant genes are tending to lose their ability to resist when the temperature goes up. So this also becomes a big problem when we're talking about climate change. So I think as researchers, we need to figure out how do we get resistant genes that are able to be sustainable when the temperatures rise. And then I've already talked about the ability to cross, but you can see here there's a farmer who's growing wheat and rice in the same place. So you can imagine if there's a cross between an isolate that infects wheat and rice, then we'll have a problem as climate changes. So I won't talk about integrated disease management, but I like just to summarize and say that I've shown you there's two major rice infecting lineages, a genetic lineage group in Africa, and then we can actually use mini chromosomes to understand their variation. And then there's also a threat that isolate that infect different species can mate in the lab. So we don't know if that can be observed in the field. And of course, there's a big threat of wheat blast that is also becoming a problem for farmers and pathologists. So apologies for going out of time, but I'm happy to take questions either now or just you can send me a message. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Were, for such a wonderful presentation. Our next presenter is from Ethiopia. He has a name that I cannot pronounce very well, but he has a wonderful bio. So he's a PhD graduate of molecular virology and immunology from ILRI. He also has training on vaccine development and efficacy testing, bioinformatics, and sequencing. He has won many grants, international research grants. He supervises many MSCs and PhD students, is very well published, and he pioneered COVID-19 testing and research lab in Ethiopia, and he also coordinates National Virus Research Center in Ethiopia. So we welcome you to this presentation.
Yeah, kindly 15 minutes, it's enough. Unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yes.
So 15 minutes, please. We are quite behind schedule here.
Yes. Can you please allow me to share my slides?
Yeah, sure.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can
Please
see your
complete me
slides.
my slides.
We can see your slides. Please put them on full screen. Thank you.
I'm okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Annie, and all the team members for organizing this very important conference. I am Molaling. It has been already mentioned about me. So I will present our experience, my institute's experience on establishment of viral genomics in Ethiopia. So let me tell you something about my institute. My institute, Bio and Emerging Technology Institute, is a federal government institute established in 2016. It's a very young. You can imagine how I am also very young. We have a total of 188 staffs, and it has two centers, the Bio Center and Emerging Technology Center. Under the Bio Center, there are 6 directorates: agriculture, health, environment, industrial, and bioinformatics and genomics. Health biotechnology is where I belong, and we have emerging technology center as well. So let me start. What was our experience during the COVID? Our experience was very fascinating. SARS-CoV-2, which is the causative agent of COVID, was confirmed to have reached Ethiopia on 30th of March 2020. Immediately after the introduction of the virus to Ethiopia, we started testing the COVID. That is on April 15th of 2020. And we established a team as myself as a lab head and 7 other lab technologists and 2 IT experts. We were able to test 400 samples per day. And finally, until we stopped, we tested 77,000 people for COVID-19. We have been involved in different kinds of research as well. I will present in the upcoming slides. We were also highly recognized by the Ethiopian government on our activities on COVID testing and other activities. This was my team, including Professor Kasaon, the director of the institute. This was the activities we usually do every day during the pandemic time, and just to show some of the pictures, what we did. We were also involved in the national research activities pertaining to the COVID-19. We were able to publish some of the papers as well. But, fortunately, Ethiopia was becoming the 66th full member of ICGV in 2019. That was the time when the pandemic started also, and we were able to utilize this opportunity into one of the most important assets for my institute. Being a member, we have been able to get a chance to be a member of the group, which was established in Italy by Professor Alessandro Marcello. And we were together, including other 4 African countries, including Cameroon, Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Italy. All together, we submitted a project called COVID-19 Establishing a Rapid Laboratory Diagnostic Program in low and middle income countries. This was a very good opportunity for me. In this project, we were able to evaluate the RT-LAMP as a fast and affordable test for SARS-CoV-2. We were also able to sequence 15 SARS-CoV-2 full genome samples from Ethiopia. But we sent these samples to Trieste, Italy. We were not happy. I was not happy that time because we didn't have facility in my lab. So with this activity, we were able to publish some of our outputs in different journals, including the Lancet journal and the Science journal. We were able to be part of these publications. And we were also able to organize a meeting here in Ethiopia with our stakeholders, with 5 countries, with our group, as I mentioned in my first slide. But this opportunity, created another proposal to identify or unlock the secrets of low virulence of SARS-CoV-2 in Ethiopia by sequencing and spike binding test. We got the virus is not affecting the country as it was expected. So that was our worry. Why these people is less sensitive to this virus compared to the other countries. So we applied this proposal for funding. Actually, we had a background for this. For example, during 2022, when we submitted this proposal, Ethiopia was able to test 5 million people. Out of that, only 492,000 people were positive for COVID-19, and around 7,000 were died. And the case fatality rate was 1.53%. Almost 90% were recovered. And when we compare this one with the other countries, the case fatality rate was between 3.4 up to 50%. Even this was a puzzle for us. And until the end of 2021 and 2022, we didn't know exactly which kind of strains were circulating in Ethiopia. This was because we didn't have the virus genomic facility in Ethiopia, where even in my institute, except some kind of trials in PHI, otherwise we didn't have any full genome capacity in the country. So we submitted this proposal with the following objectives. The first objective is to establish the virus genomics and bioinformatics training in collaboration with scientists at ICGB and EBTI, the then EBTI, now it's BETIN, and to sequence and molecular characterize the COVID-19 causing SARS-CoV-2 viruses circulating in Ethiopia by local capacity. We don't want to send samples abroad, but we have to do sequencing here in Ethiopia. And we want to study also this genome variability occurred in Ethiopia using different bioinformatics tools. And finally, we want to characterize the SARS-CoV-2 based on the spike protein, and we want to know the variants of concern circulating in the country. And what we did, finally, we for this, we have to get a training, at least a capacity development should be first done. When I say capacity development, it could be either human capacity and the other one is infrastructure. As I have told you before this project, there was no skill on sequencing and associated bioinformatics, as well as facility of sequencing in our institute. But this project purchased the sequencing consumables and supported our staffs, BETIN staffs, who get training at CERI, Center for Epidemic Response and Innovation, which is at Stellenbosch University, South Africa. So, and we were able to get a machine from Illumina by donation. This was one of the milestones in my institute, which we started the sequencing. So even we were able to publish also the training. Myself and one of my colleagues from Ghana, we were able to publish our training itself. And finally, after getting a very good training from CERI, we changed that training into organizing training here locally in Ethiopia, in my institute. We organized a training for scientists locally in 2 phases. And totally we trained 27 scientists. Those scientists specifically in the first round, it's a 5-day training. We trained 15 scientists drawn from Ethiopia, Sudan, Somalia, Djibouti, and 10 trainers were participated in this training. In the second phase, we did from March 15 to 2024. So this was a kind of photo to show you. And at the same time, we were able to collect 200 swab and 200 serum samples between December and March 2021 and June and August 2022. As you see, in order to collect samples, you have to fulfill the ethical issues. In Ethiopia, we got ethical approval later as well. So we were able to sequence locally a total of 200 swab samples collected during the second, the third, the 5th wave of COVID-19 in Ethiopia using standard Illumina platform. And we were able to finally get 139 full genome sequence of SARS-CoV-2. All of them were submitted to GSED and NCBI. We reported the Alpha, Delta, and Omicron variants in Ethiopia. In this project, we supported 1 PhD and 2 MSc students. This is just to show you the picture. The whole 139 samples were submitted to NCBI. So this in our samples collected from December to March 2021, we found that there was 3 variants of concern, and these 3 variants of concern belongs to Alpha strain, and we published this finding in the journal. In the samples collected between June and August 2022, we were able to identify the Omicron and Delta variants. This has been also, I think, published. These are just to show the mutations at different gene positions in order to avoid the time constraint. I should go very fast. And this was also the paper we produced from this activity. And we had also another project called Expandia project, Expanded Access Sustainable Diagnosis in Africa. This is funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. This project is also a collaborative project, including ICGV and 10 African countries. Kenya is also part of this project. And this project, we were able to sequence arboviruses locally here in Ethiopia. In this project, we were able to establish Oxford Nanopore sequencing technology in our lab. So in this project, we were able to sequence also the full genome of Vibrio cholerae from Ethiopia. And we were able to sequence also dengue collected from Afar region. And we also collaborated with EPHI, with Adunya, and to publish the dengue genome circulating in Ethiopia, which causes an outbreak actually around 2022 and 2023. We also sequenced different animal viruses, including Newcastle, Marex, and other viruses. I think the paper for the full genome sequence of Newcastle virus is already accepted. It will be published very soon. These are our local collaborators, our partners, and these are the international collaborators, including KEMRI in Kenya. There are a lot of collaborators. And finally, I would like to thank everybody who were involved a lot in this project, in this research, and the funder, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, ICGV, the Italian agency, and these 2 professors, which were always passionate in our activities. And in addition to that, I would like to thank all the team members in my lab. And finally, I would like to thank all the podium, the participants in this podium. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for keeping time. Maybe we can take just one question. One question if we have. No? Okay, then no. For online, you can. Is there any question online? One? Let's see. No, we don't see any question. We can just proceed to the next presenter, please.
Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. The online audience, I hope you're working together with us. So in the interest of time, we are going to have the next 2 presenters, and then we will have a coffee break just before the online panel. We had a big lunch, so we are good, right? All right, so, and I know there were some questions for Dr. Kanoi, which will be answered for the online audience, but I'll hand it over to Dr. Josiah to lead us through the next session.
Thank you, Cecilia and Bichu for the presentation. Now we move to the next session. That's the One Health approach. And the first presenter is Dr. Antoine Mafwila, who is a Congolese medical doctor with a master's degree in public health, specializing in health information systems engineering. Currently is a PhD student at the University of Lille in Belgium. And Antoine also serves as the country representative for Gabon at the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, contributing to regional health security and disease surveillance efforts. Dr. Antoine Mafwila, welcome.
Yes.
And
Thank you.
take over.
Okay. Could you share
Thank
my
you.
presentation?
Yeah, you will appreciate if you strictly stick on the 15 minutes time. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go quickly through the presentation. Please, could you share? Okay, I can share if you... Let me share the presentation.
Yes, please go ahead and share it. It will be easier if you can control it on your end. All right, so we can see your presentation.
Okay.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's come back to the One Health, and I will present One Health to combat emerging infectious disease in Central Africa. So we will go through some topics. We will go through the concept of emerging infectious disease quickly. We will afford the drivers. We will go through the zoonotic disease outbreak in Africa, and mostly in Central Africa region. We will go after through One Health approach, and we will afford the One Health approach specifically in fighting outbreak in DRC Congo. So the WHO in 2014 defined emerging infection disease as one disease that appear and affect population for the first time. You have the notion of first time, and or disease that has existed previously but rapidly spreading, either in terms of the number of people getting infected or to new geographical areas. And the World Organization of Animal Health give the same definition, with more details, saying that it's a new occurrence in an animal of a disease, infection, or infestation, causing a significant impact on animal or public health, resulting from a change of a known pathogenic agent, or its spread to new geographic area or species, or previously unrecognized pathogenic agent or disease diagnosed for the first time. So you have the notion of space and time. So absolutely, when it's the first time for the disease to appear, is the emerging infection disease. But it can be known previously, but if it affects a new area or the same area differently, it can also be defined as the emerging disease. So the common characteristic is that emerging infection disease are significant global threat, and it has been categorized by the WHO a significant global threat due to their potential to cause epidemic and pandemic. And more than 70% of newly emerging infections are attributed to zoonotic origin, highlighting the intricate relationship between human health and animal health. And 85% of public health emergency of international concern, even continental concern, are zoonotic. And this study is an important study that highlights the different and studies the different drivers associated to more than 300 outbreaks occurring in the world. And we can see that in that driver, we have more frequent drivers that like food contamination and food and water contamination, local livestock production, sewage management, weather condition, change in vector abundance, and we are a little bit less frequent antibiotic causing also emerging disease, medical procedure, industrial livestock production, vaccination breakdown, because some countries stopped vaccinating people early in 18. Livestock and domestic wildlife interface, war, conflict, mainly in Eastern African region of DRC, poverty, natural disaster, and so on. And we have less frequent climate change, agricultural activity, and so on. Deforestation also. But for the World Bank, 60% of this, the driver of 100 biggest outbreaks since 1974 fall within the domain of land use change, especially related to forest and food system, in particular livestock operation. But this is a very important for you to know, because some of them will be policy maker. It's important to understand the huge damage that deforestation is making in our country. Last week, I was traveling from Libreville to Lambaréné. I saw in 4 hours more than 15 trucks full of wood. So the deforestation is a crucial threat that will change the landscape of epidemiology in our region. So understanding driver is fostered by the relationship between animal and human health, because it gives a better understanding of key driver of AIDS, and it helps us collect and assess data for driver. When you are a modeler, it's important to get data, and when there is a strong relationship between animal health, human health, climatology, and other science, it's easy to collect data and to have a better understanding of the driver. And that helps predicting which emerging infection disease have most chance to appear in the region. That is called the mapping suitability. And the mapping suitability is very important, because when you have important factor, key driver, and you build model, it can help you to get to detect early different epidemiological threats, to prevent them, and to enhance your surveillance. This is a study of the risk Ebola emergency from University of Oxford. They took the driver and build model, and with that, they can predict in which country Ebola can occur. That is very, very important. So beyond mapping suitability, there is other topic of public health that can also fostered by the relationship between animal and human health. It can improve public health outcome by addressing the health threats at their source. The One Health can lead to better health for human and animal. It can reduce disease burden. It can sustain development, and it can make our program of prevention cost effectiveness. Dr. Alimi, the Africa CDC and Africa Union League on Antimicrobial Resistance, state that Africa bear a disproportionate burden of zoonotic disease outbreak. So between 2012 and 2022, zoonotic outbreaks in Africa increased by 63%. So we can see that over time, we have different outbreaks in Africa, going from influenza A virus, Ebola outbreak, Zika virus, and now we are an ongoing mpox outbreak in DRC. And that was reinforced the commitment of member states on One Health. Was also the statement again of Dr. Alimi, who said that we face a multifaceted crisis requiring a unit response, a One Health approach. And we recognize that a One Health approach is necessary to deliver effective and efficient infectious disease surveillance, disease prevention and control, and public health emergency preparedness and response to achieve the African Union Agenda of 2063, the Africa we want. And Dr. Shadia Wamus, the One Health Global Coordinator and Senior Specialist at the World Organization of Animal Health, also states that the world is facing multiple interconnected challenges, including pandemic, neglected zoonotic disease, antimicrobial resistance, food safety issue, and so on, where animal, human, and environmental health are treated separately to a more integrated, proactive strategy. So we need to avoid a separate strategy and to go to a One Health approach. That's mean this different statement. And the water approach, the One Health approach, as you know, because we had some presentations this morning where it has been afforded. The One Health is an integrated, unifying approach that aims to sustainability, balance, and optimize the health of people, plant, animal, and ecosystem. That is a definition that was proposed by FAO, and the WHO also in 2017 defines the One Health as an approach to design and implement program, policy, legislation, and research in which multiple sectors communicate and work together to achieve better public health outcomes. That was very straight, crucial definition that helped us to adopt the One Health in different level, national level, regional level, and continental level. And that is an inclusive approach, as you say, as you know, because it includes human health, animal health, climate change, nutrition, and food safety, policy planning, and so on. And also it can include geography, economic, climatology, as we said before. And in DRC, DR Congo, there is a One Health platform that has been organized after this all call and all this statement. And the national platform, it has been established in 2011 with a clear objective to promote the implementation of One Health approach in the country by raising awareness, to develop a national One Health strategy, and to coordinate the implementation on One Health activity. We have in this platform different members going from the Ministry of Higher Education, Agriculture, Ministry of Primary, Secondary, Vocational Education, Ministry of Media and Communication, and we have also some school institutions like University Kinshasa School of Public Health, University of Lubumbashi, and we have also One Health Federation that is also included as a member in the platform. So the platform has 5 technical working groups. We have working group who devoted to zoonosis, some another food security, antimicrobial resistance, one technical working group for laboratories, and one for RCC, risk communication for community engagement. And the technical group provide more in-depth scientific and field insight into the respective topic. So that is the strategy, 5 strategies we can go. And during the Mpox outbreak, the coordination, the One Health platform participated to the coordination of Mpox response by participating to the development of the plan and some response activities such as the investigation, joint risk assessment, and the RCC activity, training, and capacity building. But the platform is facing some key challenges. The first one is a weak collaboration between the various sectors that should implement the One Health. Unhealthy rivalry and competition among the various sectors of One Health, sometimes impairing the development of in One Health. The One Health integration among the various sectors of One Health is still somewhat weak. Inadequate human, material, and financial resources from the government, and also there is a oft-time intersectoral discrimination in funding and budget provision among key disciplines, hence the lack of funds to finance projects, and some inferiority, superiority complex among the various professionals and institutions. In some high-profile organizations and institutions, some persons see the role as more important than that of others. So in conclusion, we can say only 2 technical working groups, the zoonosis and RCCE, are working in DRC and are operational. There is a need to operationalize other working groups. One Health is supported through external funding, so there is a need to mobilize domestic resources. There is a need to enhance political commitment at national and provincial level, and there is a need to address leadership tension for achieving the strategy. So, despite of all these challenges, we can say that the implementation of the One Health approach in the DRC are seen a considerable progress since 2011, where the platform has been created. Thank you.
Thank you, Antoine. And yes.
So we have time for maybe one question from online and one question here from the audience. Do we have a question for Antoine? Online?
Does
All right.
anyone have a question online? Raise your hand, please.
Thank you, Dr. Thankgood. And thank you for coordinating the online team.
You're welcome.
All right. I think we can carry on. We have just one more presenter, and then we can handle any other questions that arise for all the various presenters that we've had. So over to you, Dr. Josiah.
Thank you, Antoine, for the great presentation. The next presenter is Dr. Jane Macharia, who is a research scientist at the National Museum of Kenya with a strong foundation in biological sciences and heritage conservation. Her research focuses on the role of insect pollination in agricultural and natural landscape for sustainable food security and nutrition. He has led a couple of interdisciplinary projects that bridges the gap between biodiversity research and community-based conservation, with a strong emphasis on capacity building and behavioral change communication for farmers and beekeepers. And today, Jane will talk about bees beyond the honey. Welcome, Jane.
Thank you.
Hello, Jane. We can see your presentation. Please make it full screen. And check if we can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your presentation. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. This is Jane Macharia. I'm happy to present to you about bees beyond honey. When we think of bees, we think of honey, but this evening we are going to talk more beyond honey. From morning we've been hearing more of genetic terminologies, but now I'm taking you overboard to ecology terminologies. I hope you will enjoy. So my title of the presentations is Bees Beyond Honey, Integrating Pollination and Pathogen Delivery for Crop Production and Biodiversity Resilience. The first question to ask ourselves now is why bees and why now? And what is the importance of these bees? As we know, bees contribute a lot in crop production through pollination services. And not much that is known about the diversity of bees that we have, and especially in our continent, in our countries. And it's good to recognize that the contribution that they have to our agriculture sector is beyond measure, and they need to be conserved. When we talk of One Health, we'll see how these pollinators, important pollinators, are contributing to these. Looking at what I have in the display, we can see bees visiting different flowers as well as crops that are produced in our countries and in our continent, and they contribute greatly on quality and yield, high quality of produce that comes as a result of pollination. But apart from what we know about the bees that we know, and especially the African honeybees or the Apis mellifera, we regard them as honey-making bees. And whenever a mention of bees is mentioned, we think of honey. But in this case, from the research that we have carried out from the National Museums of Kenya, there is work beyond honey-making from these important pollinators. And this is important in agriculture. And what are they doing? Bees can equally be used as vectors or deliverers of biocontrol agents. We have challenges. The current situation in agriculture sector, it's about pesticides use. There is intensive use of pesticides with the aim of increasing yield. And as a result of this pesticide use, we are losing our biodiversity, both the plants and animals. And so thinking of the dual purpose of honeybees, whereby they can be used as both pollinators as well as vectors of biocontrol agent, the research we carried at the National Museums of Kenya, it shows how effective these pollinators or these bees can be of dual importance. So when we talk of pollinators or bees being used as our biovectors in delivering of biocontrol agent, we talk of entomovectoring technology. So what is this entomovectoring? Entomology is the study of insect. Vectoring is a way of delivering that biocontrol agent from one place to another. So when you use insects to deliver that biocontrol agent from one plant to the next, that is what we refer to as entomovectoring technology or biovectoring technology, whereby you are using living things to vector biocontrol agent. What are some of factors that you should put into consideration when you are doing entomovectoring? For successful control of pest or disease in your farm or from your crops, you have to think of the vector that you are going to use. How effective is this vector? Is it just going to deliver the biocontrol agent, or does it have any other ecological service to your plants? For example, when we think of bees, they have a dual purpose. One, they'll vector, they have the capability of vectoring the biocontrol agent, and at the same time, they are good pollinators of most crops that we have. Then you should think of the control agent. The control agent should correspond with the disease that you are targeting. For example, in the research that we have carried here in Kenya, we looked at the gray mold disease in strawberry. That's a fungal infection. So for a fungal infection, we looked for a control agent that will counteract that disease, and that is the trichoderma, which is a fungi also. So you also have to think of the environment on which these organisms are going to thrive in. The biocontrol and the agent should be safe. You also have to think of the dispenser from where this inoculum is put and how these pollinators are going to deliver this biocontrol from your dispenser to the target crop. So putting in one basket, you have your biocontrol agents. For this case, we have trichoderma. You have your organism, that is the Apis mellifera, our bee, and now you have the dispenser. In this case, we are using the two-way dispenser, whereby we are going to load our biocontrol agent to be dispensed by these important pollinators. The Kenyan case study, as I have just mentioned, we looked at the gray mold in strawberry. This is a disease with the convection of farmers. They are losing over 35% of their yield from the gray mold. And farmers have really used a lot of chemical pesticide to control this disease. And it has resorted to more losses than gain, because when these fresh fruits are they are using these chemical pesticides, there is a lot of chemical residues. And in the market, they are losing their market value because of the chemical residues. So the question has been, what are the effective ways of controlling this disease? And here comes this research whereby bees have being identified as good pollinators, and as good pollinators for strawberry, they can equally be used to vector this biocontrol agent, which has no side effect to the plant as well as to the consumer. And how do we go about this? We have to look at the appropriate dispenser. A dispenser it's a shelf or a support whereby you're going to put your inoculum. This is the trichoderma or the fungi in powder form. And when these bees are coming from their nest or the hives, they are able to pass through a tunnel or an outlet with this inoculum. And when going to the plant to forage, they carry with them the powder. And the normal behavior, the ecological behavior of bees, once they feel they are dirty, they tend to clean themselves. And when they are cleaning themselves, they are dusting off this inoculum on the target crop. And when coming back, they have a different route through which they go through back to the nest. So these are different modifications of dispenser that have been used in the developed country like Europe. And here in Kenya, we modified our small catcher box with a two-way dispenser. In one outlet, this is where we hand our inoculum. So when the bees are coming out in the morning to forage, they are coming through an outlet that has the biocontrol agent, and they get dusted on their body. Their body is so hairy. That's one characteristic that makes them to be very effective vectors of this biocontrol agent. When they land on the target crop, this is the strawberry, they'll tend to clean off those dust, and this biocontrol agent now lands on the target crop. When they are coming back in the evening after foraging with their nectar and pollen, they'll evade to pass through the door that has the dust. So they'll pass through the clean door, which will take them back to the colony inside the hive. The big question people were asking is, what about the traces of the inoculum or the biocontrol agents that gets back to the hive? Is it not going to make our honey that farmers also are harvesting to be adulterated. But because of the acidic nature of the honey, the fungi cannot withstand that acidic condition. So tests have been also done on the honey quality of bees that have been used to deliver this biocontrol agent. So there is no harm with the honey that is being harvested from those kind of hives. So what did we get from our study on strawberry? We found that the first impressive result was that our honeybee, the African honeybees, were capable to carry the inoculum, that is the biocontrol agent, from the hive to the target crop. We did some tests catching the bees that were coming from the nest and landing on the strawberry, and we did some cleanup and incubated that inoculum, and we saw some colony forming unit growing, and that was a clear evidence that our bees are effective carrying inoculum from the hive to the target crop. And that was not enough. We also needed to know whether this inoculum was deposited exactly probably on the strawberry leaves or the strawberry flowers. We also did the same laboratory test to grow this colony forming unit from the flowers and the leaves of the strawberry. And clearly it was found that our inoculum was well deposited on our target crop. What else were we looking at? We wanted to see, were the disease incidence level manageable? Were there differences in the disease incidences and even the quality of the fruit parameters, like fruit qualities, the length of the size of the fruit? Because from the research point of view is that crops that are well effectively pollinated by pollinators, they are of good quality and yield. So those are some of the parameters we also wanted to check. And for sure, when we checked on the weight of our strawberries that we harvested, we found that the BVT is the treatment that had the bees vectoring the inoculum. And also we did spray. Instead of the bees doing the work, we had a manual spraying. And the farmers' practice is whereby no inoculum was dispensed. And we realized that the fruits that were harvested from the biovectoring technology treatments, they had high weight. The strawberries were heavy. Same case, the strawberry number of seeds of those strawberries were more in the treatments that had the bees vectoring that biocontrol agent. Still, we also checked on the polar diameter and the equatorial diameter, and it was evidence that where bees were used to vector this biocontrol agent, the size of these strawberries were big in sizes. When we looked at the fruit disease incidence, we realized that BVT, the treatment that had the honeybees dispensing the biocontrol agents, the disease level was down. So there was a reduction in this gray mold disease as compared to farmers' practice treatment, which never received any inoculum, no managed bees. Colonies were set in that treatment. So in conclusion, we found that honeybees can effectively be used as a biocontrol agent. It is a dual win-win scenario whereby the honeybees or the African honeybees can be used as pollinators of strawberry and at the same time can be able to deliver biocontrol agent to suppress diseases at the same time to increase the yields due to pollination services. And this is a contribution to our One Health, because when you look at the chemical use, this technology of biovectoring technology is trying to bring down the use of chemical pesticides on our farms, which is polluting our environment. And this pesticide of the chemicals that are highly used in our farms, they are getting to our food systems and affecting our environment as well as the food that we eat. So when we embrace the biovectoring technology will be sure of One Health, whereby our environment is safe, the food that we are taking is safe, and also the animals, the biodiversity in land, including the plants and the animals, the insect included, they are safe from these biocontrol agents. So how does this link, the pollination work, the ecology work, how does it link with the genomic and bioinformatics, the topic we have today? Integrating pollinator pathogen interaction data into genomic databases. This is very new in the pollination work and the genomic work. This is a very new entry. that we are looking also forward to have. And this database can reveal host pathogen coevolution, because this is just the first case study that we did on strawberry. And we are looking forward to do more plants to see what are the effective pollinators that can be used. The others whereby stingless bees have been used. These are data that we would like to integrate in our the genomics. Yeah. So way forward, we are scaling up the entomovector link trials in other crops like coffee, tomato, cucumber beets, because these are crops that we are very sure we have done research, and we are sure that they require pollinators for pollination. So we are very sure that if we happen to use the honeybees as the vector of this biocontrol agent over target disease of those specific crop, we are likely to get good yield and suppression of diseases and pests that can be attacking those specific crops. We also need to build local capacity. This is an area that has not been embraced simply because it's a new technology, especially in Africa. Other developed countries like in Europe, they have really made some milestone with the different crops. They have done tests and it's working. So in Africa and especially in Kenya, these are very new technology whereby we need to build the local capacity, even institutional, and we need to collaborate in this very important field. Policy advocacy, there is need for pollinator conservation. So this is an information that needs to be passed to the policy makers, and also integrating biovector data into genomic platforms. So that's a very short brief of our research that we have carried, and I'm happy to acknowledge other adopts who supported this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that very interesting presentation. So we'll take two questions, one online and one in the audience here. I can see a hand is already up here. Maybe we can start on site and then take a question from online.
Thank you again. My name is Ami. I was very interested in the project that you just described. It's very fascinating the way that you're using or proposing to use the bees to deliver biopesticides. My very basic question is, if we already have the biopesticides, what is the advantage of burdening the bees that already do a lot of work for us to use them to deliver these biopesticides as opposed to us applying them artificially? Like, why should we use the bees if we can just spray the biopesticides instead? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I go ahead, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. The reason why we are using pollinators is because, one, they'll not just come to your farm to deliver that biocontrol agent, but simply because these pollinators, they are offering ecological service through pollinating of your crop. So this is a dual win-win scenario. Unlike whereby, for example, you may decide to take that biocontrol agent and do it manually by spraying. As you have seen in my treatment, I used the BVT, that is the biovectoring technology, and the spraying. Remember, in the spraying, that is an added cost. While less the bee, you don't have to labor too much. The bees are there in our ecosystem. They do the work. Let the bees do the work. It's a dual win-win scenario whereby they pollinate your crop and at the same time they will deliver biocontrol agents. Thank you.
Okay. There's one question here from Michael Rampendi. Have you thoroughly assessed the impact of the vector trichoderma to the bee colonies themselves and their microbiome, or is it still about just us?
Pardon, please, the last statement.
Okay, let me just repeat. Have you thoroughly assessed the impact of the vector to the bee colonies themselves and their microbiome?
As I said, this is just the first trial that we have done here in Kenya, and we started by working with the small colonies. As you had seen in my presentation, we used catcher box, not the little beehive colony. We had a lab test to test whether the colony, when we use this biocontrol agent, can be either killed or other infected. And what we realized is you have to formulate your biocontrol agent, not exactly the way you get it from, for example, the Ludutech, in that colony forming units of thousands and thousands. You have to formulate it using corn flour as your inert carriers to make it less and effective to your bee. But those are some of the research that we are still trying to work through.
Okay, thank you. Just, yeah. You turn on your microphone. Long press.
Hello, you can hear me. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, for the experiment that you did, were the bees enclosed in the strawberry farm? Because we know bees can travel to kilometers and like 3 or 4 kilometers to go get the vectors and the pollen and, you know. So did you enclose the bees or the weight that you gave them as they were leaving? Because I think they calculate that as well as they communicate going to get the stuff they use for their own stuff. They are making the honey and all. So is it that the burden that they are receiving as they were going makes them stick to the strawberry farm next to the hive, or you're waiting for them to deliver the biocontrol to your strawberry farm, but they've gone to somewhere else with the biocontrol? And what's the impact of that?
Okay, thank you. Maybe you can take the second one and then you can answer both of them. Make it brief.
Thank you for the nice presentation. My name is Q Sam from JKUAT. I think in connection to the last question, maybe one challenge which he was trying to communicate is the unintended consequences. For instance, I don't want to use the biocontrol system in my farm, and the next neighbor is using the same. So for me, I don't want to go that route, but my neighbor is using the same strategy. So don't you think that is a challenge for me who is not interested with that kind of method? Finally, it's about your research. I think even though you say is in the first step, did you really do studies on the bee? For instance, the behavior of the bee. The trichoderma, for instance, is a fungi, of course, not harmful per se, but to what extent? You see, maybe small amount may not affect the bee, but to what extent will it be harmful to the bee? Thank you.
Thank you. Jane, maybe you can answer those two questions as we wind up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One, to start with, this trichoderma or the fungi, the biocontrol agents we used, they are very specific. So for instance, if you are targeting the gray mold disease, you have a specific biocontrol agents that you are using. If your neighbor is growing tomatoes, they are not affected by gray mold disease. So even if they get to your neighbor's farm, the inoculum will not have effect on that because that's not the target disease you are targeting. Secondly, this was experimental. So selection of our farm site was very critical. The other thing is our African honeybees don't work well in cages. So they were in open cages for them to orient. And remember, as much as bees can travel very far distance, like above 4 kilometers looking for food, they tend to maximize when you have mass flowering area. If you have an area that has enough food, they prefer feeding within that range, the shortest range, rather than moving very far. So by us having our farm within, and that's where we had our beehives, our bees were just foraging within that area. So specificity and also the effect, the long-term effect of this biocontrol agent to our bees. As I said, it's all about formulation, putting your formulation in a level that will not have effect on our organism. And that's what we were doing, not buying the inoculum direct from the manufacturer and putting it in our dispensers. You have to formulate it. So that's another area of formulating of your biocontrol agent. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I think this one can generate a lot of conversation. So thank you so much, Jane, for that presentation. And right, so we've come a long way from morning, right? Interesting conversations, all the way from Plasmodium to rice and fungi, to hartebeests and zebras, now bees. I've heard of striga, bananas, BT bananas. And it's that time of the day where we have online chat conversation. So I'm going to welcome Professor Anne Muigai to take us through the next session, where we'll be having a candid discussion of all that we've talked about and so what, right? So all this conversation we've had, right? So what?
Thank you very much. Indeed, it has been a very exciting day. I think one of the problems that I could be accused on is that I can talk science all day. But I'm happy to see that I'm not the only one who has the capacity to talk science the whole day. We all have that capacity. So I'd like to now transit. We've had speakers coming in throughout the day. And now we would like to invite an online panel. And all these panelists are kilometers away from where we are in Thika. So we'll start with introducing Dr. Sami Wambua, who is all the way in Pwani University. Hi, Sami, we can see you quite well. He's in Pwani University in Kilifi, which is over 550 kilometers away from where we are. Dr. Sami has employed the molecular biology tools to answer questions in biomedical research. He's been a researcher for over 20 years. And he recently switched to using genomics to explore and protect tropical spaces of conservation. Currently, he's working in sea immunogenetics, microbiome analysis for key marine ecosystems, including coral, seagrass, mangroves. I think it's really, really diverse. And for now, he has also mentored many graduate students doing population genetic structures for white tea cucumber, chill seeds, corals, and the African elephant, quite diverse. So, karibu sana, welcome Dr. Sami. We'll transit now to the USA, all the way in Kansas State University. We'd like to welcome Dr. Eunice Machuka. Dr. Eunice Machuka is a virologist and a molecular biologist. She has over a decade experience in infectious disease research, molecular diagnostics, and capacity building in the support of agricultural development and public health. Her research focuses on post-pathogen interactions to inform epidemiological surveillance, outbreak preparedness, and strategies to improve productivity and resilience in agricultural systems. She has trained over scientists across Africa, and she has over 70 peer-reviewed articles. Right now, she's doing her postdoc studies at Kansas State University, having completed her PhD in molecular biology and biotechnology. Then we transit to India, Bangalore, where we will welcome Dr. Laura Betola. Dr. Laura is a partner with African BioGenome. She's been with us right from the beginning, and we're very, very happy to be welcoming you to this online panel. Currently, she's a research associate at the National Center for Biological Sciences in India. She did her PhD in Leiden University in the Netherlands. She also did some stint at City College USA and in Copenhagen. Right now, she's particularly interested in how she can leverage genomic data for informing management and policy, for example, in the development of tools that can be used for research, monitoring, and forensic. So welcome very much, Dr. Laura. And finally, all the way from the Philippines, we welcome Mr. Omar Madhadale, who is currently a graduate student at the Silliman University in the Philippines. We must celebrate this because he's the first Somali participant we have been able to attract. And Omar, you have a very big responsibility to bring the entire nation to move behind us. So he's studying marine biology at Silliman University in the Philippines. His interests include marine biodiversity, conservation, population, genomics of marine fish. His master's thesis is part of the NSF-funded Philippines PIRE project that uses genomic data from historically contemporary specimens to investigate centennial changes in population history and delicate round herring due to anthropogenic pressures. I think this is something that Professor Rasmus will be very, very much interested in. But we're here to discuss things on this panel. And basically, I'm going to ask, and any one of you can jump right in, what do you understand by the area of integrative genomics? And how does it relate to your field of research? And do you have any examples that can show us integration? Because when we talk about One Health, as we have heard today, we're talking about, plants, animals, humans, viruses, vectors. So we should be moving into this area of integration of our research. But what does it really mean, and how can we be able to move in? Dr. Sami, you want to start us off? And anyone else can feel free to jump in after Dr. Sami.
All right, yeah, thank you so much, Prof, for having me on. Yes, maybe I could get started. So I think integrative genomics basically will be combinatorial approaches that put together multiple data types. Mostly these data types would tend to be from the omics sort of landscape, but also, so when I say omics, I mean genomics, transcriptomics, microbiome, but also phenotypic data, whether it's coming from ecological studies or epidemiological studies. The aim being to understand life and life processes. By practice, unfortunately, the definition has mostly applied to medicine, and very little of it has applied to biodiversity for obvious reasons. I think applications of genomics in biodiversity are kind of just playing catch up at the moment. So ideally, it should be an encompassing, I think, definition that includes not just human as the biological organism, but also microbes, wildlife, ecosystems, humans, and so forth and so forth. My background, as you had said, was actually initially biomedical research before I switched to wildlife research, and therefore how this applies to One Health is something that almost happens naturally for me. I find that I'm the one that's using both metagenomics, population genomics, transcriptomics, and so forth to make sense of nature. I find that I have to have a leg left in biomedical research, co-working with people there. I could give a few examples. For example, recently, I have actually an ongoing project where I have a student trying to look for antimicrobial resistance from marine metagenomes. So these are metagenomes that were sequenced initially just to look at surrogate markers for ecosystem health. But she came in and, there was need to start looking at, are we seeing antimicrobial resistance even where we're not looking for them? Because then that will start hinting onto the magnitude of a problem we are facing that is of public health, in nature. And it's amazing how much hits we've gotten there. I could go on and on about, some of the species I'm working with, such as the sea turtle in the context of fibropapillomatosis, on which I'm engaging medical students because they think fibropapillomatosis might be a good model for human cancer disease. And therefore, even as we speak about One Health, it's not just health that is one. I think life is one. And unfortunately, we've, demarcated these things way too much to even not make sense. But I think these are discussion that ought to be had. I'll stop here for now, and then I'll go on enriching it as we hear contributions from the rest of the people. Thanks.
Any thoughts, Eunice?
Yes, I can go next. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you, Prof, for this opportunity, and really happy to see the progress. Very excellent presentations earlier. As Dr. Sami has rightly said, integrative genomics is essentially about bringing multiple layers of these omics and integrating them with ecological or epidemiological data. And this essentially gives us an opportunity to see the full picture of how the diseases interact and in the ecosystems in which they are present. And this global picture is very essential because you cannot look at one in isolation. I have worked across all the different omics. My work has spanned from human, livestock, crop, and a bit of environmental work, especially when training fellows and working with them in their projects. But one intriguing example that I would want to use for this purpose of this forum is in a case where we had a routine surveillance for African swine fever in the western part of Kenya. And our teams came across a certain group of pigs that were not succumbing to African swine fever, and they would tolerate the virus or even live asymptomatically with the virus. And this was quite intriguing because then the virus is quite lethal. And within under 7 days, all pigs would succumb. So from this work, data was collected around GPS locations, farmer informations, and their experiences with these pigs. And we realized that this is something that had been going on and needed to be documented. Further insights into the genetic makeup of these pigs was done using the SNP chip analysis. And a lot of the data showed that these pigs actually had introgressed some genes from their wild relatives, the warthogs. This was giving them a better chance, a better advantage at tolerating the virus compared to their exotic counterparts. We've done transcriptomics work or gene expression work on a group of these pigs at the International Livestock Research Institute. And a lot of the genes that we saw were either turned on or off, or actually genes that were essential in giving these pigs this advantage. This has led to a lot of follow-up studies and changes in terms of how can we better do our vaccine research, how can we try to conserve these pigs which are having this advantage. So this is based on a study and surveillance and farmer information on what they had observed. So this has led to a lot of changes also in terms of diagnostics, because we realize now you cannot base it only on what you observe, the phenotype. So the diagnostic has to be confirmed as recommended by the FAO, that is by PCR, but also now combining that with what is observed. This has really created a lot of interest and hope that the African swine fever virus can move from the lethal stage that we see, the lethal phenotype that is observed, and that we can actually breed for animals that could tolerate this. So these are studies that are ongoing, and we've done also work on COVID-19 sequencing and wastewater management. So looking at how wastewater can be used as to track what's going on in the communities, which viruses are going on, but more with at the point we were interested in COVID-19, overlaying that with hospital data and how the public health responses are going on. So this really gave a lot of insight and can also be applied in terms of projecting outbreaks in the future using the wastewater work. There's a lot that can be done. There's a lot of space there for integrating genomics and other data, epidemiological, ecological data, so that we get the full picture. Yeah, so for me, that is how I understand it, and I think it's the best way to work. Yeah, thanks.
So can we just comprehend this from a routine surveillance to proteomics and genomics, diagnosis to interventions? I mean, that is amazing. That's really integration, because you're moving from livestock genetics to almost to human and viral genetics. But Dr. Laura, you have a lot of experience also, because not only have your interests changed over time, but I don't know whether your training prepared you for working in integrated spaces, or whether it is something that you found yourself doing along the way.
Yes, thank you. I'm very glad to be here and see everybody again, and I can share some of my thoughts. Obviously, the previous two speakers have already touched on very important points. When I look at my own kind of training, I was lucky. I would want to say that I was able to spend time in the field and do the wet lab work and do the bioinformatic work. And I think that has really formed me, and is something that I think is very important, especially if you want to do something which has also a relevance for conservation, for instance. It's very difficult to do that if you have just been in the lab or just been behind your computer and you haven't been in the landscape, you haven't interacted with the people there, and especially also with the people who are already involved in management and policy making. So I think, of course, integrative genomics, there are a lot of different data types that we can combine to give us important insights. Many of them were already mentioned. Maybe to that, I would like to add the value of, for instance, climate data, satellite data, for which an enormous amount of data are freely available. And genomes don't exist in isolation. Genomes exist in an environment, and the environment is changing in a lot of places, or the climate is changing in a lot of places. So I think there is a lot that we can gain by thinking of genomes in their environmental context and also in their environmental future, maybe, which can give us insights into vulnerability. And on the other side, what I alluded to before is I think it's really important that it's very comfortable for us as scientists to speak to other scientists, and we kind of understand each other quite often and understand where our drive and passion comes from. But if you want to bring it to actually on the ground action, then we might have to speak to people who are not scientists. And I think that is absolutely crucial for us to guide our work, actually, so that the dialogue needs to start early on in the process. So our work can be guided by the actual needs that are being identified by managers or policymakers or other people that we work with. And we also need to make sure that there is a good understanding of what we can deliver as scientists and what our timelines are, what our uncertainties are. Because at the end of the day, I think many of us do science not just to publish in fancy journals, but also to maybe help and contribute to making something a little bit better, to improving something that's going on, providing the scientific insights to make science-based decisions, basically. So that is, I think, another important point, that we need to sometimes step out of our own little bubble, out of our comfort zone, and interact with the people who are actually in decision-making positions to make sure that what we do actually has an impact.
Well, that we have to move out of our comfort zones. And so this speaks to you, Omar. You're a long way from home, all the way in the Philippines. You definitely had to move out of your comfort zone, because home is always very comfortable. But what are your key, and you work in marine biology, what are the key challenges you face? And do you find yourself having to think things, with a marine biologist set of eyes, or do you have to go beyond and think One Health approach to whatever species that you're studying?
Thank you, Professor N, and all the panelists and all the participants. Hi, everyone. So I would just add another perspective, which is also integrating the local knowledge. So we usually see like all the data that we have and everything, but there is also a huge repository of knowledge with the locals. So like people, the locals that benefit from the product of the research, of course. So, and then, so what I think always like combining all of these, seeing like the biological side of the research and the other aspects of environmental health. So like I would think always to approaching this as a interdisciplinary action. Like the effort should be like from people working together on several backgrounds. So I've worked before with anthropologists. I've worked with journalists. So I mean, this would need the effort of everyone to really get a science that we benefit from, like seeing also the aspect of the governments in Africa. For example, if we have a cross-border project, so usually the funders will look for broader knowledge, open data and all of that. And our government will look for a national relevance, so like fisheries, agriculture, jobs, like what this will really change from the current situation. So I would think in general to approach it as a interdisciplinary rather than a specific data that we want to generate. So it's a general picture like previous speakers mentioned.
And thank you for bringing that aspect of communities. I think Eunice mentioned the information that was available with the farmers, who is one of the local communities. You've also talked about the information that is there with the communities that you're working with. After all, the benefit is bound to go to them. But what are the challenges of dealing with communities, and is there suspicion? Is it easy? And that is one question you can discuss. But I also have a feeling that the funders forced us to start talking to each other, to different groups, because they say, I want you to go and look for a team in another country, because initially maybe scientists were just busy working on their own in their projects and publishing, and they were very happy until the grant comes and says, this is a North-South collaborative effort, or is a regional, so cross the border and bring me 3 partners from Uganda, and you're like, now who do I know in Uganda? So is it something that has come easily, or is it something that has been there in existence? So any of the panelists can go first. Dr. Sambi, I can see you saying something. Are you muted? You can unmute and go.
Yes, I don't know how that happened. No, I was just trying to get myself unmuted, and I'm sure the same predicament is going to face Eunice soon. Your first question was the challenge. I think we underestimate just how long as scientists we've worked in cocoons, or what people are calling silos, so much so that when eventually it's time to face the locals, you really don't understand each other. I mean, I feel like that's a huge challenge. I had a project recently on environmental and social impact assessment. So it had a component of that in, and when I say we had challenges of communication, I mean perhaps even going out to the fields with research assistants that are female wearing trousers, and then that becomes a problem. Or, you go with research assistants that sort of new in the area, and I work in the coast of Kenya, and in trying to communicate to people, they throw in one English or two English words there, and that becomes a problem because you guys are coming here seeking information from us, but also showing us that you're more educated than us. So if you know too well, why don't you just fix the problem? I feel so I had to get back and start actually involving social scientists. The fact that I was born and brought up here does not mean I even understand these people and that I can just easily break into the communities and break the ice. We had to start engaging social scientists that understand how to work with human beings. I realized I know how to work with the blood and the mucus, and I don't know how to work with a human being. It's not in my training. So I feel like that's something that might seem benign or simple, but it's quite something. I think you have to be really, really intentional. If you, I mean, like Mohammed said, and I think it was Laura, eventually, I mean, I can give you examples in the coast here. We have a gazetted marine protected area called Chale Diani, has been gazetted since 1994. It's been impossible to enforce. Why? Because people sat in offices, they thought it is very good to come up with an MPA and cut it out and stop people from fishing there without involving them. And they thought they were doing these guys a good, the locals, a favor. And they come here and the locals say, what do you mean we can't fish from this place? I mean, our ancestors fished from this place. And now the communication you're having is way beyond Swahili and the Mijikenda that you and I think we know. It's something that only a specialist trained in that area that can hack. So I feel like I'm just going to roughly call it language. That's communication. I think for me, I feel like that can easily be a challenge in trying to bridge the gap between the scientists that are coming up with some applications or some solutions with the people that eventually are going to be partaking of this. It's very easy to come up with a very good solution that will not see the light of the day not because it can't work, but because you didn't even start from the get-go. The way you think about having a data analyst before you start your research, I think the same way you need to start with the locals before you start writing your concept notes and applying for the grants.
Kindly unmute Eunice. Try now. Try and mute.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I totally agree with you, Dr. Sami. I think scientists have a tendency to, cook up their questions, hypotheses in their desks, and then go out, collect data without considering what the locals actually need. So doing a needs assessment and ascertaining what would benefit the community is very, very vital. And incorporating these gender specialists, social scientists is critical. I think we've heard of stories where vaccines are made ready or even products are ready for rollout in communities, but then the communities reject them. So it's very disappointing, but some good lesson that we integrate all these specialists in our work, or if it's a vet, it's the community leads, the leadership arms. All these people are key players. They're all stakeholders, so that at the end of it, you want to roll out something or a product that can actually be taken up by the communities. Yeah, I really agree with that. And as you say, yes, donors are also forcing people to work or collaborate. It's more essentially to ensure there is equity, spread of benefits, and that their impact is felt at a wider scale. And it's all things that we as humans really should strive to attain. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Laura, you want to jump in now?
Yes, I mean, I don't have a lot to add to all the excellent points that were already made. It is something that does come up also quite often in projects I'm involved in when it comes to, for instance, reintroductions of wildlife in places, where it's absolutely crucial, of course, before you even can start thinking about that, that the local communities have been part of that process. So I think that is a very important and crucial component. Not so much about local communities, but also a challenge which is about people, is just the international collaboration. A lot of species that I work on are very widespread. So by definition, there's many countries involved in my work, and I can come up with ideas especially when it comes to translocations or reintroductions or things like that. But if it involves multiple countries, then of course there is also a political component, and sometimes even within the same country there's a political component if individuals or animals can be moved across state borders or things like that. So the people component, whether this is local communities who at the end of the day are kind of like living very close to what we're working on, or whether it's the people usually in the big city who have maybe a government position and have a responsibility from that position to make certain decisions. The communication is very important, and also not just communication, but also an understanding of what their perceptions are and needs and wishes, and we need to be very vigilant that we take that seriously and take that into account very early on.
And Omar, you can give us, you're the one who started this when you talked about communities and their importance. And it's interesting to see what are your parting shots. Give us a parting shot, and then I'll go around all the other panels and give us some parting shot as we wind up this panel.
I mean, I would think, I'll just give an example. My work is usually based here in Asia, and it's a collaborative project with the US institutions. But when I work in Somalia, so it's totally different. Like the approach is human nature is still people are people, either Asian or African. But I think the approach will be a little bit different. Like the way, I mean, what you can apply here in the Philippines, you can apply there in Somalia. So it's a trust building process. So it takes really a long time for people to really recognize what you are doing, and then they see the benefit in that. So I would say just believe in the process, and also understanding like the local context of everything, like the aspects. Is this really I mean, a lot of people really already mentioned through their presentations earlier this morning, and also now with the panelists. The socially acceptable is something, but also the trust building is really a common thing that all communities need through that. So like we are the scientists usually jump work this side and then they're gonna work another place. So like the consistency also is something I found very important. Like it's really somewhere that you really work on until you show a good results, like not just jumping from side to another side, especially people working on marine protected areas and all of that. So yeah, I mean, many examples actually in many countries, they were mainly common is the consistency, like someone who really went there and then work the community for 10 years, 20 years. So like, it really takes a lot of time to see results. Yeah, I mean, I would conclude with that.
Building trust in communities takes a lot of time. That's a good parting shot. Dr. Laura, anything?
Yes, I think there were many important points were raised, and it's clear that genomic data can contribute to a lot of different types of questions. My own work is mostly in wildlife conservation, but we've also heard quite a lot about disease and epidemiology. Of course, when it comes to domesticated and cultivated species and food security. So there's a lot of different components and a lot of different things that we can tackle by using and integrating genomic data in a proper way. So my hope is that we continue building these kind of data sets. But I also would like to highlight that even in the absence of genomic data, some institutions, some places might struggle generate these kind of data. But even in the absence of these kind of data, we can integrate genomic thinking, we can integrate evolutionary thinking, and use that to steer research agendas and move in a direction and hopefully reach to the point that we can actually generate and integrate genomic data for all these various questions and challenges that we face.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Eunice Machuka, any parting shots?
I think there are a lot of things that we can look at. I think we've seen genomics come a long way, and it's promised to be a very practical tool that can help in decision making in the public health sector, in agriculture, in biodiversity, and I think the list is continuous, even from the presentations we've listened to today. But we cannot afford to be complacent. We must continue to close the resource gaps. Our national government needs to be intentional about creating budgets that go into these efforts. We standardize data sharing and communities of practice and work closely with the local communities, as we've mentioned already. And I know a lot of this data has also gone into informing policies and decision-making mechanisms. So we see that they are actually of great value. So when science, policy, community engagements, and all these things come together and align really well, it's to the benefit of our health, our animals, our ecosystems, and everything that we depend on. But I would like to also challenge the young generation to really take up on genomics and find ways they can fit in. Is it in the pipeline of data analysis, designing tools locally that can be applied and used to scale and standardize, that are including the communities we mentioned, so that this also feed into the policy making pipeline. And really what I can say is if we achieve all these things, really, genomics will become a routine. Its impacts will be felt. It will be as good as weather forecasting. It can be a tool that we can help communities, governments to plan, adapt, and protect what matters the most to these people. So we've seen this already in the past, and the next decade is possible. The young people should take the lead in these things. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then over to you, to Dr. Sami.
Yeah, I want to begin where Eunice has stopped. I want to use today's discussion to slightly maybe address a slightly different, not different, I mean, Eunice has already started on it. And this is the fact that I think it becomes obvious from our today's discussions that what we are facing, whether we want to call it One Health, biodiversity crisis or whatever, really is a human problem. And there's no magic bullet to solving this. In other words, there is not one solution that will decimate the enemy before us. Rather, what we need is a concerted effort from all manner of disciplines. We therefore, especially the young people that are starting to get into careers now, we cannot afford to be glorifying one career of another. I mean, talking about One Health now, you realize the local communities are just as important as medical practitioners in providing impetus towards, a lasting solution. And as important as someone that's working, in the conservation and in whatever the other fields. And I think Omar put it very well that it's not even so much that, the data types themselves. Rather, you're looking at a problem and then asking yourself from the problem now, where will I get solutions from? And that is what will guide what applications or what approaches are important. So it's not so much in mastering one thing as to being compared to being intentional that there's a problem, and I need to be humble to understand that maybe the solution comes from 6, 7, different concepts. Therefore, we cannot compartmentalize our disciplines anymore. But the best entry, I guess, when you do not know which one you should focus on or what discipline to bias or to craft yourself or to brand yourself around, I feel like genomics is the linchpin, is the best entry point, because with genomics, then you could go medicine, you could go public health, you could go conservation, you could go, environmental health, ecosystem health, and all manner of things. So my parting shot has to do with encouraging the young people, upcoming professionals, to not make the mistakes we made in pursuing, medicine, engineering, legal. Those are very important, but equally important are all these other things that we have mentioned here, right?
This was a wonderful and very stimulating panel, and my deepest thanks goes to the panelists. We have key words that have come out, like I think it was Eunice who said we need an intentional government, and Laura talked about using science to answer questions, and she also said we should be ready to move into other areas if the decisions move us in that way. So Omar, you're the one who brought in the whole aspect of local communities and indigenous knowledge, and the fact that we should treat them as an equal partner. Sami has brought in the issue of we are not the gods looking down on the communities, but we in fact should be below them, because they have assets and jewels that we want to mine into. This panel has brought out issues of ethical research, making sure that communities are equal partners, the importance of asking the right questions, and really asking yourself whether you're on track. And Laura mentioned this, that we need to recalibrate and re-ask yourself, scientific questions and retract. So I want to thank you so much for bringing up these insights and for affirming that One Health is an integrative science, that it's the one that tells you to bring your knowledge and your expertise for the benefit of the society. Because one of you panelists mentioned that we're not doing this, I think it was Laura, you're not doing this for yourself. You actually have to be able to benefit the communities and the society and the nation for which you're working on. So we thank you so much. The objectives and of the panel were precisely that, to ask ourselves whether it's important to ask ourselves this One Health question, or whether we should continue to work in silos, as Dr. Sami had once mentioned. So we are grateful for your insights, and we thank you so much for making it a lively discussion. You've closed day one in such a big way, and we ask you to join us and continue on this journey with us. So Laura and Sami, Laura, I think this is your third biogenome project. Sami, is this your second or your third? This is
Second.
your second. Eunice and Omar, these are your first. So it's a tribe and a movement we're starting. So join us next year and let us continue. And thank you so much for your collaboration and always being here with you. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. And with that powerful, powerful panel, we come to the end of day one, but not to the end of the workshop, because we have another whole day of talks and discussions tomorrow. Tomorrow we start a bit earlier. We start at 08:30 with a talk from Anthony Kirani, who will be talking about genetic diversity in freshwater ecosystems. The marine biologists in the panel will be very, very interested to join us for that. I don't know whether you will be awake at that time. But let's take a break today. Let's go thinking about the One Health discussions that we started today. Let's see, what is your contribution? What is your contribution towards making your neighbor, your environment, your society better? And maybe we can have a discussion about that tomorrow, because we have another panel closing the day. So thank you very much. I wish you all a very good evening or a good day for Eunice and Omar as you start your day on the other side of the world. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Come at 8 so that you can register, and at 8:30 we take off. 8:30 East African time. Thank you. And a round of applause to all of us. As we close, we recognize the importance of the sponsors and the exhibitors. As you go, please look at the posters that are along the corridor. Those are the posters of students who will be presenting their work tomorrow, graduate students of Mount Kenya University. And we thank all the exhibitors who are displaying their goods outside the hall. Please do pass by their booths. We have Tegani, we have FNS, we have Africa Harvest, we have Change Biotech, we have Incaba, and we have CMB Genomics. And I thank all these exhibitors for having partnered with us to deliver the third East Africa, Central Africa Regional Workshop. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Study infectious diseases, analyze genomic variations in tumors, project outbreaks through surveillance monitoring, combat drug resistance, discover mutations for disease monitoring, identify analyze study disease drivers, develop simple. With breakthrough simplicity, our fastest runtimes yet, everything in one footprint with onboard Dragon analysis and significant sustainability advancements. This is the highest standard in benchtop sequencing, empowering every lab everywhere on a quest for discoveries that can't wait. This is the MySeq i100 series. This is sequencing made simple.
Welcome to Incaba Biotech East Africa Limited. The company was started in the year 2010 on the 23rd of June. Over the years, we've grown into a fully fledged one-stop molecular biology shop. And currently, we're also running one of the best labs in the region. Join me as I take you through the tour of our laboratory. Welcome. Here we have our engineering department, whereby we service our equipments here, equipments which that we can carry from the client site to our offices. Basically, these are small equipments. For the large equipments, we prefer servicing them at the client's place. Here we also do calibration services. For all of you, those who have pipettes that need calibration, we now proceed to our extraction room. This is where we do all our extractions. Once we've received samples, this is where it all starts. Our scientists and qualified personnel will look at your samples, record them the way they are supposed to, and take all the details and also report on what they've received. From there on, they will proceed. This is our PCR room. As you can see, we have scientists who are also very busy doing their work here. We have timelines whereby we try as much as we can to give our clients results in the shortest time possible. As you can see, our lab is fully equipped and work is progressing, as you can see. So we are looking forward to having our clients approve our services and also happy at the same time as we continue to provide solutions, molecular solutions, and also solving research problems in the region. Here we have our post-PCR room. This is where we do our sequencing services. Clients, after they've sent their samples, gone through the extraction, gone through the PCR, this is now where we do our sequencing. As you can see, our machine is fully running throughout because we have a lot of samples and we have a lot of samples coming in each and every moment. Here we have our data analysis room. As you can see, one of our researchers is also seated analyzing data, which has already been gotten from the machine. Hereby, we have our gel documentation room. This is where we do all our gels. As you can see, we have one of our researchers already trying to load the gels and also run them in the machine called the e-box. This is from a company called Vilba. They have very quality gel documentation systems.
The core service we provide is distributorship and sales services. We sell our products across the extended Eastern Africa region. All the countries in the East African region, ranging from the DRC, we have Rwanda, we have Uganda, where we have a branch office, we have Tanzania, we have Burundi, Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia. Our sales are basically for the molecular biology field and the general lab. In the molecular biology field, we provide products and solutions for all the processes, the entire workflow from sample collection, DNA, RNA extraction, PCR, amplification, both